Chapter 1622 Hiding. Fortunately, these elixirs were personally refined by Yang Kai, and each one was of extremely high quality. After a while, the elixirs turned into streams of heat and poured into the limbs and bones, making up for the gaps in Yang Kai's Saint Yuan and spiritual consciousness. Loss. Qian Tong had already been taken into the mysterious boundary bead by him, and was hit by Luo Hai. Qian Tong suffered some injuries, although it was not serious. It is undoubtedly better not to let him show up at this moment. If he is oppressed by Luo Hai and his realm falls, then Qian Tong will regret it for the rest of his life. After all, he has just broken through to the Void King realm, and this realm has not yet stabilized. In terms of realm cultivation, Yang Kai is not as good as Qian Tong now, but in terms of escape, Yang Kai is confident that he will not lose to anyone. His speed is already extremely fast, and the wings of wind and thunder spread out behind him, flying in the star field like lightning. But Luo Hai's speed seems to be faster, and the distance of thousands of miles can be brought closer with just a cup of tea. A thick coercion came from behind, and Yang Kai immediately understood that Luo Hai was not far away from him. Boy, obediently cooperate with this seat may not kill you. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this seat for being ruthless. Luo Hai's threatening voice came into Yang Kai's ears clearly. Yang Kai ignored it and continued to run away. Facing such an opponent, he had no intention of fighting with him at all. Now he only has a chance of survival if he keeps running away. You're courting death. Seeing that Yang Kai was unmoved, Luo Hai flew into a rage. He was 500 miles away from Yang Kai, and suddenly he stretched out his hand, and a thin ox-haired energy shot out from his fingertips, crossing the obstacle of space, and shooting at Yang Kai at a terrifying speed. Feel the murderous intent coming from behind. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, the power of space all over his body surged out, stretched out his hands, grabbed the void in front of him, and tore it apart. A void space crack immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai stepped in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, that strange attack hit the position where Yang Kai was before, piercing through the phantom he left behind. Spatial crack, Luo Hai exclaimed in surprise. His figure flickered. It came to the position where Yang Kai disappeared, and wanted to follow Yang Kai and rush into the chaotic crack. But Yang Kai obviously didn't give him this chance, and the space crack was directly closed. The kid is actually proficient in space power. Luo Hai looked in disbelief. The realm of cultivation has reached his level. Luo Hai is rarely moved by anything. But Yang Kai made him lose his mind several times. First sacrifice the Emperor treasure. After that, he tore apart the space casually. How evil is this kid? It doesn't matter to Dabao, it can only be said that Yang Kai has a deep connection. Do not know where to get it. But even Luo Hai has never heard of such a thing as tearing apart the space. There are hundreds of millions of fighters in the entire star field, and there are only a few who practice space power, but the few people Luo Hai knows only have a little bit of space power and know how to repair the space magic circle. Who can tear apart the space at will? This is your trump card. No wonder you dare to act presumptuously in front of me. Luo Hai's face was gloomy, and he chuckled softly, but you think you can escape from me with this, wishful thinking. After the words fell, the terrifying divine sense crazily spread around. After only 3 breaths, his eyes flashed, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Here, I escaped quite quickly, and I'm actually 5,000 miles away. Taking a deep breath, the Saint Yuan in Luo Hai's body swelled and shot towards Yang Kai like a shooting star, approaching Yang Kai at a very fast speed. 5,000 miles away, Yang Kai just took a few breaths, and he was keenly aware of a divine sense that locked his position tightly, like a maggot on the tarsus bone, unable to get rid of it. Looking back, in the distant starry sky, there is a stream of light approaching him. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and once again stretched out his hand to tear into the void. After a while, Luo Hai tracked down to this place, paused, expanded his spiritual sense for the second time, searched for Yang Kai's position, and after he noticed something, he started to pursue again. The two fled and chased, the distance sometimes narrowed, sometimes shortened, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Yang Kai knew that he must not fall into Luo Hai's hands, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Time passed, and it was half a month in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai was calm and relaxed at first, and the look of winning was gone, replaced by infinite ferocity and annoyance. He originally thought that even if Yang Kai was proficient in space power, he would never be able to escape his grasp. The power of space is indeed mysterious, and it is extremely difficult to kill a martial artist who is proficient in the power of space, but compared with him, Yang Kai's cultivation base is too low. Luo Hai doesn't know how much Saint Yuan and spiritual consciousness will be used to tear apart a space, but he knows that the price is definitely not small. He only needs to stay far behind Yang Kai. The moment to capture the opponent. He made this abacus, but what surprised him was that in the past half a month, Yang Kai had at least performed 200 times of tearing space. Each time he could escape 2,000 or 3,000 miles, and as time went by, the distance he escaped farther and farther away. It seems that being forced like this, Yang Kai's grasp of space power has become more and more exquisite. This kid showed no signs of exhaustion. Where did he get so many holy yuan to squander? Where did he get such a powerful spiritual power to provide power? Even if he took the panacea, he couldn't support his escape for such a long time. Luo Hai couldn't figure it out. But he didn't give up. He firmly believed that his guess was right. He firmly believed that Yang Kai would always have a moment to stop. Luo Hai's guess is right. Every time Yang Kai tears the space, he needs to pay a huge amount of Saint Qi and a huge amount of power of consciousness. In the past half month, he has almost run out of fuel. Fortunately, Sheng Yuan is not enough. If the body is not enough, it only needs to explode the golden blood, and it will be filled immediately. But the power of spiritual consciousness is not enough. The consumption of spiritual power is too terrifying, and it is not fast to recover. If there is no such treasure as the 7-color warming god lotus, Yang Kai has already been unable to continue. Even so, he has reached the end of his battle. He swallowed a lot of elixirs, and those elixirs that he refined to restore consciousness almost sold out. Yang Kai had no choice but to swallow those herbs that could help restore his consciousness. Although swallowing like this is a bit wasteful, and the medicinal power in the herbal medicine cannot be fully utilized, but now it is important to escape. How can Yang Kai care about these? Squeezing his own limit again and again, unconsciously, Yang Kai's sea of consciousness is expanding, and the power of his consciousness is becoming more and more solid. The mastery of the power of space has also become more and more refined. Yang Kai didn't notice it, and now all his energy is on how to get rid of Luo Hai's tracking. After much deliberation, there is only one way. I also hid in the mysterious boundary bead. But this approach is too risky. Once he hides in and is discovered by Luo Hai, then he will become a turtle in an urn. He didn't dare to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Another 5 days passed. The two of them have already rushed for an unknown distance in the star field. But Luo Hai is still like a leech, biting tightly behind Yang Kai not far away. Once he tears the space to open the distance, Luo Hai will catch up in a very short time. A Void King Realm powerhouse is so difficult to deal with. The sea of consciousness is almost dry. The herb swallowed can't replenish the consumed power of consciousness, only 3 chances at most. Yang Kai will be completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai tore apart the space again and got into it. The next moment, the person appeared thousands of miles away. Without stopping, Yang Kai tore apart for the second time. The third time, in a flash of effort, he has already escaped the distance of 10,000 miles from Luo Hai. His face was as pale as paper, and he looked around, and Yang Kai immediately fell towards a huge meteorite nearby. The meteorite is about a few hundred miles in size, like a big mountain. After arriving on the meteorite, Yang Kai found an extremely hidden location, immediately threw out the mysterious boundary orb, hid it in the gap of the meteorite, and swayed into the mysterious small boundary. In mysterious Shaoji, there was a peace of tranquility. The relatives and friends brought from Tongshuan continent have lived here safely for a long time. There is no competition with the world here, and the aura is rich. Except for the incomplete laws of heaven and earth, this place is simply a paradise. In mysterious Shaoji, there are now many attic-like buildings scattered within a radius of 100 miles. In each attic, there are warriors who meditate, adjust their breath, and practice behind closed doors. These attics were built by those warriors from Tongshuan continent. There are mountains and waters, grass and trees in Shaoshuan realm, so it is very convenient for them to use local materials. The 3 races of humans, monsters and demons live in harmony without disputes. Everyone cherishes life now. The cultivation conditions and environment here are many times better than those in Tongshuan continent. Almost 90% of the people have already broken through here, and their cultivation is one step closer. Meng Wuya, Chuling Xiao, Ling Taishu, Old Demon, Demon Lord Zhang Yuan, Monster Race Grand Master Thunder Dragon. These old-fashioned 3-level saints have broken through to the level of the Holy King. Although the laws of heaven and earth in mysterious Shaoji are incomplete, they are sufficient to meet the breakthrough needs of people like them. After all, the Saint King realm is not that powerful. When Yang Kai appeared here, the entire mysterious small world was silent. No one noticed him coming. He tried his best to endure the great pain in his mind, and let out his spiritual thoughts to investigate. Soon, he noticed where Shang was, and with a flick of his body, he immediately came to the second floor of an attic. Shang seems to be refining alchemy. She is still covered with a black veil. She is concentrating on alchemy. Her body seems to exude an invisible radiance, looks mysterious and dignified, although she can't see the whole picture, but the outline of the face alone is enough to make any man fascinated. Yang Kai's appearance startled her, and when she realized that Yang Kai's aura was vain, her face changed color, and she rushed to Yang Kai's side to support him, and said in surprise, "Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Who hurt you?" "It's nothing, I met a strong enemy who is chasing me." Yang Kai wanted to laugh, and comforted Shang, but he couldn't. Shang's expression changed. She didn't ask too much. She knew that she could force Yang Kai like this, at least he was a Void King stage. She knows Yang Kai's combat power. In Qiyu Palace, even a strong man like Shui Lian is no match for Yang Kai. Now he is so miserable, who else can do it except Void King realm? Shang gritted her teeth, her eyes were moist, and her heart ached. To be continued. Chapter 1623 Enlightenment. I'll just rest for a while, nothing serious. Seeing her crying, Yang Kai knew that she was worried about him, so he quickly comforted her. Sha Chong nodded slightly, her eyes flushed. "Is there any pill to restore consciousness? Give me as much as you want." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her. Shang quickly rummaged through her space ring, and quickly took out dozens of jade bottles, large and small. During this period of time, she has been concentrating on refining pills in mysterious Shaoji. There is no shortage of materials, and the results are remarkable. Everything from virtual to top grade. If so many pills are put outside, it will definitely be a huge fortune. This Qingshan Weiyuan pill is the best. I have refined a few pill patterns, and you use this first. Shang picked up a jade bottle, uncovered the bottle cap for Yang Kai, and poured it out. A few pills come. Yang Kai took it without saying a word, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it into his abdomen. With a flick of his hand, he swept all the jade bottles into his space ring, and then he began to sit cross-legged. The little senior sister held her breath and quietly moved away from Yang Kai, so as not to disturb him. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, paying attention for a moment. Visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's complexion began to recover, and Shang confirmed that there was nothing serious about him, it was just that his spiritual power was consumed too much. As long as Yang Kai is well, she can rest assured. Inside the mysterious boundary bead, Yang Kai recovered from his meditation, but a piece of his divine sense permeated outside the mysterious boundary bead, vigilantly watching the movements around him in case of accidents. As the owner of the mysterious boundary orb, he can do this. Yang Kai is not sure if he can get rid of Luo Hai with this method, but he is a Void King 2-layer strongman, and he is the most powerful enemy that Yang Kai has encountered so far since his debut. In case he found traces of the existence of the mysterious boundary orb, Yang Kai would really be a turtle in the urn. A figure flew past tens of miles away from the huge meteorite where the mysterious boundary orb was located, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai. Sure enough, he didn't find the mysterious boundary orb, but instead tracked it in a direction he determined. Yang Kai relaxed his head but didn't dare to be too careless. While desperately refining the efficacy of the elixir and recovering his consciousness, he continued to pay attention. Not long after, Luo Hai returned from the front again, passing by on the other side 50 miles away from the huge meteorite. The terrifying divine sense belonging to the second level of the Void King swept across the tens of thousands of miles of void like a tidal wave, without missing a single inch. His eyes are also like a falcon, exuding a sharp light that seems to be able to see extremely far away. Leisurely, his eyes turned to the huge meteorite where the mysterious boundary orb was located. Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath, secretly nervous in his heart. Fortunately, Luo Hai quickly shifted his sight and continued to search elsewhere. Obviously he found nothing. But he is a Void King realm expert, and Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in this area. Luo Hai didn't think that Yang Kai could break away from his divine sense control in an instant. He was sure that Yang Kai was hiding nearby, but he didn't know what he used. The method covered his own aura and vitality, so that even a strong man like him could not see it. Interesting, Luo Hai murmured to himself, and his body was constantly shuttling back and forth in this tens of thousands of miles of void, searching for any suspicious places, and at the same time he raised his voice and shouted, "Lu Buzzy will hide you if he knows you. Here, but do you think you can get rid of this seat?" Wishful thinking, now come out obediently, and hand over the Emperor treasure and the Void Mind Crystal to me. I can let the past go and let you live, but if I ask me to find you, HMPH. Yang Kai heard his call and was unmoved. Since Luo Hai has already torn his face, it is absolutely impossible for him to let him go, otherwise if the news of today is spread, it will also be a blow to his reputation. Moreover, both Emperor Treasure and Void Mind Crystal are of great importance. How could Luo Hai keep Yang Kai alive? As long as he gets these two things, he will definitely cross the river and tear down the bridge. Yang Kai secretly scolded Luo Hai for his sanctimonious appearance, despicable and shameless. While on Kuiwei Star, Luo Hai gave people a good impression. As a one-star master and a Void King two-layer powerhouse, he had no pretensions and seemed approachable. But now, in the absence of others, he finally revealed his true face. Switching to other void-returning mirrors, perhaps due to the pressure brought by Luo Hai, they would really throw themselves into the trap and ask him to forgive them. But Yang Kai knew that doing so would only make him die faster. Most of the day passed. Luo Hai wandered back and forth several times in this tens of thousands of miles, carefully searched every place and every piece of meteorite but still found nothing. This annoyed him immensely. He himself was a little uncertain whether Yang Kai was really still hiding here, or that kid had already escaped from his control. He suddenly stopped, with a gloomy expression, as if he had made some decision. He gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you forced me to do this, I hope you won't regret it when you get to the underworld." After the words fell, Luo Hai suddenly stretched out his hands, his fingers spread out, and surrounded them in a circle in front of him. The horrifying Shengyuan boiled out of his body, and white light burst out leisurely from the 10 fingers, gathering towards the middle. The holy essence in his body seemed to have found some outlet, and they rushed out together, and gathered together along the 10 white rays of light. In the blink of an eye, a pure white energy ball the size of a fist appeared in front of Cheng Hai. Although the energy ball is not big, it has enough terrifying power to destroy the world. And with the infusion of Luo Hai Shengyuan, it is still growing bigger. The divine sense that Yang Kai left outside the mysterious boundary pearl sensed this scene, and he screamed in his heart that it was not good. Knowing that Luo Hai was going to get serious, he didn't know what to do for a while, so he could only force himself to calm down and watch quietly its changes. After 10 breaths, the white ball of light between Luo Hai's hands seemed to be the size of a washbasin. Luo Hai gave a grinning grin, and pushed his hands forward. The white ball of light floated forward as if it had no weight, and flew 100 miles away. The next moment, a dazzling white light bloomed from that location, and within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it was instantly filled with this piece of white light, and with the white light as the center, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, all things that encountered white light, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles in an instant, it turned into dust and disappeared into the void. Numerous suspended in the starry sky, the large and small meteorites seemed to be gasified, and even a small dead star nearby began to crack, dispelling the bait. The Void King's second-level powerhouse hit with all his strength, and his power can be called terrifying. Luo Hai remained motionless, his spiritual sense expanded, and he paid attention to the movement around him. He believes that as long as Yang Kai is still hiding around here, he will definitely die. With his cultivation at the second level of Void Return, it is impossible to resist such a violent attack. As for the Void Mind Crystal and Emperor Treasure, they are not ordinary things, and cannot be destroyed in such an energy explosion. Luo Hai doesn't need to capture Yang Kai alive, he only needs those 2 treasures. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was emptied, but what made Luo Hai slightly discolored was that not only was there no trace of Yang Kai's vitality being annihilated, even the aura of Void Mind Crystal and Emperor Treasure did not appear. "You're really gone." Luo Hai's face darkened, and his mood immediately became extremely bad. Yoda, he turned his head and looked in a certain direction in the void. At that position, it seems that something is being driven by the violent energy impact, and it is flying towards the distance. Luo Hai frowned, somewhat puzzled. His blow had already destroyed everything nearby, so what was it that he survived? Whatever it is, it's probably something out of the ordinary. Seeing that Lai Xin was happy, Luo Hai wanted to chase there. When his eyes turned to the location of the mysterious boundary orb, Yang Kai knew something was wrong. Hastily greeted Shanning Shang, stuffed a handful of pills into her mouth, and rushed out of the mysterious boundary bead in a hurry. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the starry sky. Without caring about anything else, he put away the mysterious boundary bead, tore his hands forward, and rushed into the space crack. "You are still here," Luo Hai yelled, turning into a flash of lightning, and hurriedly chased after him. But Yang Kai quickly disappeared, and when Luo Hai sensed his aura again, Yang Kai was already 5,000 miles away. The use of space power has improved again. Luo Hai changed his color slightly, not daring to neglect, and galloped in the direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai soon discovered this. Now he can escape 5,000 miles away by tearing apart the space once, and, this is not the limit, he is still able to do it with ease. Being chased by Yan Hai in this way, constantly tearing apart the space to escape, seems to be of great help to him in cultivating space power. Yang Kai suddenly realized something. The power of the space around him fell, and he once again stretched out his hands to tear the space, and stepped into it. When he appeared, he silently calculated the distance he moved this time. 5,500 miles. Yang Kai's eyes showed ecstasy, and he couldn't help laughing. He suddenly discovered that this was an opportunity to put his life on the line and suppress his own potential. He stood on the spot, waited for a while, and only when Luo Hai approached a certain distance from him did he unhurriedly use the tearing space to leave. 6,000 miles. 6,500 miles. 7,000 miles. The kid is too deceitful. What kind of person is Luo Hai? It is impossible to guess what the intention of Yang Kai's actions is. This kid actually uses himself to suppress his potential and cultivates space power while fleeing. For Yan Hai, this is simply a great shame and humiliation. A martial artist who is proficient in the power of space is indeed difficult to deal with. If it were any one of the Void Return 2-layer realm, he would probably be dead by now. But Yang Kai was able to use the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse, and played a game of chasing and fleeing with a strong man like Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face was livid, his fists were clenched tightly, his joints turned white. When had he ever been insulted like this? In the star field, he is the most powerful except for those old immortals who can't see the end of the dragon. Wu Dao even commented that he is the most promising Void King realm powerhouse who is the first to be promoted to the 3rd level in the star field. This is the highest honor. Such a strong man has nothing to do with a little-known kid. Luo Hai is almost mad with anger. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Shaolin Air. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1624 Star Power Blessing. It's Monday again, please recommend tickets. Seeing that Yang Kai left in a position not far from him again, Luo Hai suddenly stopped, his face calm and terrifying, just like the early stage of the storm. He released his divine sense, locked onto the position where Yang Kai appeared, pierced the void with his deep eyes, stared in that direction, took a deep breath, and drank almost word by word. I am Star Lord, Kuiwei Xingqian, listen to my orders and pass on my star power. As the words fell, Kuiwei Star, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, suddenly shook, and an unimaginable beam of energy shot from Kuiwei Star, spanning a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, and bombarded Luo Hai. Luo Hai's already extremely powerful aura soared crazily, reaching the level of the Void King's 3rd level. At the same time, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, Zhu Lao and other Void King realm powerhouses changed their colors in shock and stood up. Star Power Blessing. The withered body of the old woman surnamed Lei trembled, and her seemingly cloudy eyes burst into an astonishing light. It turned out to be the blessing of star power. Master Luo Hai actually used the original power of Kuiwei Star. As a star master, no matter where he is, as long as he is still in this star field, he can mobilize the original power of the stars. What kind of danger has Brother Luo Hai encountered? Someone can force him to such an extent. Who is he trying to fight with? 7 or 8 virtual kings looked around blankly. No one knew what happened to Luo Hai, which actually made him mobilize the original power of the stars. You know, even for a star master, it is not easy to use the power of the stars. The Star Master and the Star of Cultivation are closely related, and we share honor and shame. Once part of the source of the star is removed, it will be impossible to recover in a short period of time. This is more serious than the injury of the Star Master himself. The loss cannot be made up within 1,000 years, unless Luo Hai can be promoted to a small level within 1,000 years, and become the 3rd level king. If Luo Hai hadn't been forced to do so, it would be impossible for him to do this, but how many people in this world could make Luo Hai have to do this? Could it be that he has provoked some hidden top powerhouse? Zhu Lao and the others looked ashen. Although it is true that they are at the Void King realm, they are all at the 1st layer realm, and the 2nd tier realm is out of reach for them, let alone the illusory 3rd layer realm. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Just after Luo Hai pulled out a sliver of the original power of Kuiwei Star, the aura of heaven and earth in the entire Kuiwei Star seemed to be a little weaker. This subtle difference is not too obvious, but it does become thinner. This is the direct consequence of drawing the original power of the stars. Rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a war between star masters who used the origin of the stars, and in the end both lost. The cultivation stars owned by the two star masters have changed from extremely rich to barren, and they have not been able to slow down their vitality so far. In the star field, Luo Hai's aura buoyed by star power soared. He stared at Yang Kai's position from a distance, opened his mouth, and a white air shot out from his mouth, cutting towards the distant void like a sword light. Thousands of miles away, Yang Kai shuddered, his hair stood on end, and a dangerous feeling filled his heart. Although he didn't know what happened to Luo Hai, he knew that Luo Hai was definitely on fire, so he didn't dare to neglect, and stretched out his hand to tear it away. This time there is something wrong with tearing the space without any disadvantage. It seems that Yang Kai's place is imprisoned by something. No matter how he tears it, the space crack in front of him is only 1 foot long and cannot be expanded at all. Chi 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 chi. There were sharp voices all around. Before the white light sword energy arrived, Yang Kai felt like falling into an ice cellar with his murderous intent alone, as if he was standing on the top of a snow-capped mountain. The raging wind was like a sharp knife, making his skin ache. Not good. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, seeing the white light sword energy getting closer and closer to him. He no longer dared to stay where he was, desperately urging his Saint Yuan, and flew to the side. As soon as he made a move, the white light sword energy slashed at the position where he was before. The void seemed to be divided into two, and a huge space crack suddenly appeared in that space. Luo Hai doesn't understand the power of space, but his blow has already affected the stability of space. The aftermath of the attack sputtered in all directions, and there was a clanging sound from Yang Kai's body, just like the intersection of gold and iron. In an instant, the clothes were dyed golden by the golden blood, and hundreds of small holes appeared on Yang Kai's solid body. From the hole, there was a terrifying energy that penetrated into it, trying to destroy Yang Kai's meridians and flesh and blood. The remaining prestige of the attack alone is so strong that if he was hit by the white light sword energy just now, Yang Kai estimated that he would be smashed to pieces immediately. His face was slightly pale, and he didn't bother to check his injuries. He desperately encouraged Sheng Yuan to suppress the energy that penetrated the wound, and once again used the power of space to tear a space crack. As soon as he left, Luo Hai arrived on the back. See how long you can escape. Luo Hai's face sank like water, as if he didn't expect that the blow of his own star power could not do anything to Yang Kai, and his bad mood instantly became extremely bad. His figure shook, continued to catch up with Yang Kai. The two chased and fled. Unlike the ease just now, Yang Kai went all out this time. Luo Hai's inexplicable strength surged. Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with the beam of light he saw just now. Perhaps it was the legendary star power blessing. The old thing is willing to deal with him. Yang Kai hated secretly. He knew the consequences of mobilizing the original power of the stars. After another narrow escape, Yang Kai's expression turned ugly. Luo Hai, who is blessed with star power, is completely different from just now. Yang Kai reckons that once his consciousness is exhausted, he will really be powerless to resist. The mysterious boundary orb was exposed once, and Luo Hai could not be easily deceived again. It is no longer advisable to use the mysterious boundary orb in this empty star field. You can only go to the cultivation star. There are countless creatures on the cultivation star. Even if Luo Hai is the master of the Kuiwei star, it is impossible for him to act too recklessly. Only when you reach the nearest cultivation star, will you have the opportunity to use the mysterious boundary orb to hide yourself again. Yang Kai's eyes became firm, his mind immersed, and he transformed into a soul and spirit body in the sea of consciousness. He looked up at the sky, judged his position in the vast and boundless star map, and looked for the closest cultivation star to him. With this star map, he can see a miniature star field, and it is not difficult to find the star of cultivation. After a while, his eyes lit up, his soul and spirit body escaped from the sea of consciousness, turned around, and continued to flee. There was a storm in the starry sky that was enough to eclipse the sun. Yang Kai was not afraid, and directly broke into it. The colorful light bloomed outside his body, and the immortal 5 elements sword energy protected his body. Naturally, Luo Hai, who followed closely, would not be afraid of the starry sky storm, and while spitting out that white sword energy from his mouth, he walked leisurely into it. Wherever he passed, the starry sky storm seemed to be disturbed, and actively separated to the two sides to make way for him. In less than a quarter of an hour, Luo Hai walked out of the storm in the starry sky. But looking around, where is the trace of Yang Kai? The boy disappeared again at some point. leaving only a trace of the artistic conception of using space power in the nearby void. Difficult to deal with, Luo Hai was in a bad mood, turned his head to look at a huge colorful cultivation star more than 100,000 miles away on the left, squinted his eyes and said, I want to hide there, okay, I just look at it. Let's see how long you can hide. He quickly deduced Yang Kai's intentions and judged that he was definitely hiding on the colorful cultivation star. Because once he hides there, it is impossible for him to find him out too easily. The cultivation star is different from the Death Star in the starry sky. The Death Star can be destroyed at will, and no one will blame it. But if you destroy a cultivation star, people from the entire star field will come to chase and kill you. At that time, Luo Hai, even if he hid back to Kuiwei Star, he might die. On the premise of not destroying the cultivation star, looking for a person who deliberately hides himself is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Luo Hai can't do anything. This is not his Kuiwei Star after all, he can't use the source of the star to spy on everything. This is Qilin Star, right? Luo Hai quickly came to the place thousands of miles above the cultivating star, glanced around, realized that he had been here before, and snorted coldly, all right, let's see you first. See that old thing Kai Huo? I haven't seen him for thousands of years. I don't know how this old guy's cultivation is progressing. Has he broken through to the second level? Saying so, he strolled in one direction. In a barren mountain, a river crosses the mountain from north to south. Somewhere in the creek, under the mud, the mysterious boundary pearl lay there quietly. The name of the mountain is Kangshan, the name of the river is Kanghae, and it is inaccessible. Yang Kai passed through the storm in the starry sky and successfully got rid of Luo Hai's divine sense tracking. The first time he came to this cultivation star, he found a hidden place to hide the mysterious boundary orb and got in by himself. He believed that Luo Hai would not dare to mess around on this cultivation star, so he was considered safe for the time being. Appearing in the attic of Zon Boundary Pearl, Shanning Shang burst into tears. Yang Kai's situation this time was much more serious than last time. The last time it was just that the strength of her consciousness was exhausted and she was a little tired, but this time her body was full of wounds. Those wounds were so thin that the naked eye couldn't see them, but Shanning Shang keenly felt that in those wounds, there were what hidden energy is destroying Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper. Don't worry, I'll be fine after a while of retreat, it may take a little time. Yang Kai told Shanning Shang, then sat down cross-legged, and began to dissolve the intruded energy in his body. Shanning Shang walked out of the loft silently, looked back worriedly, and guarded the outside without saying a word. But soon, as if she remembered something, she took out a large amount of herbs and monster inner alchemy, sat there cross-legged, with a calm expression, and started alchemy. She felt that she was too weak, and she hated herself for not being able to help Yang Kai. On Tongshuan continent, she was not aware of any danger, because there, as long as she wanted, she could sweep the entire continent by herself. But since Yang Kai brought her out, she has truly seen the splendor and danger of star territory. She really understood her own weakness. If he is strong enough to fight side by side with his junior brother, maybe he won't be injured. Shanning Shang began to make alchemy desperately. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Shang. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1625 Qilin Star, Ice Absolute Island. Yang Kai's arrival this time still did not alarm anyone, and 99% of the warriors in the entire mysterious small world were practicing in closed doors. In the attic, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took some medicinal pills that could help recover from injuries, and then began to encourage Sheng Yuan to dissolve the energy in his body. Those small vigor contained the artistic conception of a Void King realm powerhouse killing the enemy, full of killing intentions. If Yang Kai's physical body was not strong, these artistic concepts alone would be enough to crush him to pieces. The means of the Void King's second-layer powerhouse cannot be judged by common sense. Sheng Yuan agitated, shuttled through the meridians and flesh and blood, and surrounded those tiny vigor. But soon, Yang Kai's face changed, it was extremely ugly. His own Sheng Yuan, who is so strong that he can disdain the level of the void returning mirror, has nothing to do with that vigor. The Sheng Yuan wrapped in the past seemed a bit vulnerable to those vigor, no matter how large and powerful it was condensed, it would be torn apart and defeated. He wasn't discouraged, and encouraged Sheng Yuan to try again and again, with the idea of wearing it away little by little. 10 days passed by in a flash. In the attic, Yang Kai's aura not only didn't recover much, but became more sluggish. After 10 days of hard work, there was no result at all. Not only did Luo Hai's energy not be dissipated, but his saint qi was lost innumerably. There is a big difference in the realm, and his own Shengyuan is not his vigorous opponent at all. Yang Kai opened his eyes and stopped doing useless work. Although his expression was sluggish, his eyes were still bright. Qi is dead, but people are alive. He felt that he could definitely dissolve the qi, but he didn't find the right way. Since Sheng Yuan lost, what about the others? The power contained in Yang Kai's body is not limited to Saint Yuan. There is also the power of space, and the immortal sword energy of the 5 elements. Thinking of this, Yang Kai began to experiment. He condensed a force of space, wrapped towards a small Qi Jin, as if aware of it. When the power of space wrapped it, Qi Jin immediately began to counterattack, piercing towards the power of space with an incomparably sharp artistic conception. Although it has some influence on the power of space, but it didn't collapse at the touch of a touch like Sheng Yuan. There is drama. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Control the space power more and more carefully. After a while, the power of space wrapped up that tiny Qi. Even though it rushed left and right inside, it still couldn't get rid of it. The next moment, Yang Kai's spiritual mind moved, and the power of space wrapped in Qi Jin broke through the barrier of space in an instant, came out of the body. The power of space dissipated, and the energy invisible to the naked eye splashed into the void and shot towards a certain place, punching a small hole the size of a needle eye in the attic, disappearing invisible. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai secretly heaved a sigh of relief, confirming that the power of space can drive away the energy in his body. It's just that if you do this, it's too cumbersome and inefficient. On the way to escape, Yang Kai was shot into tens of thousands of energy by the aftermath of Luo Hai's attack. If he really followed this method to get rid of it, it would be impossible to complete it within 3 to 5 years. It's too long. Yang Kai frowned, and began to try the Immortal 5 Elements Sword Qi. The Immortal 5 Elements Sword is a body tempering technique, but it is in the process of practicing it. It will let the practitioners give birth to the immortal sword energy of the 5 elements, and the sword energy of the 5 elements has different functions. Metal and fire are responsible for killing, wood is responsible for growth, earth and water are responsible for defense, and the 5 elements restrain each other. Cultivating to the extreme can allow warriors to achieve an indestructible body. Yang Kai's Immortal 5 Elements Sword can only barely be regarded as a small achievement, and it can be used against enemies, but it is still far away from the legendary indestructible body. Now it stimulates the Immortal 5 Elements Sword energy in the body. Extracted the 2 sword qi of the main killer, gold and fire, and began to dissolve Luo Hai's qi. Among the flesh and blood, golden and red rays of light bloomed, shuttling through Yang Kai's wound, attacking that energy. Although Luo Hai's Qi Jin was unmanned, he didn't want to sit still. Facing the interception and killing of 2 sword qi, he started to fight back. But it was in vain. The 2 golden and fire sword qi only took 3 breaths, and strangled the qi force invisible. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of great joy. He didn't expect that the Immortal 5 Elements Sword would have such a miraculous effect on dispelling Luo Hai's energy, but the power of space pales in comparison. But this is also understandable. Although the power of space is broad and profound, Luo Hai's energy seems to be derived from sword energy. The Immortal 5 Elements Sword energy is also sword energy, which can be restrained. Seeing the hope, Yang Kai spared no effort to activate the Immortal 5 Elements Sword. Not only did he use 2 kinds of gold and fire, but also the rest of the water, earth and wood rushed forward, and the efficiency immediately accelerated a lot. After thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't waste time, took out the 5 Elements Supreme Treasure, carved formations around him, placed them in order, and drove away Luo Hai's energy while cultivating the indestructible 5 Elements Sword. Time passed, and it was 3 months in a flash. The qi in Yang Kai's body was finally expelled, and for some reason, Yang Kai felt that the power of his indestructible 5 Elements Sword qi had increased a lot. He guessed that it had something to do with dissolving Luo Hai's energy and absorbing his sword spirit. The 5 Elements Supreme Treasures are Taiyang True Essence, Xuanian Sunflower Water, Dianfeng, Xuanjin, and Limu. There is no need to worry about the true essence of the sun. It is the core of a star of the sun. Yang Kai has practiced it. It has basically not changed. Only a small half of the Xuanian Sunflower Water is left. The same is true for Dianfeng, and Xuanjin is even more so. It's only the size of a baby's palm, and Limu doesn't seem to be able to last long. Cultivating the Immortal 5 Elements Sword consumes too much of the 5 Elements Supreme Treasure. Ordinary people really can't afford to cultivate. It seems that apart from the true sun essence, the other 4 things have to find some substitutes, otherwise once these materials are consumed, I will not be able to continue my cultivation. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai didn't stop practicing. While checking his body, Luo Hai's vigor was completely expelled, and all his injuries were recovered. Moreover, after the experience of escaping from death under Luo Hai, Yang Kai faintly felt that his cultivation had improved a lot. It seems that it is about to break through the third layer of void return. After all, Yang Kai also gained a lot in the blood prison before, but because he had just been promoted not long ago, he couldn't break through quickly. If he had been promoted to the second order realm earlier, Yang Kai felt that he would be able to break through to the third order realm in the blood prison. It's not in a hurry, anyway, I can get there anyway. Sweeping away with her spiritual thoughts, Shanning Shang was refining alchemy, her beautiful eyes were full of determination, and there were still many bloodshot eyes, and she didn't know how long she hadn't rested. Yang Kai sighed lightly, and the sound transmission told her that he had fully recovered, and the little senior sister showed a smile. Yang Kai didn't rush out of the customs, but continued to stay in the attic. This time, under Luo Hai's pursuit, he constantly used the power of space to escape, which greatly inspired him, and made him have a much deeper understanding of the power of space. The situation was too urgent at that time, and he didn't have time to understand it carefully. Now that the crisis is over, he certainly won't miss such an opportunity, staying in the attic while practicing the Immortal 5-element sword, while comprehending the power of space. Absolute Ice Island, the famous existence of Qilin Star. It is famous because one of the two most powerful sects on Qilin Star, the main rudder of Bingxin Valley, is on this island. Bingju Island is surrounded by the sea on all sides, the ice on the sea surface is frozen tens of feet, and the temperature is extremely low. The disciples of Bingxin Valley on the island are all practicing ice-type exercises and martial arts, and the secret treasures they use are also ice-type. And the reason why Bingxin Valley can become one of the two most powerful sects on Qilin Star is because there is a Void King Realm Supreme Elder sitting in charge. In addition, from the Valley Master to the elders in the sect, they are all at the top of the Void Return 3-layer realm, and they are only one step away from being qualified to break through the Void King realm. There are more than 100 people in Bingxin Valley alone for those who are strong in the third layer of returning to the void. Such a number is extremely terrifying, and no force on Gloom Star can compare with it. The Xingdi Mountain, which was once the most powerful, only had 30 void returning third layer realm members, and now they have all become members of the Lingxiao sect. Keeping pace with Bingxin Valley is the equally famous Huo Yaozong. These two sects have held the throne of Qilin Star's strongest sect for tens of thousands of years. I don't know if it is because of different cultivation concepts, or because one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. There is often a gap between the two sects. When it arrives, it is often endless. The grievances are deeply rooted and have been like this for thousands of years, and there is no possibility of resolving them at all. At this moment, in the very center of Bingju Island, within an ice palace, more than a dozen women of different ages were sitting in 2 rows. At the head is a beautiful woman in palace attire. That beautiful woman's face is not alluring, but her beautiful eyes are extremely beautiful, like stars in the sky, making people reluctant to move away after one glance. The owner of Bingxin Valley, Binglong, the powerhouse at the peak of the Void Return third layer, whose own momentum tends to be great, is the strongest under the elders of the Supreme Elder of Bingxin Valley. The disciples of Bingxin Valley are all women, and there has never been a precedent for male disciples joining the sect. But no one dared to underestimate them because they were women, and anyone who did would be dead. The atmosphere in the Ice Palace is a bit dignified, and many high-level officials in Ice Heart Valley seem to be discussing something important. Master Gu, the Huo Yaozong's recent movements are a bit strange. The pressure on me in Bingxin Valley has weakened a lot. Many disciples are frequently dispatched, and they seem to be looking for someone. The woman sitting first on the left said. She looked to be about 30 years old, dressed as a young woman, with an exquisite figure, but her expression was extremely cold. Ran Yunting, the great elder of Bingxin Valley, has the same level of cultivation as the Valley Master Bing Long, but her strength is slightly inferior to the former, so she can only take the position of great elder. Looking for someone? What's the matter? Bing Longdai, the owner of Ice Heart Valley, raised her eyebrows, her voice was extremely soft and quiet. What definite information can the disciples find out? Ran Yunting shook her head. I don't know much about the low-level disciples of the Huo Yaozong. I only know that the Huo Yaozong is looking for a young man. By the way, I have his portrait here. Please take a look at it. Chapter 1626. Binglong nodded, stretched out her hand and sucked the portrait over. Looking around, the person in the portrait looked about 25 or 16 years old, with a cold and resolute expression. Her appearance couldn't be said to be good or bad, and she didn't know anything special about it. Actually, let Huo Yaozong search so hard. Let's take a look. Binglong threw the portrait casually to another elder. Remember this man's appearance. If we can find him, bring him back to Ice Extinction Island. Some time ago, Yaozong wanted to harm me, Bingxingwu, but suddenly he was delayed because of this person. It seems that this person is involved in a lot of things, otherwise Hua Yaozong would definitely not do this. Look for breakthroughs in people. In that case, should we also look for this person? Ran Yunting asked. Binglong nodded and said, of course I want it, but I don't have to do it deliberately. I will ask you to go back later, and send a portrait of this person to each of the disciples, so that they can pay more attention when they are walking outside. Yes, Gu Master is wise. All the elders agreed in unison. The portraits were uploaded by some elders. They are all strong in the Void Return third layer, and their memory is naturally not bad. Just by looking at it, they remembered the appearance of the person in the painting. Binglong said again, a few years ago, the elder of the sect made a mistake in practicing kung fu, and he has not recovered so far. Are there any clues for the few good medicines that people are looking for? Hearing this, more than a dozen people present all shook their heads sadly, and an elder said, other medicinal materials have been purchased with a lot of money, but that precious red Scrophulariaceae is really rare. Maybe, only Hua Yaozong's it's only found on Ganlei Mountain. Ganlei Mountain. Binglong's face darkened. It's the forbidden area of the Fire Flame sect, and there are only a handful of people who are qualified to enter the Fire Flame sect, let alone us. Order someone to search carefully, no matter how much it takes. The price must also be found. Yes, damn it. Ran Yunting gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for the Taishang elder who made a mistake in practicing a few years ago, how could I, Bingxin Valley, be suppressed by the Huo Yaozong? For thousands of years, the strength of the two schools has always been equal, but this time. Hearing what she said, all the elders looked resentful. Great Elder, stop talking nonsense. Are you blaming the Supreme Elder for making mistakes in practicing Kung Fu? Binglong stared at her apricot eyes, and whispered majestically. Ran Yunting's delicate body trembled slightly, and she said hastily, don't dare, this disciple definitely doesn't mean that. Binglong's face turned pale. She nodded and said, I know you don't mean that, but this is also my Bingxin Valley's catastrophe, although it is not convenient for the Supreme Elder to act now, but Hua Yaozong wants us to surrender. It is not it's such an easy matter. Let's not mention it in advance. I am very concerned about another matter. Great Elder, how is your disciple doing now? Ran Yunting smiled slightly. She's fine, and she's already at the first level of Void Return. As soon as this remark came out, everyone present was moved. Have you returned to the first level of the Void so quickly? Her aptitude is so good. When the Great Elder brought her back, she was only at the third level of the Holy Realm, right? It's only been so many years. Even if the cultivation resources are abundant, it is not possible to cultivate so fast, right? Binglong also seemed to be extremely happy, and said with joy, Grand Elder, I heard that your disciple has the special quality of ice crystal jade body. Is it true or not? Not bad. Ran Yunting nodded. Her physique is indeed an ice crystal jade body, but it seems that it is not a congenital physique, but an acquired physique, and I don't know what adventures she has had before. So I practiced the secret technique of my Bingxin Valley since then. Her cultivation has been able to advance so fast, and to tell the truth to the owner, she is not only at the first level of return to the void, she is now preparing to hit the second level. In the Ice Palace, the expressions of many elders became even more exciting. Each of them was astonished and shocked. Binglong was also extremely happy. There is no difference between innate and acquired. Her ice crystal jade body is the key to the future of my Bingxin Valley. Heaven will not perish for my Bingxin Valley. It seems that she is very likely to reach the level of the Supreme Elder in the future. With such an achievement, the future of my Bingxin Valley may be handed over to her. Ran Yunting said modestly, the owner of the valley thinks highly of her. The little girl is still low level now, and she still needs to be cultivated by the owner of the valley. Do everything possible to meet her cultivation needs. Binglong Jiao shouted. Yes. Ran Yunting nodded respectfully. Great Elder, I heard that the reason why Huo Yaozong targeted me at Bingxin Valley this time is because of your disciple. Someone asked with a chuckle. That's right, I've also heard about this. It is said that Wei Feng, the son of the Hua Yao sect's lord, ran into that girl when he was training abroad, and he never forgot about her. After returning, he urged Wei Qing to come to my Ice Heart Valley to be an important person. I haven't seen that girl before. It seems that after she came to Bingju Island, she rarely went out and has been practicing in seclusion. I've seen her once, and she's really pretty. No wonder that little bastard Wei Feng can't forget her. If I were a man, I'm afraid I'd be fascinated by her too. All the elders laughed, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. It's about chasing wind and shadow. Ran Yunting smiled wryly. Bing Long said, you are also the elders of my Bingxin Valley, can't you see that this matter is just a pretext? Huo Yaozong just used this as an excuse to embarrass us, and took the opportunity to test the Supreme Elder injury situation. Once they confirm that the Supreme Elder is indeed injured, I am afraid they will make a big move, and this matter will not be kept secret for long. I want to see if their Huo Yaozong's teeth are tough, or my Bingxin Valley's defense is stronger. They wouldn't be so bold to attack on a large scale, unless they don't care about the life and death of their disciples. If they dare to come, I will make them look good. A group of women yelled, and it was full of momentum. On the left, an old woman who looked about 60 years old frowned, with a hint of worry in her brows, and she didn't speak until the others had finished speaking. Reporting to the suzerain, the old man heard a piece of news a few days ago. Quote, what news made Elder Wu care so much? Bing Long turned her eyes to the old woman and asked, and the others also looked at her. I heard that Luo Hai has arrived at Hoa Yaozong. Elder Wu said in a deep voice. Luo Hai, everyone in the Ice Palace frowned, as if they hadn't remembered who Luo Hai was, but soon, someone exclaimed, Master Luo Hai, Lord of Kuiwei Star. It's really him. No way, he's not on Kuiwei Star, what is he doing on Qilon Star? Although Luo Hai is the Star Master of Kuiwei, but as a strong man in the second level of Void King, his name has already been spread throughout the Star Field, so even if the people of Bingxin Valley are in Bingju Island, they have heard of his name for a long time. Now when they heard that he had arrived at Hoa Yao sect, they all paled. The news is reliable. Bing Long's tender body leaned forward slightly, her jade hands clenched the armrest of the chair, and there was a creaking sound from the armrest, which showed that her mood was greatly fluctuating. Reliable. Elder Wu looked solemn. I'm a spy who was placed in the Fire Yaozong, and I saw it with my own eyes. The Ice Palace immediately became quiet, and everyone's faces seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and their expressions became wrong. I'm afraid you all know that Lord Luo Hai is the Kuiwei Star Master, but he has a close relationship with Chuo of the Hoa Yao sect. He came to the Hoa Yao sect at this time. Wu Chenglu didn't finish his old words, but no matter what, everyone can hear his overtones. Not really. Bing Long shook her head. He and Chuo do have friendship, but it's not like he came here from Kuiwei Star just to deal with us Bingxin Valley. Chuo doesn't have such a big face. But Guju, this is a sensitive time, and we have to guard against it. If Luo Hai and Kai Huo join forces, the situation in Bingxin Valley will be worrying. Bing Long's pretty face turned pale. If this is the case, then Bingxin Valley may only have to be disbanded. Luo Hai alone is not something that Bingxin Valley can resist. He is a level stronger than Kai Huo and the Supreme Elder of this sect. I actually think that Lord Luo Hai's arrival at Qilon Star at this time may have something to do with the person that Fire Yaozong is looking for. Some elders guessed. How do I say this? Think about it, Huo Yaozong has been looking for this person recently, and even slowed down the pace of suppression against us, and Lord Luo Hai arrived at Qilon Star recently. He went to the place where Huo Yaozong, if they are linked together, could Lord Luo Hai ask Huo Yaozong to help find the trace of that person? Everyone's eyes lit up. It's very possible. If that's the case, then we have to find the trace of this person before Huo Yaozong. Bing Long's beautiful eyes shone with strange brilliance. As long as we find him, hand him over to Luo Hai my lord, then the current crisis of my Bingxin Valley can be easily solved, and after the Supreme Elder fully recovers, the Fire Brilliance sect will definitely not have any more troubles. Guju is right. Ran Yunting nodded in agreement. Pass down the order to send out all the disciples who can be dispatched, and try to find the trace of this person as much as possible. Bing Long made a decisive decision, gritted her teeth and shouted. Yes. All the elders agreed one after another, and Chi-Chi left the Ice Palace. On this day, tens of thousands of Bingxin Valley disciples set off from Bingju Island to various parts of Chalangsing, and each of them brought a portrait, which showed Yang Kai's appearance. At night, near the center of Bingju Island, in an ice room, Ran Yunting sat cross-legged and practiced. The temperature in the ice room is extremely low, even the warriors of the Void Return Third Layer are extremely uncomfortable here. They have to run the Saint Yuan to resist the ubiquitous cold, but for the elders of Bingxin Valley, this place is the best place of practice. The ubiquitous cold air seemed to be drawn by something, rushing towards her body one after another, resonating with her saint essence and enhancing her strength. There were slight footsteps outside the door, and soon the footsteps stopped, and someone outside said, "Disciple, come and pay respects to Master." "Come in." Ran Yunting smiled slightly and opened her eyes. The next moment, the door was opened, and a beautiful figure walked in from the outside. Wearing a white dress, spotless, a lock of black hair like a cloud falling down like a waterfall, thick and light phoenix eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes, a straight Chong nose, and a creamy white melon-seeded face that is crystal clear like jade, tender and tender. The slippery snow muscles are as tender as honey, and the body is slender and demure. She is like an ice doll carefully carved by the gods, and there is not a single flaw in her body. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1627 Su Yan. Ran Yunting looked up and down at the woman who came in, with a hint of approval on her face. "Yes, from your appearance, Bingyu art has made progress, it is worthy of my teacher to cultivate you, and even made an exception to teach you this magical art." Quote. The woman's expression was neither happy nor sad, and she didn't even change her expression since she came in. There was a bone-chilling chill all over her body, as if it was really a piece of ice. Hearing this, the woman said, "The master is very kind, and the disciples dare not neglect." "Very good, sit down." Ran Yunting nodded slightly, and pointed to a Bingyu futon in front of her. Today is the day for clarifying doubts once a month. On this day every month, the woman will come to Ran Yunting's residence to say hello, and by the way, ask her to explain the problems and doubts encountered in cultivation for herself. The master and apprentice had obviously experienced such things countless times, so the woman was no stranger and sat down obediently. "What obscure things have you come across in your practice recently?" Ran Yunting asked kindly. Although her current cultivation level is 2 small levels higher than her disciples, with her cultivation speed, she may be able to keep pace with her in a few years, and in a few years, she may reach the supreme being with the height of an elder. Ran Yunting has high hopes for her, and she is not impatient. The woman nodded slightly, and when she was about to speak, out of the corner of her beautiful eyes, she caught sight of a portrait hanging on the icy wall behind Ran Yunting. The woman's delicate body was shocked suddenly. She has always been calm in the ancient well, and she would not be moved even if the sky fell. Characters. The woman's expression was extremely complicated, with surprises, disbelief, and bewilderment. It changed several times in an instant. But only in the blink of an eye. She restrained her strangeness. "Do you know this person?" Although the woman's expression changed quickly, she couldn't hide from Ran Yunting's observation. Seeing that her expression was wrong, Ran Yunting asked suspiciously. The woman shook her head slowly. "I don't know." Ran Yunting frowned. "It seems that some do not believe it." The woman said, "Master's house has always been simple. There is nothing but a bed and chairs. Today, I suddenly saw a portrait of a man. So this disciple is a little surprised." Hearing her explanation, Ran Yunting didn't think so, nodded and said, "Oh, I have never seen the person in this painting. It's just that the Huo Yaozong is looking for this person recently, and the owner of the valley ordered his disciples to also go out and look for him. He may be the key person to resolve my crisis in Bingxin Valley." "I see." The woman tried her best to control her emotions and nodded lightly. Ran Yunting observed the words and expressions, and didn't see anything suspicious from her apprentice's expression. She believed her explanation just now, and said with a slight smile, "It's fine to let other people take care of this kind of thing. Your first task now, it is to cultivate hard, strive to reach the realm of being a teacher as soon as possible, and strive to break through the realm of being a teacher as soon as possible. By then, Bingxin Valley will be your world, so don't let me down." The disciple must do his best. The woman said in a deep voice. "That's good, let's talk about the problems you have encountered in your cultivation recently." Ran Yunting gestured warmly. The woman immediately opened her mouth and asked a few questions that puzzled her. Ran Yunting listened and explained carefully. The master and apprentice asked and answered, and time passed. In a blink of an eye, it was dawn, and the woman got up to say goodbye. After leaving the ice room, the woman walked unhurriedly towards the outside, and after a while, she walked out of the inner island of Bingju Island and came to the outer island. Bingju Island is divided into an inner island and an outer island. The inner island is tightly guarded. Ordinary disciples are not allowed to enter unless summoned. Only the direct disciples of the elders and the core personnel of Bingxin Valley can enter. The outer island is the place where ordinary disciples live and practice. The outer island occupies a very large area, and the woman went straight to an ice peak in the southeast of the outer island. Under that ice peak, there is a man-made ice mansion. There are hundreds of such ice mansions in the entire ice peak, and there are hundreds of such ice peaks in the entire outer island. The ice mansion is naturally a cave for disciples to practice and live in. It regards cultivation as a high ground, and the contribution to Bingxin Valley is different, so the grades of the ice mansion that the disciples can have are also different. The woman came to an ice mansion near the foot of the mountain, stretched out her hand and shot out a holy element, poured it into the restriction in front of her, and waited quietly. For a long time, there was no reply. The woman frowned, took out a token from her space ring, and pasted it on the barrier in front of the Bing mansion. The next moment, the barrier actively separated to the two sides, revealing a passage. The woman stepped into it, her steps hurried. Soon, she came to the innermost floor, looked left and right, there was no sign of anyone else in the ice mansion, only a letter was left on a desk, and the letter was written, from Su Yan. With trembling hands, she picked up the letter, uncovered the wax seal, took out a piece of paper from it, and read it carefully. Su Yan, I have received the order from the elders. I have gone out to carry out the mission with the group. The order was issued in a hurry and I cannot say goodbye to you. If you come here to look for me, you will be able to see this letter. This mission is to looking for a person, and that person is actually Yang Kai. He has arrived at Qilan Star, but for some reason, Huo Yaozong is looking for him, and Bingxin Valley is also looking for him. Remember, don't act rashly, everything is waiting for me to come back, say it again. The signature is Qingya, once the top powerhouse on Tongshuan continent, Ice Lord Qingya. Su Yan read this short letter from beginning to end several times, her delicate body trembling slightly, to make sure that she read it correctly. Yang Kai really came. Seeing Yang Kai's portrait in Master's ice room, Su Yan couldn't believe it, but due to some reasons, it was difficult to ask Ran Yunting in person. So early this morning, I rushed to find Qingya, wanting to ask her if she had heard anything. Back then, Qingya came to Bingxin Valley together with her. After all, Qingya also practiced ice-type Kung Fu, and the reason her cultivation level was not high was that there was not enough aura in Tongshuan continent, so Ran Yunting brought Su Yan back to Bingxin Valley, brought Qingya here too. It's just that although Qingya's aptitude is good, she can't compare with Su Yan. She can only live on the outer island, and she is an ordinary disciple of Bingxin Valley. Now she also has a cultivation level of the second level of the Holy King, and she may break through the Holy King soon. 3 layers of environment. Su Yan would often find time to visit Qingya, the two came from the Tongshuan continent, so they were naturally close. But this time, Su Yan came late. Yesterday, after the elders' council discussed, they immediately decided to send their disciples out to search for Yang Kai's traces. After receiving the order, Qingya left Bingju Island with countless fellow disciples that day. She couldn't go to the inner island to send a letter to Su Yan, but she knew that Su Yan would definitely come to visit her, so before leaving, she left a letter to inform Su Yan of Yang Kai's news. Holding the letter in her hand, Su Yan's mood fluctuated rapidly, and her eye sockets became slightly moist. If Ran Yunting saw this scene, she would definitely be shocked. She always thought that her disciple's heart was as firm as ice, and she didn't care about anything, so how could she be so excited because of a letter? Decades of hard thinking, once released now, is enough to engulf Su Yan. Qi and blood surged, Su Yan groaned, her face suddenly turned pale, blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and her saint Qi also fluctuated and became unstable. Su Yan's face changed color, she didn't dare to be negligent, she quickly sat down cross-legged, and used her kung fu to resolve it. After a long time, her chaotic breath gradually calmed down, she got up and put away the letter carefully, and quickly left Qingya's Bing mansion. The disciples of the two top forces on Qilan Star frequently dispatched, and their whole body was affected by a single hair. In a short period of time, almost the entire Qilan Star was stirred up. The sect families that are close to the two top powers have been instructed to cooperate with Huo Yaozong or Bing Xinggu to search for Yang Kai's trace with all their strength. Chalangsing was almost turned upside down. Yang Kai seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and no one had seen his trace. In mysterious small world, Yang Kai devoted himself to cultivation. He was not in a hurry to go out, and finally got rid of Luo Hai. How could Yang Kai reappear rashly? God knows if Luo Hai is still looking for him everywhere. If he ran out and cast himself into the trap, he would have to worry about escaping. Just take advantage of this time to consolidate what you have gained a few days ago. Invisible power fluctuations diffused from the attic where Shang was. It was extremely mysterious spatial power. Originally, mysterious Shaoji only opened up a radius of 100 miles. Tens of thousands of people from the 3 tribes of humans, monsters and demons live here. Although it is not crowded, the scope of activities is really not large. But today, with the fluctuation of the power of space, the area of mysterious small world is expanding outwards at an extremely fast speed, and some scenery and land that were not seen before are presented to the creatures living here one by one. Before 200 miles, 500 miles, 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles. Soon, the strong men of the human, monster, and demon races who were retreating seemed to have sensed it, and they all left the retreat, released their spiritual thoughts to search around, and immediately discovered the abnormal changes in the mysterious Shaoji. Brother Ling, this small world is actually expanding, am I right? Standing in the void, Meng Wuya took in the strange scene in the distance with a shocking expression. That's right, Ling Taishu shook his head slowly, it's really expanding. Ha ha ha, there was a loud laugh, and Thunder Dragon, the great monarch of the Yaozu, came to Meng Wuya in a flash. It's all right now, I don't have to be crowded with Zhang Yuan and his group anymore. I've had enough of their devilish energy. Thunder Dragon, I heard what you said. A cold snort was heard, and the demon lord Zhang Yuan appeared leisurely. So what if you hear it? I, Lei Long, still speak ill of people behind their backs, just for you. Lei Long curled his lips. Zhang Yuan snorted. You think this deity is willing to squeeze together with you? The evil spirit on your body is not very good either. Lei Long chuckled, not paying attention at all. Although the 3 tribes of humans, monsters and demons all live in mysterious Shaoji now, and there is no major dispute, the competition among them is very fierce. Yang Kai gave them this opportunity, and now each of them has given their strength, to go to a higher martial arts, to explore more powerful power. So once in a while, when we meet together, we will bicker, but we also enjoy ourselves. Chapter 1628. Do you know him? It's just that this place is expanding. Could something happen? Chu Lingxiao was faintly worried. It should be related to the suzerain, you don't have to worry. A voice suddenly came from behind. The 3 strong men, monsters and demons looked back, and saw Yang Shouju, Chu Hanyi, Mo Yu and Lin Yuluo, the 4 peak void returning mirror experts, come hand in hand. The 3 clans did not dare to neglect, and handed over one after another. Yang Shouju and others hurriedly returned the gift. Everyone obviously knew each other and knew who each other was. It's just that, although Yang Shouju and the others surpassed the powerhouses of the human, monster and demon tribes by a large margin, the relationship between Ling Taishu and the others and Yang Kai was extremely close after all, so they didn't dare to make too much of a difference. People are just peers. Related to Yang Kai, Ling Taishu became interested. Brother Yang, can you elaborate? The others also looked at Yang Shouju with curious expressions. Yang Shouju pondered for a while, and said, the higher the suzerain's cultivation base, the deeper his attainments in the power of space, the wider this world will be. He didn't know too much about Xuanjiaju. As one of the former elders of Xingdi Mountain, he only knew that it was a secret treasure of space, and it was a treasure of emperor treasure level. So I can only explain roughly. Hearing what he said, everyone nodded. So, this is Yang Kai's hands and feet. He's here. Zhang Yuan showed suspicion, and released his divine sense to sense it. After a while, his expression was shocked. He really came, it seems that he is at Sha Girl's place. Retreat, the fluctuation of this power is so strange, could it be the power of space? It should be. While everyone was talking, the expansion of mysterious small world had not stopped. From the original radius of 100 miles, until it expanded to thousands of miles away, it gradually subsided. On the edge of the small world, there seems to be some hidden force blocking it, covering the fluctuation of Yang Kai's space power, so that more of the world is still under the seal, making it impossible for people to see the whole picture. Hey, there is actually a group of buildings over there. Lei Long's eyes were sharp, and he could see that there was a new group of buildings in a very far place. Those buildings were not too densely built, although they seemed to be scattered. In fact, dotted all over the place, seems to imply some mystery. Would you like to take a look? Everyone showed curiosity and wanted to inquire. Haha, I'm going to play a striker first. A loud laugh came out, and the old demon turned into a stream of light and rushed over there, seemingly fearless. The others shook their heads slowly and followed closely. Yang Shouju and the other 4 looked at each other, and followed with wry smiles. After a while, everyone came to the location of the building complex. As soon as you stepped here, everyone was shocked. Because the aura of heaven and earth here is more than 2 or 3 times stronger than the original position, which means that if you can practice here, the efficiency will be at least twice as high as before. This place is not bad, my demon clan wants to occupy a part of it. Lei Long did not give in, stretched out his hand and swiped a large area. Then we, the demons, will occupy this area. Zhang Yuan immediately expressed his opinion. Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya looked at each other, the former looked calm, then leave the rest to my human race. In a few words, the powerhouses of the 3 major races divided this newly emerged group of buildings, each occupying a large territory. It seems that the new world will have a lot more spiritual energy. If Yongkai opens up a new world in the future, it should be better than here, right? Chu Lingxiao was thoughtful. It should be so, I just don't know how big this place is. If it's big enough, I'd rather not go out for the rest of my life. Zhang Yuan laughed. He suddenly discovered that it was right to make up his mind that day and leave Tongzhan continent with the elite of the demon race to follow Yongkai. If he stayed in Tongshuan continent, how would he have the chance to be promoted to the Saint King realm, and how would he have the chance to spy on higher martial arts? Perhaps until he dies of old age, he will not even think about surpassing the achievements of the great demon god back then. But now, the legend of the great demon god has been broken by countless people. Zhang Yuan thinks so, why not Thunder Dragon? The heart is full of gratitude to Yongkai. In the next few days, the 3 tribes of humans, monsters and demons moved collectively, abandoned the previously built attic residences, and poured into this newly appeared building complex. Time flies, and another 3 months have passed. Yongkai went out. Shanning Shang was still guarding in front of the attic. Yongkai called her in to learn about the situation in the lower mysterious Shaoji, and was amazed when he learned of the huge changes here. The expansion of mysterious Shaoji's area is a matter of course. As his cultivation and understanding of the power of space deepens, the mystery of this piece of world will surely be gradually revealed, and the true face will gradually be revealed. Yongkai is also very curious about how big this place is. It's just that a new group of buildings has appeared, which is a bit surprising. It's not a bad thing. After leaving the customs, Yongkai took Shanning Shang to go around there, confirming that there is no danger, and the cultivation environment is 2 or 3 times better than the previous position, so he is relieved. After that, he went to see Qian Tong again. Qian Tong is fine, although he was slightly injured by Luo Hai's oppression on the outskirts of Kuiwei Star, but Qian Tong has also been promoted to the Void King realm after all, and he recovered very quickly and is now working hard to consolidate his realm. Everything was thriving, Yongkai was completely relieved, and personally found an excellent residence for Shanning Shang, and continued to stay in mysterious Shaoji. Yongkai wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to practice demon transformation art and develop the original power of the Golden Saint Dragon in his body. Being together with the little senior sister naturally cannot do without romance and concubine love. This period of time is the happiest time Yongkai has had in decades. Bingju Island, in Ran Yunting's ice room. Su Yan is like a pure white flower blooming in the world of ice and snow. Her breath is cold, her white clothes are better than snow, and her long hair is draped over her shoulders. You want to go out to practice? Ran Yunting frowned. Su Yan came here to look for her today, and unexpectedly asked her such a request, which surprised Ran Yunting. Yes, Su Yan nodded. Why did you suddenly think of going out to practice? Ran Yunting smiled. Now is the critical moment for you to break into the second level void return. It is not a good thing to run out at this time. Moreover, the current situation on Qilin Star is treacherous. Although you have lived for a long time in our island, I may have heard some rumors. It would be bad if I met someone from the Fire Brilliant sect when I went out. You also know that little bastard Wei Feng has always been obsessed with you, and the Fire Brilliant sect used this as an excuse to target us. Bingxingyu, we must hand you over. Disciple understands. Su Yan gently opened her lips. It is because of this that this disciple wants to go out to practice. Perhaps, if you walk outside for a while, your cultivation will improve. Well, it's not impossible. Ran Yunting felt a little troubled. If at other times, Su Yan said she wanted to go out to practice, of course she would not stop her. His fighting power is no less than that of the third layer Void Return realm. She belongs to the kind of genius who can leapfrog to battle, and she is the elite among the elite. The special physique of the ice crystal jade body, combined with the untransmittable ice jade skill of the upper Bingxin Valley, under the Void King realm, there are few opponents. The cultivation of a warrior is not to build a car behind closed doors, and going out to practice has always been the only way to grow. But now, the situation on Qilin Star has changed suddenly. How can Ran Yunting feel relieved to let Su Yan go out, When she was thinking about what excuses to use to make Su Yan calm down and stay obediently on Bingju Island, Ran Yunting suddenly stared at Su Yan as if she had discovered something. Her eyebrows gradually congealed into a ball. Immediately, she released her divine sense and scanned Su Yan. What's wrong with your practice? What made your Yuji ice heart dust? Why did your cultivation level decline? Ran Yunting's face paled. She suddenly noticed that compared with the previous days, Su Yan's cultivation had not increased but decreased. Although the range is very small, as her master, Ran Yunting can naturally detect it. This shocked Ran Yunting's eyes. Although Su Yan's aptitude is not top-notch, but because of her special physique, combined with Bingju Island's inexpressible magical skills, it is enough to make up for some shortcomings in aptitude. What's more, her aptitude is indeed outstanding, and perhaps there are few people in the entire star field who can compare with her. Her cultivation has always increased, and there has never been such a strange situation. Ran Yunting's expression changed again and again. You are actually backfired by the exercises. Are you emotional? Who can make you emotional? At this moment, her face was almost ferocious, and the Saint Yuan in her body was roaring crazily. Practicing Bingyu Kung Fu will give Su Yan a Yuji Bingxin. As long as Yuji Bingxin is pure enough, her cultivation will be improved by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, she will be backlashed by the practice. The more muddy Yuji's heart is, the greater the price she will have to pay. And the number one enemy that can make Yuji's heart muddy is emotion. This is something that any generation of warriors who have practiced Bingyu art must try their best to avoid. Yuji's icy heart is spotless, but emotion is like thick ink, which can pollute it very quickly. Ran Yunting understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. No, you live on the inner island all year round, and you have no chance to meet men from the outside world. Ran Yunting quickly shook her head again, suddenly remembered something, and gritted her teeth. Su Yan, tell me, are you talking to me a few days ago? Is it related to the portrait you saw? Do you know that man? Ran Yunting is also a person with a quick mind, and she thought of countless possibilities in a very short period of time, and this possibility is the greatest. When Su Yan saw the portrait that day, the scene of a different expression appeared in Ran Yunting's mind, which further strengthened her speculation. Facing Master's questioning, Su Yan bit her red lips lightly, a trace of guilt flashed on her face, but it disappeared quickly, and said softly, the disciple knows him. Ran Yunting's face turned pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, what's your relationship with him? He is my junior brother and my man. When she said this, there was a faint smile on the corner of Su Yan's mouth, which looked extremely sweet. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1629 House Arrest. Ran Yunting was stunned. Since she brought Su Yan back to Bingju Island, she has never seen Su Yan smile in the past 30 years, and today is the first time. This kind of smile that suddenly bloomed was in complete contrast to the cold and aloof before, coupled with Su Yan's almost flawless beauty, it made Ran Yunting lose her mind for a moment. A thought of self-satisfaction could not help but emerge in my heart. Soon, Ran Yunting dispelled the distracting thoughts in her mind, and asked with a gloomy face, you actually have a man, when did it happen? It was a long time before I met Master. Have you ever had skin-to-skin relationship with him? Ran Yunting continued to ask. An intoxicating blush appeared on Su Yan's cheeks, she nodded slightly. Ran Yunting's body trembled, as if she had lost her strength. She took 2 steps back, with obvious disappointment in her eyes. She said sadly, why didn't you say this earlier? Master never asked. Su Yan bit her red lips lightly. Ran Yunting said, I didn't ask, because your breath is pure, and Master thought you were a virgin. But since you have had skin-to-skin contact with a man, why is your breath not cloudy? Once a woman has had intimate contact with a man, there must be some masculinity left in her body, which is enough to break that pure cleanliness. Su Yan's breath is extremely clean and spotless. Ran Yunting never dreamed that she was no longer a virgin. Could it be because of her special constitution? It's also possible that Su Yan's physique was obviously not born congenitally, but acquired. Perhaps when her physique was formed, her aura became clean. So unaware of self-love, Ran Yunting gritted her teeth and drank. The disciple let the master down. Su Yan lowered her eyes. If I had known about this earlier, it would be impossible for you to practice Bingyu Kung Fu. Ran Yunting was heartbroken, her huge expectations turned into disappointment, and she said with red eyes, do you know that if you practice Bingyu Kung Fu, you will definitely suffer Kung Fu backfire? The current situation is still relatively minor, if you continue like this, you will lose all your saint energy and eventually become a useless person. I don't know. Su Yan shook her head, but she was not afraid. She came to Bingju Island and joined Ran Yunting's sect. Whatever Ran Yunting asked her to practice, she would naturally practice. Why would she ask more questions? She didn't notice until a few days ago that there was a problem with the exercises. Ran Yunting's expression changed, and she realized the seriousness of the problem. Although she was very disappointed with Su Yan's concealment of her love history, she was extremely optimistic about her disciple after all, and hurriedly said, Su Yan, it's not too late, you have to cut through the mess with a sharp knife and cut off your own feelings, otherwise, your cultivation base will get lower and lower, and you will eventually become an ordinary person and no one will be able to save you at that time. Cut off the thread of love. Su Yan raised her eyes to look at Ran Yunting, a strange light flickered in her beautiful eyes, she slowly but firmly shook her head and said, Master forgives sins, disciples will not do this. You. Ran Yunting was so angry that she pointed at Su Yan, unable to say a word. Su Yan smiled again, if I can meet him again, even if the disciple becomes an ordinary person, I will be willing. Ran Yunting stared blankly at Su Yan, is this your truth? You won't regret it. Su Yan nodded. Have you thought about it? You are doing this just for the momentary pleasure. If you really become an ordinary person, your lifespan will only last 100 years and you will eventually grow old. Which man will be interested in you by then? The man you fancy may end up will leave you. Su Yan's delicate body trembled, and there was a hint of fear in her beautiful eyes. As soon as Ran Yunting saw her expression, she knew there was something going on, and was about to strike while the iron was hot, but the fear in Su Yan's eyes dissipated, and she stretched out her hand to stroke the hair beside her ear, and Su Yan said softly, if you can meet him again staying together, this disciple is willing, before he grows old, this disciple will leave, and he must not be allowed to see the disciple's appearance. You're mad at me. Ran Yunting's chest heaved violently. She had never discovered that her apprentice had such a stubborn and unreasonable side. Master, this disciple wants to go out. Su Yan said in a deep voice. You want to go out to find that man? Ran Yunting looked at her coldly. Before, she thought that Su Yan wanted to go out to practice in order to break through the bottleneck in front of her. But now she doesn't know the real purpose of her apprentice. She was obviously going to look for traces of the person in the painting. Yes, please master it. Su Yan did not deny it. Wishful thinking. Ran Yunting snorted coldly. During this period of time, you stay on the inner island obediently, don't even think about stepping out of the inner island, the teacher will find a way to solve the difficulties in front of you, I hope you don't let the teacher down again. Master. Su Yan was anxious. Ran Yunting snorted coldly and shouted, come on. Immediately, two women walked in from the door, both of whom had the first-level Void Return Realm, they clasped their fists together and said, what orders does the Great Elder have? Take Su Yan down for me, and watch carefully. If she dares to leave her residence for half a step, I'll ask you. The two women looked at each other with puzzled faces, they didn't know what Su Yan had done to make the Great Elder so angry. One must know that the Great Elder had always been proud of Su Yan before, claiming in front of outsiders countless times that the most correct decision he had made in his life was to accept Su Yan as his apprentice. Su Yan will definitely become the first choice of Guangyao Bingxin Valley. But now, Ran Yunting is clearly furious, and even wants to put Su Yan under house arrest. What the hell happened? The two women didn't dare to ask more questions, they just glanced at Su Yan thoughtfully, and said, Junior Sister Su, please. Master. Su Yan looked at Ran Yunting beggingly, hoping she could change her mind. Take it down. Ran Yunting turned her back to Su Yan, sternly yelling, as if she never wanted to see her again. Junior Sister Su, please don't make things difficult for us. Among the two girls, a taller woman frowned and urged impatiently. Su Yan looked at Ran Yunting's back and sighed softly, knowing that nothing would work now, so she could only give a salute, turned and left. Soon, only Ran Yunting was left in the ice room. She stared at the portrait hanging on the ice wall with almost burning eyes, her sharp eyes seemed to cut the person in the painting into pieces, she suddenly raised her palm and struck forward. With a bang, the portrait instantly turned into ashes. Boy, don't fall into Bengong's hands, or you will be cut into pieces. Ran Yunting secretly felt ruthless. As long as Su Yan still has a little bit of repentance, she will immediately kill Yong Kai and get rid of Su Yan's demons. Su Yan doesn't want to cut off her affection, so let me, the master, do it for me. As long as the man dies, Su Yan will have no obstacles on the way forward, and will not be backlashed by Bing Yugong. Perhaps, she will be silent and sad for a while, but Ran Yunting believes that as time goes by, Su Yan will only be grateful to herself, and will not hate herself. After thinking about it, Ran Yunting quickly left her ice room and went to the Bingfeng where the Supreme Elder retreated. She had to ask the Supreme Elder about this matter. She was actually not sure if her method would work. If the Supreme Elder nods, then there is no need to worry about the future. On the inner island of Ice Absolute Island, ice roads crisscross and lead to all directions. Many female disciples of Bingxin Valley are walking, and the buildings in Bingju Island are also unique, as if they were carved from ice blocks, crystal clear, and radiate chill everywhere. Su Yan walked down the ice path in a daze, step by step towards her own ice room. The two female disciples who were in charge of guarding her followed closely behind her, their eyes meeting and their spirits communicating. Senior Sister Zhou, what do you think Su Yan did wrong to make the first elder so angry? The shorter woman asked suspiciously. The taller Senior Sister Zhou snorted coldly. The Great Elder didn't say anything, how could I know, but this matter is not trivial, otherwise the Great Elder would not have put Su Yan under house arrest. When I entered Bingxin Valley, I kept my eyes on the top, never put as senior sisters in my eyes, even if we met, I didn't come to salute and say hello, there was no courtesy at all. Yeah, isn't she just relying on the favor of the elder? The petite woman smiled. Now that she has angered the elder, it seems that she is going to fall out of favor. How arrogant. As senior sisters, it's time to teach her how to behave. The two looked at each other, smiled knowingly, and just felt happy. Today's sky looks a little different from the past. When she was walking, Su Yan suddenly stopped her pace, her absent-minded eyes suddenly brightened, she looked in one direction, and immediately, her figure flickered and disappeared in place. The faces of the two women who had been following her changed, thinking that Su Yan was going to run away, but when they turned their heads, she ran in front of some of her classmates. What are you doing? The woman surnamed Zhou showed displeasure on her face, and hurried over there. There were a few Bingxin Valley disciples who were talking in a low voice, and they all looked puzzled at the moment. They didn't understand why Su Yan ran over suddenly. The leading woman had a strong cultivation of the void return third layer, and frowned. Su Yan glanced and said in surprise, "Are you Su Yan, the disciple of the Great Elder?" "Is she Su Yan? I heard that she was at the third level holy state when she first entered the realm. Now, in less than 30 years, she is about to return to the second level void. I've heard of her too, so that's what she looks like." The women became interested and looked Su Yan up and down, as if seeing her for the first time. Yes, Su Yan nodded, meet a few senior sisters. Well, what's the matter with you? The leading woman asked. I just heard a few senior sisters discussing this, the person in the painting, have you seen him? Su Yan pointed to the portrait held by the leading woman. You mean this guy? The woman raised her portrait and said with a chuckle, I've seen it before. Su Yan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, when did senior sister meet, is he okay? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1631 Year. The woman frowned and asked doubtfully, Junior sister also knows this person? Hearing her question, Su Yan realized that she had lost her composure. When she was walking just now, she suddenly heard someone talking about the word Yongkai, and immediately rushed over. Taking a deep breath, Su Yan nodded and said, well, I know him, senior sister, can you tell me when you met him and how he is? Junior sister is very grateful. Junior sister seems to have a good relationship with him. The leading woman chuckled, but she didn't mean to ask the bottom line, it's no problem to tell you, but it happened several years ago. How many years ago? Su Yan frowned. Well, junior sister, you also know that the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, and I went to the Emperor Garden with several other fellow students. I met him at that time. If it weren't for his help, our seniors and sisters might have to go to the Emperor Garden. Huo Yaozong Kong Wendong suffered heavy casualties. He helped us and killed Kong Wendong. He killed Kong Wendong. Kong Wendong is at the third level of Void Return. He can kill Kong Wendong, isn't it very powerful? The people who chatted with this woman before were amazed. If Yongkai were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this woman. During the trip to the Emperor Garden, the first battle between Yongkai's warriors was when this woman and Kong Wendong fought for an ancient hidden cave. It was at that time that Yongkai obtained the true solution of alchemy Dao and the Zixu cauldron of alchemy furnace. Can you tell me more about it? Su Yanmei's eyes were full of light, and she looked at the other party expectantly. The woman looked at Su Yan thoughtfully, seemed to realize something, nodded and said, yes. Immediately, he recounted what happened in the Emperor Garden a few years ago. A group of Bingxin Valley disciples listened with great interest, but Su Yan was already fascinated. He has become so powerful. She didn't know who Kong Wendong was, but Su Yan could still deduce some information from the exclamation and few words of fellow students nearby. That Kong Wendong is definitely the top powerhouse of the Void Return 3 layer, and Yang Kai was able to kill him a few years ago. At that time, he was only a Void Return 1 layer. Now that a few years have passed, what state is Yang Kai in? How powerful is it? My junior brother, my man, is so outstanding. Su Yan's face was filled with a faint smile, and the entire Bingju Island seemed to be brightened for a moment. Junior sister Su, hurry up, don't make things difficult for us, okay? The tall slender woman in charge of guarding Su Yan urged impatiently. Su Yan's brilliance made her feel very glaring. Yeah, I'm procrastinating. Let the great elder know that we will definitely be punished. Will you be punished for us, junior sister Su? Another woman also yelled. The others looked at them in surprise, and then at Su Yan, not understanding what was going on. Su Yan said goodbye to the senior sister who told her about Yang Kai's situation before, and continued to walk towards her own ice mansion, with brisk steps, sweeping away the previous worries. At the bottom of the Kang River, the mysterious boundary pearl was covered by silt, and it has been silent here for more than a year. One day, a group of foot-long fish swam above the mysterious boundary bead, clinging to the silt, and the fish in front flicked their tails, muddying the silt, and the vortex of water brought up by the vortex of the water dragged the mysterious boundary bead, making it exposed. The fish that came after opened their mouths, swallowed the mysterious boundary bead into their stomachs, twisted their bodies a few times uncomfortably, and followed the fish school down the river as if nothing had happened. More than 10 days later, the fish rushed into a vast lake. As soon as they entered this place, a huge black shadow appeared underwater. The black shadow opened its mouth, like a whale sucking water, and sucked a large number of fish into the mouth, flowing downstream. And the fish below, only preserved less than 1/5. After a while, Sui Ying hiccuped and left contentedly. A few days later, thousands of miles away from the entrance of the lake, an iron boat was sailing slowly on the lake. On the iron boat, a group of warriors in strong outfits each urged their Saint Yuan to release secret techniques and secret treasure brilliance. A huge black shadow fights. Half an hour later, the black shadow was killed, and the warriors were overjoyed, and fished the black shadow out of the lake. This is a strange fish about 5 feet long, its eyes are like gongs, it is extremely scarlet, its mouth is full of jagged fangs, it looks very hideous and terrifying, its tail is also like a meteor hammer, covered with inverted prick. Many warriors were injured while fighting this strange fish, but at this moment, they were sitting not far away with joyful faces, looking at the spoils of war while healing their injuries. Uncle Wang, this meteor fish is really big enough. Judging by its power just now, it is almost an 8th level top-level monster. Kicking the belly of the fish, he smiled and looked at an old man in a green shirt not far away. The old man smiled, stroked his beard, nodded and said, "That's right, this is a meteor fish that has grown to the limit, and it is indeed a top 8th level monster. Haha, I made a profit this time. The inner alchemy of the meteor fish is extremely rare. At least it can sell for 200,000 holy crystals, which is much more valuable than the inner alchemy of monsters of the same level." The young man laughed. "Yeah, with this meteor fish, our trip is worthwhile. Selling the inner alchemy can meet the needs of my royal family's warriors for 6 months of cultivation. Uncle Wang, should I do it, or should you do it yourself?" The young man looked at the old man. "Come on, the old man is too old to see blood," the old man said with a smile, and everyone in the boat burst into laughter. The young man did his part, and took out a silver dagger from his waist. The dagger was about the length of an arm, and it was extremely sharp. He poured holy yuan into it, and it became even sharper. "Find a fist-sized alchemy at the location." Respectfully sent the inner alchemy to the old man. The old man inspected it carefully, and said, "That's right, the best inner alchemy contains extremely rich water system artistic conception. If it is obtained by a warrior who practices the secret art of the water system, he will definitely be able to get it. Strengthen your strength." Well, the old man Needon will keep it for now, and will hand it over to the patriarch when he goes back. Everyone on this trip will be rewarded. Hearing this, the warriors who participated in the battle just now shouted excitedly. "This meteor fish is rare to see. I heard that the meat is so fat that it can't be wasted. Let someone come and deal with it." After the old man gave his instructions, he turned around and entered the cabin. The young man stood there fishing for the head, and casually called a few people to handle the fish. Young people are naturally unwilling to do this kind of chores. The few people who handle the fish are those with the lowest cultivation on the ship. They generally don't participate in battles. They are only responsible for doing chores and earning some holy crystals for cultivation. Although the meteor fish is large, it is not troublesome to handle. After a short while, everything was processed. The fresh fish meat was preserved in a special way, and those fish intestines and offal were thrown into the lake. On the boat, in a very simple cabin, a girl about 16 or 17 years old closed the door tightly, came to her bed, looked around as if she had a guilty conscience, then carefully stretched her hand into her arms, from he took out an inconspicuous bead from his arms. The beads are only about the size of a longan and don't look like anything special. But there was a heartbeat sound from the girl's chest. Is this the inner alchemy? The girl said to herself, her face flushed with excitement, she bit her thin lips, and looked at the bead on her palm uncertainly. Just now she was also one of the fish handlers, and she found this bead in the belly of the fish inadvertently, and hid it by herself. She thought it was the inner alchemy of the meteor fish. Thinking back on the actions just now, I still feel a little scared. Since she came out with the family's iron boat, everything she got should belong to the family, and she didn't know why she was so delusional that she put the bead away by herself. It is obviously impossible to turn it in now. If you really want to do this, you may be punished by family law. This is not Needon, right? The girl hadn't calmed down yet, so she found an excuse to ease the guilt in her heart. After all, the inner alchemy has been taken away by Uncle Wong, and I haven't heard of any monster giving birth to two inner alchemy. Moreover, this bead has no energy fluctuations at all, so it is obviously impossible to be an inner alchemy. If it's not Needon, what else is it? Why is it in the belly of the fish? The girl tilted her head and kept looking at the beads in her hand, puzzled. At this moment, the bead seemed to flicker suddenly, and then, it disappeared from her hand strangely. A person appeared in front of her like a ghost. The girl's face suddenly turned pale, and she was stunned on the spot, looking up and forward. Standing in front of her was a young man who looked to be around 25 or 16 years old, with a slightly confused expression, as if he was a little confused about the current situation. The four eyes met, and the girl's beautiful eyes revealed a look of horror, and she opened her small mouth, ready to shout. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and he reached out to cover her mouth. The girl struggled and punched and kicked Yang Kai, her eyes were filled with panic, as if Yang Kai was a heinous villain. Don't call, don't move. Yang Kai frowned and shouted. He still doesn't quite understand what happened, but the first time he came out, he knew that he was on an iron boat, and there were many people on board. For fear, but Yang Kai didn't want to cause trouble. I can only treat this girl roughly first. The girl was unmoved and continued to struggle. Seeing that his persuasive persuasion was ineffective, Yang Kai suddenly grinned grinningly, his eyes revealed an evil light, and he glanced at the girl's delicate chest with malicious intentions, and said in a low voice, if you don't cooperate obediently, I will punish you first. Rape and then kill all the people on this boat, and throw them down to feed the fish. The young girl's delicate body trembled, a look of pleading appeared in her beautiful eyes, she kept shaking her head, tears flowed out, obviously extremely uneasy. But frightened by this, she really calmed down and stopped struggling. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1631 Encounter by Chance. This is obedient. Yang Kai smiled slightly, thought for a while and said, I'm not afraid to tell you, if I am willing, I can easily crush this boat full of people, and the old guy with the highest strength on this boat is no more than it's just a first-level void return, but I'm merciful, and I don't really want to do this. I hope you can think about it for your relatives and friends. If you really annoy me, you may not be able to bear the consequences. The girl's beautiful eyes widened and she nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai casually revealed the realm of the highest cultivation person on the ship, making the girl realize that this young man might really be terrifying. Of course she didn't dare to make fun of her own life and the lives of her own people. Yang Kai let go of her, the girl did not yell anymore, but looked at him in fear, without saying a word. Well, don't be afraid. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a bad person either. It's to your advantage that you are obedient. Yang Kai gave a sigh of relief. The young girl is quite courageous. After experiencing the initial fright and fear, seeing Yang Kai's amiable expression, she calmed down a lot, but she still didn't dare to speak casually, just stood there uneasy. Yang Kai cast his divine sense, scanned the surrounding environment carefully, and vaguely guessed why he appeared here. At that time, he hid the mysterious boundary orb at the bottom of a river, and now it seems that the mysterious boundary orb was accidentally obtained by this girl. It's just that he didn't know exactly how to get it. The other party's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of transcendent, not even a saint, with a slender figure, looks very weak, and has a delicate appearance. Where is this place, and who are you guys? Yang Kai restrained himself, found a chair and sat down, looking at the girl and asked. The girl swallowed her saliva, suppressed the panic in her heart, and replied in a trembling voice, "Senior, this is Thorn Lake, and we are members of the Wang family." Thorn Lake, the Wang family. Yang Kai hadn't heard of it, and he probably thought it was a small family on this cultivation star. He didn't care about it. Now that he came out of the mysterious boundary orb, his first task was to find out if Luo Hai was still in Chalangsing. Although he felt that it had been more than a year and Luo Hai would probably not look for him again, but he was careful, he still didn't dare to make too much publicity, that's why he forced the girl to get some news from her. It is unlikely that the other party knows, but Luo Hai is also a strong Void King 2 layer, and his every move may attract attention. What if this girl knows something? Well, what is the name of this cultivation star? Yang Kai asked again. Qilin star. The girl looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. Qilin star. Yang Kai frowned, and immediately remembered that he had dealt with many warriors of Qilin star. Leaving aside the people from Huo Yaozong and Bingxin Valley, the shooting Yang I met in the blood prison seems to be from Chalangsing. Before he died, he asked himself to go to the Qingyu Gate and tell him the news of his death. I didn't expect that I would run to this cultivation star by mistake. Is there a Huo Yaozong and Bingxin Valley here? Yes. The girl nodded. Huo Yaozong and Bingxingu are the 2 most powerful sects on Qilin planet, and both of them have Void King realm powerhouses sitting there. After answering Yang Kai's few questions, the girl's mood calmed down a lot, and she became more courageous. She stepped forward and poured a glass of water for Yang Kai. She also could see that Yang Kai really didn't look like a villain. There is a Void King realm. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't have a deep understanding of these 2 sects, but judging from the strength of those people he came into contact with, it was only natural to have a martial artist of this level. Then is there anyone named Qingyu sect? Yang Kai asked again. The girl's beautiful eyes brightened for a moment. Does Senior have friendship with Qingyu sect? Not to mention, just answer my question. The girl's complexion changed slightly, and she nodded quickly, yes. Our Wang family is a family attached to Qingyu sect. Oh, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, is that true? The junior dare not lie. The girl bit her red lips. Then tell me, what is the name of the master of Qingyu sect? Shooting Yangshu clan master. Yang Kai nodded slightly, he observed the words and expressions, and found that the girl's eyes were pure, and she didn't mean to lie to him. After making sure that the other party was not lying, after thinking about it, he took out a space ring and handed it to the girl. Senior, this is. Your Qingyuman sect master died in the blood prison. This is his space ring. I have only met him once. If he gives me a chance to go to Chalangsing before he dies, please report to Qingyuman. Now that I see you, I will leave this job to you, and if you bring this space ring to Qingyuman, it will be confirmed there. The door master is dead. The girl turned pale with shock. From her point of view, the master of the Qingyu sect's cultivation is as high as the sky and the earth, which is a power that she would never want to have in her whole life, but such a powerful person died unexpectedly. The girl can't help but lose her mind. Yang Kai gave her a little time to digest before asking, what's your name? Junior Wang Ying. N. Yang Kai nodded. Wang Ying, what major events have happened on Qilin Star recently? Is there any important person here? Big man. Wang Ying shook her head in a daze and said, this junior doesn't know, but if you want to talk about big things, there is one thing. Tell me the story. At that moment, Wang Ying told the news that both Huo Yaozong and Bing Xinggu were looking for someone. The person Huo Yaozong and Bing Xinggu were looking for, although Wang Ying didn't know his appearance, was said to be a young man in his 20s or 30s. Yang Kai knew it was not good when he heard it. Could it be me? And judging from the time, it happened to be after he came to Chalangsing. Yang Kai can understand that Fire Brilliant sect is looking for him. After all, when he was in blood prison, Yang Kai accidentally heard someone say that the Supreme Elder of Fire Brilliant sect has some friendship with Luo Hai. If Luo Hai is still in Qilin, if it is a star, I will definitely ask Huo Yaozong to help find it. But why is Bing Xinggu looking for himself? I have intersected with the people of Bingxin Valley, but that happened in the Emperor Garden. I have no grievances with Bingxin Valley. What do they ask me for? The matter of Emperor Bao and Shu Nianjing will never be leaked out. Luo Hai's purpose is these two things, how can others get involved? Yang Kai thought about it, but couldn't figure out the whole story. Senior. Seeing Yang Kai lost his mind, Wang Ying couldn't help calling out. I am very satisfied with your answer, this is for you. Yang Kai threw out a package, put it on the table, immediately got up, shook slightly, and disappeared from the room. Wang Ying didn't see how he disappeared at all. After standing there in a daze for a long time, Wang Ying gasped for breath, a feeling of survival after a catastrophe filled her heart. She slowly stepped forward, walked to the table, opened the package, and her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. There are exquisite jade bottles in the package. There are at least 20 bottles, which are full of panacea. ... No one noticed that Yang Kai left the iron boat, and after getting out of the iron boat, Yang Kai found a random direction and flew forward. Qilin Star is not safe. Luo Hai has been looking for traces of himself under the guise of others. Yang Kai wants to leave this place quickly, otherwise once Luo Hai finds the trace, it will be another troublesome matter. Now his control over the power of space is becoming more and more refined. Although he is not worried that he will die in Luo Hai's hands, being chased by such a strong man is not a pleasant thing. How to leave safely is the biggest problem. The spirits of Void King Realm powerhouses are astonishing, and who knows if Luo Hai and Huo Yaozong are paying attention to the movements of the warriors who left Chilangxing. Lanxing is safe. With a serious face, Yang Kai thought wildly all the way. It was the first time that he was hunted down by a Void King Realm expert, and he was still at the Star Master level. It's really stressful. The current situation on Qilin Star is treacherous. Although Huo Yaozong and Bing Xinggu have always been difficult to deal with, and they often have friction with each other, there has never been a time when they have confronted each other like this period of time. Those sects and families affiliated to the two major forces were all mobilized. In the entire Qilin Star, battles can be seen almost everywhere, and warriors die every day. Yang Kai flew all the way, and witnessed countless battles, large and small two people fighting alone, large ones with hundreds of thousands of people fighting. The scene was extremely lively. One day, he flew over high in the sky, and there was a shouting sound from below. Yang Kai looked down and found that there were at least 600 people gathered below, belonging to two camps, fighting. Needless to say, it was also a conflict between Huo Yaozong and Bingxin Valley. Each of them had warriors fall, blood stained the earth, and the brilliance of secret treasures and secret arts was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, passing directly above. Flying forward for dozens of miles, there are still fluctuations of battle coming from below. It's just that the battle this time is a battle between three people, and it seems to be separated from the large battlefield. Two men are besieging a woman. Her cultivation base is not high. The woman has the realm of the second level of the Holy King, and the same is true for the two men. The realm is the same, the number of people has the advantage. The woman rushes left and right, but can't get rid of the pincer attack of the two at all, and the two men seem to be quite afraid of the woman's methods. They don't dare to force too much, they just fight and fight. The idea of exhausting the woman's holy yuan. The woman was dressed in white, and her whole body was filled with icy cold, while the two men had practiced the fire-attributed skills, and their whole bodies were burning like flames, easily dispelling the severe cold of the woman, while attacking her and making insulting words, disturbing the woman's mind. Attributes are incompatible, and the situation of women is extremely difficult. When Yang Kai flew over from above, he frowned and glanced below. The side of the woman entered Yang Kai's line of sight, and Yang Kai, who was flying rapidly, suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowed, and he stared at the woman, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. The woman's body is light, tossing and turning, her hair flying, presenting her face in front of Yang Kai from time to time. It's actually her. Yang Kai's body trembled, his eyes bursting with astonishing brilliance. He never thought that he would meet this woman on Chilangxing. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1632 Qingya. Ma'am, Mr. Liu advises you to be obedient and get caught without a fight, and you can suffer less torture. Mr. Liu is also a cultivator, and he doesn't want to embarrass a woman. In the battlefield below, one of the older men attacked while attacking. He yelled loudly, as if trying to persuade the woman to give up resisting. The other man, who looked a little younger, snorted coldly and said, "Senior brother Liu, why bother talking nonsense with her? This woman has a good figure and appearance, and when my brothers and sisters capture her alive, enjoy it and make up for it later. Her spirit makes her unable to survive or die. Although the warriors of the Fire Brilliance sect practice fire-type exercises, they have a secret technique that can use the ice-type Saint Yuan of the disciples of Bingxin Valley to break through and stand up, and improve their cultivation level in a very short period of time. The two sects have been against each other for countless years, and many female disciples of Bingxin Valley have mysteriously disappeared, and they were basically taken captive by members of the Huo Yaozong. One can imagine what happened to those female disciples. Although this kind of secret technique is also dangerous to the members of the Fire Brilliance sect, many of the Fire Brilliance sect disciples are not afraid. The top officials of Huo Yaozong never paid any attention to it. One of the two members of Huo Yaozong sang red face and the other sang bad face, which greatly shook the girl's mind. Despicable, shameless. The woman gritted her teeth and yelled. Her body was full of holy energy, and countless white as jade flying birds formed by the gathering of ice energy came alive, and the bird song sounded, and the countless flying birds flew out in all directions, trying to interfere with the line of sight of the two. I want to run. The younger Huo Yaozong disciple looked stern, and the fire element was surging, making him look like a ball of burning fire. He ignored those flying birds and bumped into them. The ice melted and disintegrated, and the flames were monstrous. The man surnamed Lu took advantage of the situation to bully him. Throw a punch in the gap of those flying birds. A huge phantom of a flaming tiger suddenly appeared, and the roar of the tiger shook the sky, and it opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the woman. The woman was pinched from left to right, and seemed stretched. Although exhausted means to resolve the crisis. But the shoulder was still rubbed by the flame tiger, revealing a half-foot-long scar. Blood gushed out. She staggered, and after stabilizing her body, the two of Huo Yaozong rushed towards her with grim expressions. The woman showed despair, and a touch of nostalgia for life could not help but appear in her beautiful eyes. But this trace of nostalgia was quickly shattered, and then turned into a will to die. She knew that if she really fell into the hands of Huo Yaozong's people, it would be worse than death. Therefore, when the female disciples of Bingxin Valley usually go out, the elders will tell them that it is better to die than to be captured. Every female disciple of Bingxin Valley keeps this sentence in mind. Not good. This lowly servant girl wants to die. The younger Huo Yaozong disciple turned pale with shock. He has fought many people in Bingxin Valley and has seen the scene in front of him, so he naturally knows what the other party wants to do. It's not that easy to want to die. The man surnamed Lu smiled treacherously. Stretching out his hand and throwing it, a flaming rope-shaped secret treasure suddenly shot out, binding the woman up as if with spirituality. Immediately he pulled the rope back, and the woman was immediately strangled tightly. The ups and downs of the Sheng Yuan subsided suddenly, and the woman stood still, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. Haha, Lu's bundle of yuansuo was specially made by the master craftsman for you people in Bingxin Valley. If you are bound by the bundle of yuansuo, you don't want to explode your saint's yuan. Going to pretend to be the same as before, he gave the woman an evil look, and a lewd expression appeared on his face. Kill me. The woman struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move Shengyuan, and the rope treasure tied to her body seemed to have the power to restrain her Shengyuan. The other party was right, this secret treasure was indeed specially made for the disciples of Bingxin Valley, and it was tied up with ropes so she couldn't motivate Shengyuan at all. How could I be willing to kill you? The man surnamed Lu laughed evilly. It's not easy to capture a person from Bingxin Valley alive, and you are so beautiful, there is no hurry for Lu to love you. The woman's face was pale, and she could almost foresee how miserable her fate would be in the future. You still want to bite your tongue and kill yourself? Are you thinking too much? The younger man snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and pointed, and a sage pierced into the woman's body, making her freeze in place immediately, unable to speak. Leave here first. The man surnamed Lu glanced at the big battlefield dozens of miles away, and he didn't intend to go to help. For him, capturing an enemy alive was enough. Junior brother is with you. The other man smiled authentically, with a meaningful smile. Naturally, the role of junior brother is indispensable. The man surnamed Lu understood, stepped forward, and wanted to hug the subdued woman by the waist. But he had just walked 3 steps, and there was a flower in front of his eyes, and a ghostly figure appeared in front of him, lying between him and the woman. The man surnamed Lu was startled, and instinctively jumped back a few feet, looked at the person vigilantly, and said in a low voice, "Who is your friend?" The other party didn't speak, but just looked at him coldly. The bone-chilling coldness in his eyes was almost condensed into reality, which made him a little bit irresistible even after he had practiced the fire element kung fu, and there was a chill all over his body. Senior brother. The younger martial artist also realized that something was wrong. The young man who suddenly appeared looked at them with a hostile face, with murderous intent surging in his eyes, obviously not his own. The man surnamed Lu frowned, suddenly his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "It's you." He obviously recognized the identity of the visitor. As soon as the words fell, he unfolded his movements and fled into the distance without any hesitation. The other person was stunned for a moment, and he didn't dare to stay in place any longer. He also turned into a flame, wanting to escape from this place. Those who come are not kind, and their cultivation base has reached the void returning mirror, they are no match at all. Although they are reluctant to give up the woman who is about to get it, compared with that woman, their own life is still the most important. Moreover, both of them have recognized that the person who came is the guy they have been looking for. The most important task now is to quickly report the findings here, so they don't have the time to care about other things. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and they had already run hundreds of feet in the blink of an eye. The young man didn't seem to care, until their figure was about to disappear from sight. He stretched out his hand unhurriedly, and flicked his fingers twice. There seemed to be a sharp piercing sound. In a very far place, two hasty screams sounded, and the two fleeing Huo Yaozong disciples froze, as if struck by lightning, and then fell down. The woman who was subdued was stunned. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the back of the man in front of her for a moment. She just felt that the back was as wide as a long river, as majestic as a mountain, and she was full of gratitude deep in her heart. She didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would be a strong person to help her. There are no male disciples in Bingshin Valley, but I don't know if the person in front of me is someone from those sects attached to Bingshin Valley. She wanted to open her mouth to thank her, but she was sealed by the former Huo Yaozong disciple, and when she opened her mouth, there was only a sound of ha, and she couldn't utter a word. But, why does this person's back look familiar? I always feel as if I have seen it somewhere. The woman was puzzled. After killing the two members of Huo Yaozong, the killing intent on the man in front quickly dissipated. He turned around, and looked at the woman with complicated eyes. The four eyes looked at each other, as if the woman had been cast with a petrification secret technique. She was frozen in place, looking at the face of the man who suddenly appeared and saved her. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She could hardly believe her eyes. Yang Kai sighed. "Senior Qingya, I haven't seen you for many years." While speaking, she stretched out her hand and swept away the secret treasure that bound her. Without the shackles of the secret treasure, Qingya just rotated the Saint Yuan and broke the seal in her body, but she still stared straight ahead. The man was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. She never thought that it would be Yang Kai who came to save her. This Yang Kai, who hasn't shown up in the past year, but disturbed the entire Qilin star. And his current strength, I can't see through it, which means that the opponent's cultivation base is at least one big realm higher than his own. Only such a huge gap will make him unable to see his true cultivation. How did he grow up so fast? Qingya thought that Su Yan's growth was scary enough. After all, they left Tongshuan continent together. At that time Su Yan's cultivation was not as good as hers, but after entering the star field, Su Yan came from behind, so that the astonishing speed has reached the realm of returning to the first layer of the void. And Yang Kai seems to have a higher cultivation than Su Yan. Where has he been all these years? How did he cultivate? Qingya's thinking was in chaos. After a long time, she gradually regained her composure, and said uncertainly, "Yang Kai. Is it really you?" "It's me." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He also didn't expect that he would meet the former Ice Lord Qingya on Qilin Star. The moment he saw the other party, Yang Kai almost thought he was dreaming. Qingya and Su Yan are together. Qingya is here, so what about Su Yan? Is she here too? Yang Kai's mind was turbulent, and he could hardly suppress the expectations deep in his heart. "Senior Qingya, Su Yan." Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked. His voice was dry. He was afraid that he would hear a disappointing answer. "Su Yan is fine, you don't have to worry." Qingya's answer made Yang Kai feel a boulder fall to the ground. More than 30 years have passed. Since the farewell that year, more than 30 years have passed. This kind of parting is different from Shaningshang's separation. Although Yang Kai hasn't seen Shaningshang for many years, he knows that she is waiting for him in Tongshuan continent. Su Yan was different. For so many years, Yang Kai didn't know where she was, how she was doing, whether she was safe or not. This kind of worry is far more tormenting than longing. Qingya's words made him laugh, and the smile was full of relief. "Are you really together?" Yang Kai asked again. "Where is she now?" "She's not here now, she's in Bingshin Valley." "Bingshin Valley? Have you entered Bingshin Valley?" Yang Kai was stunned. Chapter 1633 I'm going. Su Yan and Qingya actually joined Bingxin Valley. This is really a world of impermanence. As early as a few years ago, Yang Kai had dealt with the people of Bingxin Valley in Emperor Yuan's party, and after he came to Qilin Star by accident, he also knew that Bingxin Valley was quite powerful. But he never expected that Su Yan and Qingya actually joined Bingxin Valley. If he had known earlier, he would have gone looking for it. However, Bingxin Valley only accepts female disciples, and is famous for practicing ice-type kung fu and secret techniques, so it is really suitable for Su Yan and Qingya. After all, the ice sect they were in at that time was completely consistent with the philosophy of Bingxin Valley. Su Yan misses you very much, but she can't return to Tongshuan continent. She keeps telling me that when she has the ability to travel through the star field alone, she will definitely go back to find you. Qingya looked at Yang Kai, thinking that he has been staying in Tongshuan continent all these years. I know, I've been looking for her all these years. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and when he was about to inquire about Su Yan's situation with Qingya, he suddenly frowned and said, "This is not a place to talk, leave here first." Quote. While speaking, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked it. Sheng Yuan wrapped Qingya, and quickly disappeared from the spot with her. After more than 10 breaths, a group of 7 or 8 warriors came here and looked around for a while. The leader was puzzled. There was someone here just now, why did they suddenly disappear? Maybe they sensed our aura, so let's run away. Someone speculated. Well, forget it for now, it's important to go to support the disciples of this sect. The leader waved his hand and led the others towards the battlefield. Tens of thousands of miles away from the battlefield, in a small city, Yang Kai and Qingya found an inn and opened a room. In the room, Yang Kai carefully asked about Su Yan's situation over the years. Knowing that she was all well, not only had she entered Bingxin Valley, but also worshipped under the sect of Ran Yunting, the great elder of Bingxin Valley, and received much attention, Yang Kai was completely relieved. In Bingxin Valley, there are Void King realm powerhouses fighting, and their power is not small. The cultivation base of Ran Yunting, the great elder in the valley, is definitely not low. It is Su Yan's blessing to be able to worship under her sect. Yang Kai was faintly grateful for this Ran Yunting. If it weren't for her careful guidance, it would be impossible for Su Yan to grow to the level of Void Return First level in such a short period of time. Shaning Shang achieved this achievement only by refining the star origin of Tongshuan continent, and Su Yan can be equal to Shaning Shang just by practicing, which shows how outstanding Su Yan's aptitude is. Even, Qingya told him that Su Yan was already preparing to break through the second level. Yang Kai is happy for her from the bottom of his heart. As for why he was able to enter Bingxin Valley, there was some element of luck in it. According to Qingya, after they separated from Qianyu, they went to Kuiwei Star through the Void Tunnel. She, Su Yan, and Qian Hao worked hard on Kuiwei Star for a period of time, but at that time, their cultivation base was extremely low, only 2 or 3 saints, and they could not earn too many holy crystals and spirit pills, can't meet your own cultivation needs at all. Until I met Ran Yunting by chance. At that time, Ran Yunting did not know why she went to Kuiwei Star. After seeing Su Yan, she was very happy, and immediately said that she would bring her back to Bingxin Valley to cultivate her. How could the 3 of them refuse such a good thing? After carefully inquiring about the reputation of Bingxin Valley, Su Yan and Qingya resolutely decided to join Bingxin Valley. As for Qian Hao, because he was a man, he could not join. But for Qian Hao, Ran Yunting also arranged for him to enter a sect affiliated to the lower Bingxin Valley, and now he also has a second-level cultivation of the Holy King. After listening to Qingya's narration, Yang Kai had a strange expression. So you have really been to Kuiwei Star? He smiled wryly. Qianyu stayed on Kuiwei Star for so long, but she still failed to find information about Su Yan and others, so it turned out that she was late. If it had been 20 or 30 years earlier, they might still have met each other, but when Qianyu went to Kuiwei Star, Su Yan and others had already gone to Qilin Star. Oh, by the way, Qianyu misses you very much. Have you met Qianyu? Is she okay? Qingya asked pleasantly. After they separated that year, she no longer knew what was going on with Qianyu, and she had been worrying about her all these years. Now she heard what Yang Kai said. Qingya was overjoyed. Okay, you can ask her yourself. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ask yourself. Qingya frowned slightly, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. However, Yang Kai closed his eyes, communicated with the mysterious boundary bead with his spiritual thoughts, found Qianyu's trace, confirmed that she was not in retreat, told her, stretched out his hand, and released her from the mysterious boundary bead. What's the matter? After Qianyu appeared, she looked confused. Look at who this is. Yang Kai pointed behind her, smiling authentically. Qianyu turned her head, her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and tears immediately moistened her eyes, and she shouted tremblingly, "Sovereign!" Qianyu. Qingyu was also beyond excited. Although the star territory is wonderful, they will never be able to erase their longing for their old friends. On the Tongshuan continent, in the Ice sect, Qingyu and Elder Qianyu had a very good relationship, just like sisters who separated decades ago. Goodbye now, I can't help myself. The eye sockets of both of them were a little red. Greeting each other, confirming that the other party has been safe and sound all these years, and their cultivation base has soared, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yang Kai, you actually found the suzerain. Qianyu looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Ever since she met Yang Kai on Gloomstar, Qianyu has always regarded finding Qingya and the others as her goal over the years, which has almost become her heart disease. Yang Kai fulfilled her wish today. Where's Su Yan? Where's my brother? Are they all right? Qianyu asked anxiously. Su Yan is fine, and your elder brother Qian Hao is also fine now. In a sect called Illusory God Sect, you don't have to worry. Qingya reassured. That's good, that's good. Qianyu's cheeks were moist, tears of joy kept falling, but her face was full of smiles. Come on, tell me about your situation these years. I have told Yang Kai about our affairs just now. Qingya took Qianyu's hand, sat aside, and asked. Qianyu answered in a straightforward manner. Knowing that she was almost reduced to a brothel woman picking up customers, Qingya's cold face was covered with a layer of frost, and she looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Knowing that Yang Kai has almost unified a cultivation star now, Qingya was shocked beyond measure. Even if there is no Void King realm sitting on that star of cultivation, it is definitely not an easy matter to want to unify. Not only does it require an overwhelming advantage, it also requires a huge charisma. Time passed slowly, and the two girls reunited after a long absence, and there seemed to be endless things to say. Yang Kai didn't bother them, just sat quietly and listened intently. It wasn't until the evening that Qingya seemed to come back to her senses, and looked at Yang Kai embarrassedly. We seem to have talked too much. Senior Qingya is serious, I can understand. If he and Su Yan meet again, I'm afraid it will be the same. Your cultivation realm is far superior to mine now, so don't call me senior. Qingya pursed her lips and smiled, and you are also the master of a sect now. No matter your status or status, I can't compare with you. If you call me senior, I'm afraid I'll be ashamed. Senior is senior. Yang Kai shook his head. He never felt that he could despise his elders because of his strength. If you don't dislike it, just call me sister. Qingya smiled. Su Yan and I are also sisters of the same sect now. This is Starfield, not Tongshuan continent anymore. There is no need to entangle the past. We should all look forward to things. Yang Kai nodded and said, then I will follow Su Yan and call you senior sister. That's good. Qingya nodded, thinking of Su Yan. She smiled knowingly. Su Yan should have heard about you by now. Although she has lived in the inner island for a long time, she has been practicing in closed doors all year round and has no contact with outsiders, but I am here. Before leaving, leave her a letter. She will visit me once a month, and when she sees that letter, she must know that you have arrived at Chalangsing. Can I enter Bingxin Valley? Yang Kai asked expectantly. You want to go? Qingya frowned. Although Bingxin Valley treats me and Su Yan kindly, but this time the Bingxin Valley disciples made a big move to find your traces. I don't know the specific reason, but if you take the initiative to if Bingxingu shows up, no one knows what will happen. Then can Su Yan leave Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai asked again. Qingya shook her head. The Great Elder has high expectations for Su Yan, and now is the critical moment for Su Yan to break through the two-layer realm, and the battles between our Bingxin Valley and the Huo Yaozong are becoming more and more frequent. The Great Elder, it is impossible to let Su Yan leave at this time. Then I'm going, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. You. Qingya opened her mouth, as if she wanted to persuade her, but when she saw his firm expression, she knew that no matter what she said, it was useless, so she immediately sighed. Let me think about it. Yang Kai nodded, not to disturb her. After a long time, Qingya sighed and looked up at Yang Kai. If you want to enter Bingxin Valley, you have to reveal your identity and let the people of Bingxin Valley take the initiative to welcome you in, otherwise, you will not be able to enter. Bingxin Valley men have never been allowed to set foot, for thousands of years, without exception. As long as I reveal my identity, they will take the initiative to welcome me in. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. I'm not sure, because I don't know why Bingxin Valley is looking for you, but this time there is a lot of noise. If the elders and suzerains pay enough attention to you, it is possible. Then expose it. Yang Kai grinned, I will trouble senior sister Qingya with this matter. Don't bother, I just need to report, there will definitely be high-level sects who will take you away. Qingya looked serious, it's just that you have thought about it. If you really enter Bingxin Valley, no one can tell what will happen to you, predicted. It's okay, I just want to see Su Yan. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Okay, since you have decided so, then I will contact them. Qingya nodded, took out a communication compass from her space ring, and poured her spiritual thoughts into it. After a while, there was an obvious fluctuation of spiritual thoughts in the communication compass. After a while, Qingya put away the communication compass, looked up at Yang Kai and said, the 13th elder is nearby, and she will personally take you to Bingxin Valley. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1634 It's You. In the guest room of the inn, a beautiful woman in palace attire looked at Yang Kai coldly, nodded and said, yes, it is him. Qingya, you have made great achievements in finding someone this time, and this Elder Council will report it to the GU Master and the Elder Council, and you will definitely be rewarded. After Qingya summoned the message, within 2 hours, the 13th Elder of Bingxin Valley rushed to the city and saw Yang Kai in the inn. She had been looking for Yang Kai with Ji Zhang disciples for a year, so she naturally knew what he looked like, and she was very happy to find him so easily now. Thank you, Elder. Qingya didn't see much joy, but asked with some worry, Elder, can I ask you why we are looking for him? The 13th Elder turned his head to look at Qingya, his beautiful eyes were cold, and he said coldly, you care about him. Qingya's expression remained unchanged, and she said, he saved my life under the Huo Yaozong's people, he is my lifesaver, so. The 13th Elder nodded lightly, dispelled all doubts, and said slowly, of course there is a reason for us to find him, you don't need to ask more about this, since he is your savior, this elder can tell you that Bing Xinggu will not be right anyway. It's just that he's unfavorable, you can rest assured about that. Hearing this, Qingya breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly thanked her. The 13th Elder looked at Yang Kai, looked at him carefully for a while, nodded and said, you are quite strong, what's your name? Yang Kai, you're not from Shalangsing, are you? The 13th Elder seemed to be a little wary of Yang Kai. No, I'm from Kuiwei Planet. Kuiwei Xing. The 13th Elder squinted his beautiful eyes, and vaguely guessed, but he didn't dare to be too sure. He just asked, since you know that Hoa Yaozong and Bingxin Valley are looking for you, why did you ask to go to Bingxin Valley? Yang Kai smiled slightly. I have some quarrels with the people of the Fire Brilliant sect, and I have killed a few people from the Fire Brilliant sect. Now if I want to seek shelter, I can only choose Bingxin Valley. After finishing speaking, Yang Kai pointed out, the elder suspects that I have some impure motives. Prevention is essential, the 13th Elder did not deny, but your choice is correct. Now only Bingxin Valley can protect you. How about this, you wait here for a day. Let me make arrangements, a day later, this elder will personally take you back to Bingxin Valley. Thank you. Yang Kai suppressed his emotions and thanked him. Finally, I'm finally going to see Su Yan. Yang Kai was so excited that he could hardly restrain himself. He was extremely looking forward to the moment when he saw Su Yan again, and he really wanted to see with his own eyes what the beauty was like now. Yang Kai waited anxiously in the inn. As for the 13 elders, they don't know what arrangements they are making. It was night. Those martial artists belonging to the sects and families of Bingxin Valley took the initiative to attack the disciples of Huo Yaozong, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. There were countless battles, large and small. For a moment, almost everyone's attention was attracted. Before dawn, the 13th elder came to the inn again and greeted Yang Kai, taking him and Qingya to take advantage of the night to leave the city where they were hiding. 30 miles away from the city, there was a group of about a dozen women waiting quietly. After seeing the arrival of the 13 elders, they all bowed their hands and saluted. Let's go. The 13th elder said nothing nonsense, waved his plain hand, and took the lead to gallop forward. The dozen or so women spread out, wrapped Yang Kai in the middle, followed closely behind the 13th elder, and headed towards Bingju Island. A burst of different fragrances around him lingered at the tip of his nose, and Yang Kai really realized what it means to be surrounded by a group of beauties. These dozen or so female disciples of Bingxin Valley, regardless of their cultivation level, are all outstanding in appearance, slim in figure, with different temperaments, and each has its own characteristics. In the process of rushing, these female disciples looked at Yang Kai from time to time. Their expressions were very strange. They have been fighting outside for a year, all for Yang Kai. Now that they see a living person, they will naturally pay more attention. They were all very curious about what was so special about this man that the two top sects of Qilin Star were trying their best to find him. For this man, many colleagues died tragically, and many colleagues disappeared. Yang Kai felt obvious hostility. At least half of the dozen or so women who were responsible for protecting him hate him. Yang Kai is inexplicable. If it wasn't for the 13 elders sitting here, Yang Kai estimated that these women might join hands to beat him up first. Senior sister Qingya, they don't seem to want to see me. Yang Kai whispered to Qingya. Qingya gave a wry smile. As a disciple of Bingxin Valley, she participated in this action. She naturally knew the reason, but it was really hard to explain, so she could only say, normal, people in Bingxin Valley generally hate men. Quote. Oh, Yang Kai nodded, no doubt about him. The team continued to move forward, extremely fast. 3 days later, a group of more than a dozen people passed by a valley. Leisurely, Yang Kai frowned, lowering his eyes and looking down. The 13th elder who led the team at the front seemed to have noticed something, and shouted softly, enemy attack. As soon as her words fell, a violent energy fluctuation came from the next moment. The energy fluctuation was incomparably domineering and scorching hot. Fire dragons, wagging their heads and tails, suddenly galloped out of the valley below, baring their teeth and attacking the location of the people in Bingxin Valley. There are as many as 7 or 8 paths of fire dragons, and the damage contained inside each path is extremely terrifying. The timing of the enemy's attack was also just right. Even if the 13 elders reminded them in advance, the woman in Bingxin Valley was a little too late to react. Only when the light of the protective holy yuan shone on their bodies, the 7 or 8 fire dragons had already rushed into the crowd. There was a scream, and the 2 women with lower strength were swallowed by the fire dragon, and they died in an instant. The others were also quite embarrassed and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai protected Qingya, hid aside, squinted and looked down. Suddenly, figures appeared in the valley below. These people were not as numerous as Bingxin Valley, but each of them had the level of the Void Return Mirror. The 2 leaders were on a par with the 13 elders in terms of aura. The 13th elder narrowed his phoenix eyes, his expression extremely ugly. She didn't expect that she acted so covertly, and even made a mistake. She ruled out the possibility of traitors in the first place. This time, the dozen or so women who escorted Yang Kai were all strictly selected by her to ensure that everyone is loyal to Bingxin Valley, and that everyone has a relationship with Huo Yao. Zong has blood and deep hatred, and it is absolutely impossible to do things that make relatives hurt enemies and make people happy. Is it a coincidence? The 13th elder was in a state of mind, and he quietly glanced at Yang Kai, only to find that he was unharmed, so he was relieved. You Xueqing, you didn't expect that the old man would be waiting for you here. A loud laugh came from below. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with fair skin. His long and narrow eyes shone with a strange light, staring at 10 people. The graceful body of the 3rd elder. Yan Qilei. Yu Xueqing gritted her teeth and drank. A round of sneak attack by the other side caused Bingxin Valley to lose 2 disciples. Yu Xueqing's heart was full of murderous thoughts. It's the old man. The middle-aged man took a step forward. I knew there was a conspiracy in your actions a few days ago. What do you want to do when you are sneaky? Elder Yan, why are you talking nonsense with her? Why don't you be more straightforward and do it directly? A short old man next to Yan Qilei snorted coldly. Yu Xueqing looked at the old man, her beautiful eyes shrank suddenly. Zhangxi. Hey, I didn't expect that even the 13 elders of Bingxin Valley had heard of this old man. I feel very honored. The little old man smiled triumphantly. Yu Xueqing's complexion became even uglier. While quietly winking at the girls in Bingxin Valley, she asked in a deep voice, Zhangxi, I, Bingxin Valley, have no grievances or enmities with you. Why did you come to this muddy water? No injustice or enmity, Zhangxi snorted coldly, as the 13th elder talking nonsense with open eyes. Zhang has not forgotten the shame of 20 years ago. If you want to talk about enmity, you should ask your Bingxin Valley. 5th elder. Is that true? Yu Xueqing was surprised. She thought it was just a rumor, but she didn't want it to be true. No wonder Zhangxi would work hand in hand with Yan Qilei of Huo Yaozong. This is a big trouble. She is not afraid of Yan Qilei alone, but Zhangxi is even more difficult to deal with than Yan Qilei. He has practiced poisonous skills and is hard to defend. These disciples who follow her are definitely not opponents, let alone there are more than 2 opponents. The rumors are actually true. Qingya looked at the short, ugly old man with a strange expression, and muttered to herself. She had apparently heard some rumors, too. What is true? Yang Kai was curious. I heard that 20 years ago this person wanted me, the fifth elder of Bingxin Valley, to marry him, but he was rejected by the fifth elder. Not only that, the fifth elder even beat him to serious injuries, but we all thought it was just a rumor. Well, I didn't expect it to actually happen. Just him. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. I looked at that Jiangxi carefully, and found that no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't find a bright spot in him. It's fine to be short, but the one who was born is also ugly, with a rosaceous nose, large and small eyes, thick lips, like two sausages hanging on it, dark yellow complexion, thick neck, short limbs. Yang Kai, the fifth elder of Bingxin Valley, doesn't know what it looks like, but judging from the quality of these women who protect him, the fifth elder is definitely not bad. This Jiangxi would actually covet other people's fifth elder, so Yang Kai couldn't help but think of a sentence. Toad wants to eat. Although the situation was extremely severe, Qingya still couldn't hold back and laughed. Zhang Zai's hearing is naturally not bad. As soon as Yang Kai's words came out, he immediately turned his head and looked towards Yang Kai's position. His eyes were cold, and he snorted coldly. Boy, what did you just say? Jiangxi is crippled, and his psychology is extremely distorted, and he can't listen to others saying bad things about him. Yang Kai undoubtedly hit his reverse scale. Yan Qilei also glanced at where Yang Kai was, suddenly showing surprise, and shouted, "It's actually you." At this moment, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Chapter 1635. What are you doing? There is nowhere to look after breaking through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. The disciples of the Fire Yaozong have worked so hard to find the key person for a year, but they were accidentally bumped into by themselves. Yan Qilei was overjoyed. At this moment, he finally understood why Yu Xueqing mobilized her manpower to attack frantically and diverted Huo Yaozong's attention a few days ago. Obviously, it is necessary to build the plank road openly and keep the warehouse in the dark. Moreover, judging from the direction of their group of people, it is indeed the route back to Ice Extinction Island. So that's how it is. Yan Qilei nodded slightly, and turned to look at Yu Xueqing. So your purpose is this, but it's a pity, since Yan has met you, you are doomed to fail. Yu Xueqing screamed in her heart. She couldn't help but glared at Yang Kai, blaming him for talking too much and asking for trouble, and at the same time she said in a low voice, "What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you go away? No matter what, I have to send this kid to the Ice Absolute Island." As soon as the words fell, Yu Xueqing's body was vigorously urged, and a cold air visible to the naked eye centered on her position and spread wildly to the surroundings. The cold air almost froze the world, and the earth immediately filled with a thick layer of ice. Shish! Ice edges suddenly appeared behind Yu Xueqing, sharp and sharp, flashing cold light. She raised her bare hand, and the innumerable ice cones attacked the people of Huo Yaozong like locusts crossing the border. I've heard about the name of the 13 elders for a long time. I'm here to play with you. I hope you won't let me down. Yan Qilei shouted sharply, facing the countless ice picks. Without fear, he punched forward suddenly. There was a crackling sound, and the scorching mood splashed into the void, and a huge fist made of flames greeted those ice cones. Boom boom boom. The ice cone shattered countless times, and the giant flaming fist gradually diminished, finally disappearing invisible. Brother Zhang, it's up to you whether the others live or die, but that kid must be captured alive. After Yan Qilei smashed Yu Xueqing's attack with one move, he approached Yu Xueqing extremely quickly, while urging him. Hey, with your words, the old man can feel at ease. Jiangxi grinned grinningly, urging her own poisonous kung fu. In an instant, the world with a radius of 10 miles was shrouded in a layer of colorful poisonous mist, like an upside-down big bowl, covering the land of 10 miles tightly, and an unpleasant smell filled the world. It makes people want to vomit, and all the women in Bingxin Valley who smell this breath feel a little dizzy, and the Saint Yuan is not working well. No, it's Zhang Zai's annihilation poison mist. Bing Xinggu shouted in horror. No matter what, send this kid out first. The other person obeyed Yu Xueqing's instruction, reminding everyone with a coquettish drink. All the women in Bingxin Valley suddenly came back to their senses. For more than a year, at least thousands of colleagues died outside in order to find Yang Kai, and now they finally found his whereabouts. If they were robbed here, those thousands of colleagues would have died in vain. Follow us. A woman dressed as a young woman shouted at Yang Kai. Yu Xueqing was entangled by Yan Qilei, and everyone took her as the leader. Can't you get away? Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. That old guy is stronger than you guys, and this poisonous mist seems to be terrible. If you really run away, you will be played to death. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let you go. The young woman almost gritted her teeth and shouted, this man is very strong, we are powerless to resist. Very strong. How strong is it? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. The pinnacle of the void returned third layer. On Qilon Star, he is one of the most promising candidates to be promoted to the Void King realm. Only the top 5 elders in my Bingxin Valley can compete with him. Don't be desperate. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded lightly. You. The young woman was annoyed, and she was very dissatisfied with Yang Kai's casual attitude. She said everything so seriously, and the other party didn't care at all. Isn't this going to drag them down to suffer? We have already missed the best opportunity. A woman next to me said sadly. Hearing this, the young woman sighed. If they had acted at the moment when the 13 elders opened their mouths to remind them, they might have escaped, but after being dragged down by Yang Kai, how could they have any chance of surviving? Jiangxi hates Bingxin Valley deeply, his strength is extremely high, and the poisonous kung fu he cultivates is even more secretive and difficult to guard against. I am afraid that the fate of his group of teachers and sisters will not be optimistic. Thinking of this, the young woman glared at Yang Kai viciously, gritted her teeth and said, if we die, it's all your fault, and I won't let you go when we get to the underworld. What are you talking about so seriously? Yang Kai still didn't care, just kill him. Quote, the young woman was stunned, and all the women in Bingxin Valley looked at Yang Kai like an idiot, thinking that men are really stupid creatures. Doesn't he know the strength gap between himself and Jiangxi? How dare you speak so boldly? After everyone delayed for a while, the same multicolored poisonous mist had already filled Zhang Zai's body, making it impossible to see his figure at all. Only the creepy laughter came from the poisonous mist. Follow the old man, but remember to the old man, don't kill anyone. These lowly maid servants in Bingxin Valley belong to the old man, and the old man wants them to know what it means to not look like a person. Jiangxi said in a low voice. The warriors of Huo Yaozong all rolled their eyes, but they were not as powerful as others, so they could only nod their heads to cooperate. Following Jiangxi, the fire-type Saint Yuan rushed towards the people in Bingxin Valley. Here we come. We are more outnumbered than them, so try our best to defend first, especially be careful of Zhang Zai's poisonous mist. The leading young woman drank coquettishly, and nearly 10 women in Bingxin Valley all circulated the holy yuan, pushing their severe cold to the extreme. She glanced at Yang Kai again, and ordered, you hide behind. Hey, what are you doing? When she was speaking, she saw Yang Kai actually took a step forward and greeted Jiangxi and the others directly, with a look of life and death. Come back quickly. The young woman turned pale with shock. On the other side, Yu Xueqing, who was on par with Yan Qilei, noticed the strange situation here, turned her head and took a look, and her face also changed color. You distracted, Yan Qilei took advantage of the evenly matched situation, and could only defend hard, cursing Yang Kai in his heart for not knowing the severity and acting so recklessly. She knew it was over. Not only was it impossible to bring Yang Kai back to Bingxin Valley, but the dozen or so disciples might not be able to go back alive. As for herself, the hope of escape was only 30%. For a moment, Yu Xueqing was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. This kid is interesting. Well, Elder Yan said that he can't be killed, so he can only be captured alive. It's really troublesome. Jiangxi looked at Yang Kai, who was approaching him quickly, and concentrated his hand, and a wisp of poisonous mist flowed from him. He separated from his body and attacked Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, that ray of poisonous mist attacked Yang Kai, twisting and wriggling, like a rope, winding towards Yang Kai, obviously trying to capture him alive. It's broken. The heart of the young woman at the back sank, she could hardly bear to watch what was going to happen next, and felt anxious in her heart. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's whining and rushing, they would at least have hoped to complete this mission. Even if some people were killed or injured by then, it would be worth it, but now, everything is over. If the poisonous smoke had spirituality, it bound Yang Kai's body. This kid is useful to your Huo Yaozong, so I will leave it to you. Jiangxi ordered. Without even looking at Yang Kai, he flew past him, aiming at the young woman not far in front of him, etc. People. Several members of Huo Yaozong exchanged eye contact. One of them rushed towards Yang Kai, while the others continued to follow behind Jiangxi. The team of 7 or 8 people passed by Yang Kai. Golden light suddenly rises. There was blood spattering, and severed limbs flying. The vitality of several people was instantly annihilated. The corpses and pieces of meat fell down like rain, and the scene was extremely bloody. Sensing the energy fluctuations behind him, Jiangxi frowned and looked back suspiciously. The next moment, his eyeballs were rounded, and he turned around quickly, looking at Yang Kai solemnly, with an unbelievable expression in his eyes. The poisonous smoke that I tied up this kid disappeared at some point, and all the Huo Yaozong warriors who followed behind me were dead. There was no movement of fighting, no screams before dying. It seemed that there was only a momentary energy fluctuation, and 6 or 7 void-returning mirror warriors died inexplicably. Jiangxi suddenly felt something was wrong, and a chill hit her from the head to the soles of the feet. What's going on? On the other side of Bingxin Valley, a group of women were also stunned. The young woman at the head was trembling slightly, with a dazed expression, as if in a dream. Qingya's beautiful eyes were full of splendor, revealing an expression that really did. Yang Kai insisted on not fleeing, but took the initiative to meet the enemy. She had already guessed. She doesn't know much about Yang Kai, but from Su Yan, she knows that Yang Kai is a person who can often create miracles and regards challenges as a daily routine. She was just guessing before, but now the facts are in front of her. Those 6 or 7 people from Huo Yaozong ranged from the first level to the 3rd level, but when they passed by Yang Kai, they all died inexplicably. This is no longer explained by a leapfrog battle, it is simply a miracle. No one knew how Yang Kai did it, they only saw a ray of golden light blooming. No way, the young woman looked at Yang Kai in shock. At this moment, Yang Kai had a golden thread floating in front of him. The golden thread was strangely full of vitality and energy, as if it had a life of its own. People dare not underestimate it. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Jiangxi sarcastically. Jiangxi felt tremendous pressure inexplicably, as if what he was facing was not a second-level Void Return realm, but a genuine Void King realm. The spiritual thoughts changed. Jiangxi dispelled the uneasiness in his heart, and said in a low voice, "Boy, dare to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. It's just that you guys underestimated me." Yang Kai grinned and said calmly, "Old man, are you ready to die?" Big words. Jiangxi yelled sharply, her momentum instantly fluctuated, and she fanned towards Yang Kai to suppress her. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1636 Kill. Almost successful. Yang Kai raised his brows, and immediately felt that there was a reason why Jiangxi was jealous of the young woman in Bingxin Valley. With this almost great momentum alone, Jiangxi is indeed qualified to become a Void King. One of the candidates for the environment. The potential field was extremely powerful, and soon filled in front of Yang Kai. At the moment before wrapping him, a mysterious force not inferior to Zhang Zai's potential field burst out of Yang Kai's body and rolled back. The silent collision is invisible to the naked eye. But Jiangxi heard the shock of his own heart, and heard the sound of clicking. At this moment, his proud and almost complete potential field is like an egg, hitting a big rock and smashing into pieces, making it impossible to maintain. In the blink of an eye, Jiangxi was enveloped by a thick force. The opponent's potential field. Jiangxi was shocked, his face turned pale, and only then did he realize that Yang Kai was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. His cultivation was at the Void Return 2 layer, but his understanding of the potential field had already changed. Far beyond myself. Frantically mobilizing Shengyuan to resist the influence of the potential field on himself, the colorful poisonous mist spreads, forming clusters of poisonous clouds around his side to form a protection, and there are streaks of colorful energy separating Chaoyang from it. Open the attack, forming a terrible killing. Although Jiangxi was suppressed in the power field competition, he was capable and unwilling to sit still. He is good at using poison, and the poisonous mist is a fatal threat to any flesh and blood. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't dare to risk himself. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand and summoned the fire bird artifact spirit, accompanied by the sharp sound of birdsong. A fiery red strange bird with a body length of 10 feet appeared leisurely, opened its beak, and spewed out groups of scorching fireballs from its mouth, smashing towards Jiangxi overwhelmingly. Jiangxi was extremely embarrassed. His poisonous mist can't do anything to Firebird at all. On the contrary, it was riddled with holes by the Firebird's fireball and evaporated countless times. The body wrapped in the poisonous mist was gradually exposed, and his expression looked extremely embarrassed. The speed and frequency of the Firebird's spewing fireballs became faster and faster, and Jiangxi was beaten so helplessly that he could only fight in embarrassment. Constantly urging Shengyuan to form poisonous mist outside the body, but the poisonous mist could not be maintained at all, and was dispersed as soon as you appeared. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing on the spot, looked at Jiangxi coldly, and said with a grin, "Old man, you can't do it." The girls of Bingxin Valley looked dull. He stared blankly at this scene. Just relying on a strangely appearing Firebird and Yang Kai's potential field, Jiangxi was suppressed to death. If Yang Kai finds the right opportunity, Jiangxi is very likely to die here. They simply cannot comprehend the rationality of what they see. They were mentally prepared for heavy casualties, and thought they were doomed this time. They've all prepared for the worst. Who knew that Yang Kai didn't make a move, but when he made a move, he was so exaggerated but that bizarre performance made them silent. Just a firebird made Jiangxi useless, and he didn't have any temper at all when he was targeted. Instead, he was extremely embarrassed, and he didn't have any extra energy to deal with them. This time, maybe there is no need to die. Everyone's heart is jumping for joy, the eyes looking at Yang Kai gradually changed, full of amazement and gratitude. The firebird became more and more brave, all kinds of dazzling fires spewed out from its mouth and shot from its wings, which not only prevented Zhang Zai's poisonous mist from forming a scale, but also left a series of large or small scars on Zhang Zai's body. Wound. The burnt smell gradually diffused. Jiangxi looked ferocious, and suddenly took out a secret treasure full of energy fluctuations, sprayed a mouthful of colorful poisonous smoke from his mouth, and poured it into the secret treasure. The secret treasure absorbed the multicolored poisonous smoke, twisted and changed quickly, and suddenly turned into a huge colorful python. The poisonous python twisted its body and rushed straight into the sky to face the mighty firebird. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiangxi once again encouraged Sheng Yuan to get rid of the suppression of Yang Kai's potential field, and rushed towards Yang Kai with the momentum of thunder. He obviously wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai dies, he can do whatever he wants. As for Yan Qilei's advice from Huo Yaozong, now that he can't protect himself, how can he take the other party's advice to heart? In the blink of an eye, he rushed to a position only 10 feet away from Yang Kai, and the few poisonous mist lingering outside his body twisted like a spirituality at this moment, separated from his body, and turned into terrifying attacks, towards Yang Kai. At this time, the girls of Bingxin Valley finally came back to their senses, and the leading young woman shouted coquettishly, "Help quickly." While speaking, the energy fluctuations of the ice energy surged out of her delicate body, and powerful ice cones formed leisurely and struck towards Zhang Zai's back. The other women also reacted, and each used their killer moves and secret techniques to hit Jiangxi. The golden light reappeared, and the golden blood thread suspended in front of Yang Kai was shaken straight by Yang Kai, and with a slight tremor, it suddenly disappeared in place. At this moment, Jiangxi had a feeling that he would die if he didn't run away. Suddenly, he stopped his figure, gritted his teeth, and hid to the side. The golden blood thread suddenly appeared, shooting through the phantom he left in place. Jiangxi broke out in a cold sweat, and before he could recover, the attacks from the dozen or so women in Bingxin Valley had already slammed over. The area where he was instantly covered by hundreds of ice cones. The energy of the world was chaotic, and Zhang Zai's muffled groan could be heard vaguely, obviously injured. The cultivation base of Bingxin Valley's disciples is not as good as Zhang Zai's, and one-on-one may only be killed in seconds, but the power of a dozen of them teaming up cannot be underestimated. Dust flew up and the scene was chaotic. The young woman headed by Bing Xinggu had a sudden cardiac arrest and looked nervously at that place. "Is he dead?" someone asked. After the words fell, Zhang Zai's voice came from far away. "Bingxin Valley's lowly maid servants, you wait for this old man. Sooner or later, this old man will kill Bingju Island and mutilate you to death one by one." He didn't know when he escaped. The young woman's face turned pale, and she turned her head to look in the direction of the source of the sound, only to see a multicolored ray of light fleeing away at an extremely fast speed, and who was the figure wrapped in the multicolored ray if it wasn't Jiangxi? She immediately looked towards Yang Kai, hoping that he could intercept him. But after looking at it, he was stunned again. Yang Kai's original location was empty, and he didn't know where he went. With a feeling in her heart, she looked in the direction of Zhang Zai's escape again, and waited until she saw a figure blocking Zhang Zai's front. Suddenly understand. This time the battle is no longer within their reach. Whether it is Jiangxi or Yang Kai, the background they have is far beyond their countless grades. They didn't know when Yang Kai and Jiangxi chased and escaped. "How could you?" Jiangxi looked at Yang Kai who was standing in front of him. An expression of hell in the daytime. Just now, he took advantage of the energy chaos and the moment the enemy's sight was diverted, and used the secret technique to escape. He thought that no one would notice. But this young man actually saw the opportunity and intercepted him in front. Although he was terrified in his heart, Jiangxi was a ruthless person after all. Knowing that he couldn't escape without breaking through Yang Kai's blockade, he gritted his teeth and spewed out a mouthful of blood, his aura inexplicably increased by 3 points. There was a faint blood light all over his body, and he slammed into Yang Kai without fear. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, he snorted, and said with a sneer, looking for death. Did not dodge or avoid. Raising a fist, the peak of the fist was immediately covered by a layer of golden light, and there was a faint chirping sound, and an extremely sharp breath spread out. The sword energy of the 5 elements is indestructible, and the energy of sharp gold. Among the 5 elements, sword chi, gold is the sharpest. Using the sword energy of gold, Yang Kai's fist was covered with innumerable sword glows that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Aware of the horror of the energy on the fist peak, Jiangxi naturally didn't want to sit still, and once again condensed colorful poisonous smoke, covering his whole body. The fist hit Zhang Zai's body, and the colorful poisonous smoke was instantly defeated, and the bloody light covering Zhang Zai's body also collapsed. Countless tiny sword lights pierced to pieces. There was a dense sound of bone breaking, Zhang Zai's body flew upside down, and blood spurted out of his mouth in midair. His ferocious face became terrified, and he tried his best to stabilize his figure, but the golden light that came out of the golden blood thread engulfed him completely. When the golden light dissipated, Zhang Zai's whole body suddenly shattered into countless pieces and scattered from the sky. The well-known Qilin star, Zhang Shi, who had the qualifications to be promoted to the Void King Realm powerhouse, fell. A group of women in Bingxin Valley flushed and cheered, they couldn't control their excitement. But Yan Qilei, who was fighting fiercely with Yu Xueqing, changed his expression greatly, he glanced at Yang Kai in shock, and his movements couldn't help but slow down for a moment. After all, Yu Xueqing is the 13th elder of Bingxin Valley. Although her ranking is low, her strength is quite high. How could she let such an opportunity go by, took advantage of the situation to reverse the situation, and crazily suppressed Yan Qilei. She was actually quite shocked, she never thought that Yang Kai could kill Zhang Shi. After all, the technique that person practiced was extremely secretive. Even if he matched up, he would definitely be at a disadvantage, and if he failed, he would die in the opponent's hands. But Yang Kai killed Zhang Shi, and the time spent before and after was only 20 or 30 breaths of effort. In Bingxin Valley, the only one who can do this is the Great Elder. This young man is actually a figure who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Great Elder. Yu Xueqing's heart was shaken, and she felt that it was necessary to re-examine Yang Kai. Senior brother, please help the 13th elder. The young woman in Bingxin Valley shouted at Yang Kai Jiao. No problem. Yang Kai nodded lightly, pointed at Yan Qilei, and shouted, kill him. The fire bird went straight to Yan Qilei. Yan Qilei's strength and Yu Xueqing's were about the same, and no one could do anything to the other, but with the addition of the fire bird weapon spirit, Yan Qilei was not an opponent at all, and those who were beaten were retreating steadily and had no power to fight back. Boy, I am the elder of the Huo Yaozong. If you dare to attack me, you are dead. It is still too late to stop, otherwise even if you escape to the ends of the earth, the Huo Yaozong will not let you go. Yan Qilei shouted angrily, I hope that Yang Kai can cast a mouse and not join forces with Yu Xueqing. Chapter 1637. As long as Yang Kai doesn't intervene, with Yu Xueqing's ability, he can't stop him at all, and he can leave calmly. So his life and death are only between Yang Kai's thoughts. Yu Xueqing frowned, and hurriedly shouted, little brother, don't be afraid, his Huo Yaozong is very powerful, and I, Bingxin Valley, is not made of mud, so I will protect you well, please help me kill this thief. She was afraid that Yang Kai would be intimidated by the other party's words, and retreated. After all, Yan Qilei is different from Zhang Shi. Although Zhang Shi is powerful, he is just a lonely family. No one will avenge him if he is killed. Yan Qilei is the elder of Huo Yaozong, and there is a huge force behind him. Of course I want to kill. Yang Kai grinned grinningly, looking at Yan Qilei sarcastically, you still want to threaten me at this time, are you guys from Fire Brilliance sect so stupid? Yan Qilei's face turned pale. By the way, I forgot to tell you. This is not the first time I have killed someone from the Fire Yaozong. I killed a guy named Kong Wendong in the Emperor Garden before, and I also killed a guy named Zhang Qing in the Blood Prison a while ago. Is it from your Fire Flame sect? Yan Qilei was really panicked now. He didn't expect that the grievances between Yang Kai and Huo Yaozong were so deep. Both Kong Wendong and Zhang Qing were well-known guys in Huo Yaozong. They were elders, and their rankings were even higher than him. But Kong Wendong went to Emperor Garden and never came back, and Zhang Qing went to Blood Prison but there was no news. If what Yang Kai said is true, doesn't it mean that they all died at the hands of this kid? I don't have a good impression of you Fire Brilliance sect, so, die. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned cold, and an extremely pure soul power condensed into a straight line, and blasted straight at Yan Qilei. The silent but vast sea-like power is like a sharp sword that can't resist anything. It directly tore through Yan Qilei's defense and pierced into his sea of consciousness. Yan Qilei screamed, his face was as pale as paper, and his soul was already wounded. Yu Xueqing's beautiful eyes lit up, and she took this opportunity to stimulate her own potential field and artistic conception. With her body as the center, the 30-foot radius immediately became extremely cold, as if even the air was frozen. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yan Qilei's body, and the cold air invaded his body, affecting the movement of his soul and the flexibility of his body. Taking advantage of the situation, Huo now jumped down, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed Yan Qilei in one gulp. Visible to the naked eye, there was a bulging movement in the belly of the firebird weapon spirit, but the scorching power burned it to offset it. As time went by, the movement became smaller, and finally disappeared. A group of electric lights suddenly appeared in the body of the firebird, and the firebird turned into a flame, and returned to Yang Kai's body, leaving a pile of wreckage in place. This guy obviously also practiced the secret technique of Qianshan Leihuo. Like Zhang Qingkong Wendong, Qianshan Leihuo was swallowed by the firebird after his death to strengthen its power. A catastrophe, resolved bizarrely. Yu Xueqing stood where she was, gasping for breath while looking at Yang Kai with complicated eyes. The other women in Bingxin Valley also showed shocked expressions. Only Qingye was smiling. After a long time, Yu Xueqing reluctantly accepted the reality, nodded to Yang Kai and said, "Thank you." This time, if it wasn't for Yang Kai's sudden brilliance, it would be good if 2 or 3 people from Bingxin Valley escaped, but now not only were they unscathed, but even the members of Huo Yaozong were killed. Yu Xueqing was grateful to Yang Kai from the bottom of her heart. "No, I'm just protecting myself, can I start now?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yu Xueqing nodded, and asked one of her disciples to pack up the spoils, and then led everyone to continue driving towards the direction of Bingju Island. But this time, no one is hostile to Yang Kai. They all restrained their inexplicable hostility, and no longer surrounded Yang Kai to protect him as before. The battle with everyone in Huo Yaozong made everyone know that Yang Kai is the most powerful one in his group. You don't need them to protect you at all. On the way forward, they looked at Yang Kai from time to time, full of curiosity. They really didn't know how this young man cultivated. He could show such an exaggerated combat power even though he only had a cultivation base of the Void Return second layer. Elder 13, why are we looking for him this time? Qingya observed the situation, knowing that now is the best time to ask about this matter, and asked immediately. The other Bingxin Valley disciples also looked confused, looking at Yu Xueqing suspiciously. These people have been fighting outside for a year, everyone is looking for Yang Kai, many senior sisters died in front of them, they are naturally curious, what is the reason for all this? Yu Xueqing frowned, with a look of embarrassment on her face, and said, I don't know the specific reason, it's just that people from Huo Yaozong are looking for it, so we in Bingxin Valley can't let them succeed. Maybe, he knows something. Quote, when saying this, Yu Xueqing looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if his mind was wandering away, and he didn't mean to answer at all. You don't need to worry about this matter. Since the suzerain and the Presbyterian Council did this, there must be a reason. Yes, everyone agreed. There was nothing wrong with the journey. The team galloped forward for half a month under the leadership of Yu Xueqing. It was not until half a month later that the crowd came to a city adjacent to the sea. This is obviously the power of Bingxin Valley. Yu Xueqing directly took Yang Kai to the space loss circle built in the city, and used the space loss circle to teleport to Bingju Island. On the outer island, Yang Kai's expression changed as soon as he appeared here, with a trace of uncontrollable excitement appearing on his face. He turned his head and stared in a certain direction, his eyes seemed to be able to cross the barrier of space, and look at a distant location. At the same time, in a certain ice house on the inner island, Su Yan who was meditating opened her beautiful eyes suddenly, and her delicate body trembled slightly. At this moment, she felt something. Sensed Yang Kai's aura. The two have practiced yin-yang joyous kung fu, and they can sense each other as long as they are not too far apart. Although the outer island and the inner island are hundreds of miles apart, they still cannot erase the spiritual connection between Yang Kai and Su Yan. She is here, he came. At the same time, the two sensed each other's existence. Yang Kai stood where he was, his eyes were as gentle as water, almost melting rocks. Su Yan hurriedly got up and went towards the layman. But just as he walked out of the ice room, he was stopped by two women. Junior sister Su, where do you want to go? Among the two women in charge of guarding Su Yan, the woman surnamed Zhou looked at Su Yan with a frosty face and stood in front of her. Senior sister Zhou, I'm going out for a while. Su Yan looked at her pleadingly. No, the woman surnamed Zhou shook her head resolutely. The great elder ordered you to stay here during this time and not leave even a single step. Don't make things difficult for senior sister. Yes, junior sister Su, the two of us are here to guard you. It's enough to be boring and wronged. Although you are under the sect of the great elder, you can't help but take the senior sister seriously. Please go back. The other person also looked at Su Yan coldly. The job of guarding Su Yan is really too boring, not only can't move around, but also can't concentrate on cultivation, which makes them suffer a lot. This errand made the two women complain deeply to Su Yan, and they didn't like Su Yan's favor very much, so they naturally wouldn't be too polite. Senior sisters, I don't want to make things difficult for you, but I have to go out, and I promise I will be back within half a day. Su Yan bit her red lips and looked at the two helplessly. Junior sister really doesn't take senior sister seriously. The woman surnamed Zhou sneered, have you ever thought about what kind of punishment we will receive if the great elder finds out about your going out? I don't know you, what are you going to do, but I will not take responsibility for your boring behavior. Junior sister is the most important disciple of the great elder's sect. The great elder may not punish you too harshly, but what about us? You are not clear about the severity of the great elder. Junior sister, you are born beautiful, but you don't care about it. Like snakes and scorpions, are you going to put us to death? Su Yan opened her mouth, speechless. Although what the other two said was a bit exaggerated and extreme, it was undeniable that if they really went out, the two of them would definitely be implicated. Her expression darkened for a moment, and she said softly, it's because junior sister didn't think carefully. Her man had already arrived on the Ice Absolute Island and was very close to her, but she couldn't go to meet her. Su Yan felt like a knife was twisting her heart. It's good to know, go back soon. The woman surnamed Zhou snorted coldly. Su Yan nodded helplessly, turned and returned. Seeing that she closed the door of the ice room tightly and retreated again, the two women guarding outside sneered. The woman surnamed Zhou said, finally, I let out a breath of anger. I really think that I can be defiant after joining the sect of the great elder. The other woman giggled and said happily, who told her to have her eyes higher than her head before? If she had a good relationship with us before, this time she won't be too embarrassing. As senior sisters, we should teach her how to behave. Then do you want to report this matter to the great elder? The woman surnamed Zhou pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, no need for now. Since she failed to go out, she won't be punished even if she reports it. It's not too late to report her if she really made a mistake. The elder will definitely not let her. Senior sister is right. Another woman's eyes lit up. ... Little brother. Yu Xueqing's shout woke Yongkai up. He finally withdrew his gaze and looked towards Yu Xueqing. The 13th elder of Bingxin Valley had a strange expression, coughed lightly and said, it is the inner island of Bingzhu Island. As a man, it is absolutely impossible for you to set foot on it. We are now on the outer island. If not this time due to special circumstances, you will not be allowed in. It is already an honor for this junior to be able to enter Absolute Ice Island. Thank you, senior. Yongkai cupped his hands in thanks. Because of Su Yan, Yongkai was in a good mood, and suddenly found that these women in Bingxin Valley were all radiant, and their attitudes were naturally very warm. Although she didn't know why Yongkai had some subtle changes, Yu Xueqing didn't intend to pursue it. She nodded and said, you stay here for now. As for the future, I will talk about it when I return to the suzerain and the elders. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1638. You do it yourself. Ask for recommendations and monthly tickets on Monday. There are lofts on the outer island, which is adjacent to the sea, with clear water and the sound of tides. After Yu Xueqing arranged for Yongkai to live in the attic, she took the others and left, and she had a woman from Ice Heart Valley who was not strong enough to take care of Yongkai's daily life. Before leaving, Qingya cast a calm look at Yongkai. Yongkai understood. Now that he has arrived at Bingzhu Island, he has already learned that Su Yan is hundreds of miles away. The longing for seeing her beauty again is more surging than ever, but he also knows that Bingzhu Island is not an ordinary place. Naturally, he would not go randomly. Sitting cross-legged in the attic, Yongkai held Su Yan's ice soul orb in his hand, motionless. He didn't release his spiritual thoughts, but he could clearly feel that hundreds of miles away, there was an aura that was closely related to him and shared weal and woe. That was Su Yan's breath. At the same time, Su Yan was also sitting in her ice room, her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Both of them are feeling each other's existence, feeling the ups and downs of each other's emotions. This silent, invisible telepathy has a feeling that silence is better than sound, and both of them feel warm physically and mentally. At a certain moment, the two of them smiled at the same time, and a wonderful spiritual power burst out from within their bodies, crossing the barriers of time and space, and meeting at the center of Ice Absolute Island. Yang Kai seemed to be able to see Su Yan, so he stood in front of him beautifully, and the figure that existed in his heart for more than 30 years finally reappeared today. He could even feel that Su Yan was reaching out to touch him. He responds. The spiritual connection between the two is getting closer, gradually merged into one. There is no verbal communication, but both parties can clearly see everything about the other party, and see everything the other party has experienced over the years, as if they had personally experienced it. At a certain location on the inner island, in Ran Yunting's ice room, Ran Yunting, who was meditating, suddenly frowned, as if she had noticed something, and looked up into the void, with a puzzled look on her face. Just at this moment, a wave of divine sense suddenly came from the communication compass beside him. She picked up the summons compass. I poured my spiritual thoughts into it, and after realizing the information contained inside, my face couldn't help but darken. Junior sister, you actually found that kid, and even brought him to Ice Absolute Island. I see. It turns out that this little beast is here. Interfere with Su Yan's mind. The little bastard is courting death. Ran Yunting's eyes showed a look of hostility. The extremely tyrannical spirit power suddenly sputtered into the void. Blast towards a certain location on the ice-extinct island. Yang Kai, who was communicating with Su Yan spiritually, never expected that someone would attack him. The confluence of the mind is different from the power of the divine consciousness. The former doesn't have any killing and defensive power at all, while the latter can attack and defend. As soon as Ran Yunting's power was used, Yang Kai felt that the telepathy between himself and Su Yan was cut off brutally. Not only that, but the shock in his mind also made his face turn pale, and he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. Who is it? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, his face extremely ugly. He can naturally feel that there is some murderous intent in the power that cuts off the telepathy between himself and Su Yan. It seems that he doesn't care about his own life at all. If his spiritual power is not superior to ordinary people, he will be killed just by that. Hit hard. This kind of trauma is a spiritual injury, which cannot be repaired by ordinary panacea. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned cold, but soon, he shook his head helplessly. What I did just now was indeed a bit abrupt. After all, this is Bingju Island, the chief rudder of Bingxin Valley. For thousands of years, I was the first man to step into an outer island. It is indeed a little bit rash to make such a move. Wrong. After thinking about it, Yang Kai calmed down and stopped thinking about it. However, that spiritual power is extraordinary, and it is very likely that it is the top 5 elders in Bingxin Valley. After suffering a dull loss, he no longer acted rashly. Anyway, there is always a chance to see Su Yan again. As for Su Yan's safety, Yang Kai is not worried. After all, she is also the disciple of the great elder of Bingxin Valley, so she interfered. No matter which elders my people are, they will not hit Su Yan hard. In Su Yan's ice room, she suddenly opened her eyes, her face was pale, and she whispered, Master. Close the door and think about your mistakes. If you do what you did just now and don't let others do it, I will personally take the head of that little beast. Ran Yunting's icy voice rang in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan's face turned even paler, and she opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. You take care of yourself. Ran Yunting seemed quite disappointed with the current Su Yan, and after dropping a sentence coldly, there was no response. In the ice palace of Bingxin Valley, after a year, the high-level officials in the valley gathered together again. Master Gu, what is the purpose of summoning our sisters this time? An elder asked. Binglong smiled gently, nodded and said, there is one important thing, but it is a happy event. Oh, what happy event? Everyone became curious. Elder Yu has already found that young man and brought him to Bingju Island. Binglong cut to the chase and announced with a smile. Found it. Junior sister Yu really has good means, you can find all of this, it should be a great credit. It's good to find it, it's good to find it. It's been more than a year, and many disciples in the valley have been killed and injured, and it's time to withdraw. However, Master Gu, have you ever found out why the people from the Huo Yaozong are looking for him? What kind of secret is hidden in him that the Huo Yaozong attaches so much importance to? This. I don't know either, Elder Yu, you brought him back, but what did you find? Binglong cast her eyes on Yu Xueqing. The latter shook his head slowly. On the way back, I made indirect remarks once, but the kid didn't answer. But according to my observation, he is not an ordinary person. Why do you say that? He should be a genius among geniuses. Yan Qilei of the Fire Yaozong died at his hands. What? Yan Qilei died at his hands? Binglong's face changed. She frowned and said, didn't it mean that this person only has a cultivation level of void returning level 2? That's right, he is indeed only at the 2nd level, but he can fight at higher levels. That's why I say he is a genius among geniuses. It's not bad. Binglong nodded. Zhangxi also died at his hands. Yu Xueqing had a strange expression. I fought alone, and I was killed by him with 20 breaths. Zhangxi, that Zhangxi. The 5 elders of Bingxin Valley narrowed their phoenix eyes, with an incredulous look on their faces. It's that Zhangxi. How is this possible? Although Zhangxi didn't come from any prominent sect and was always alone, this person had many adventures in his early years and his strength was extraordinary. He is not an ordinary 3rd-layer void-returning realm. It is heard that his potential has become great. He is one of the candidates on Qilon planet who is very promising to advance to the Void King realm. How could he be killed by that young man? Junior sister Yu, are you kidding me? How could I be joking about this kind of thing? I saw it with my own eyes, junior sister, and there are more than a dozen disciples who can testify. Yu Xueqing looked serious. All the elders in Bingxin Valley looked at each other in astonishment, and several of them looked at the 5th elder, wanting to hear her opinion. Among all the people present, she was the only one who had fought against Zhangxi back then, so she naturally had the right to speak. The 5th elder did not shirk, pondered for a moment and said, the last time I fought fiercely with Zhangxi was 20 years ago. I spent a whole day to seriously wound him, but failed to kill him. The current him, I am not necessarily an opponent. In our Bingxin Valley, there are no more than 3 elders who can compete with Zhangxi alone. Hiss. There was a sound of gasping, and the expressions of the elders were extremely wonderful. The 5th elder didn't exaggerate anything, he was just telling the truth, but it was precisely because of this that it made people feel terrible. Doesn't this mean that the young man's personal strength can rank among the top 3 among us? He is only at the 2nd level, if he is promoted to the 3rd level. More than that, fighting is not the same as killing. He was able to kill Zhangxi, and it only took 20 breaths. His strength may only be able to compete with the great elder. The expressions of the elders suddenly dimmed. What they said they had no confidence, because even if the elders took action in person, they might not be able to kill Zhangxi in just 20 breaths. After looking at each other, everyone's expression was only shocked. Unfortunately, he is not a woman. Bing Long rubbed her brows lightly, and smiled wryly. If Yang Kai was a woman, Bing Long would definitely absorb him into Bingxin Valley at all costs. For such a talent, the chances of being promoted to the Void King stage in the future are definitely much higher than other Void Return mirrors. The reason why Bingxin Valley can become one of the 2 major forces on Qilon Star is because there is a Void King realm sitting in charge. If there is another one, it can completely suppress the Huo Yaozong and surpass it. Become the #1 sect of Qilon Star, covering the sky with one hand. It doesn't matter if it's not a woman. It's not that my Bingxin Valley disciple is unmarried, so why not just find a good disciple to marry him? An elder suggested with a smile. It's a good idea, but I might not agree to it. Another elder sitting next to her slowly shook his head. His strength and aptitude are so outstanding, and he doesn't look very young. How can there be no women following him? Maybe there are many women who are willing to follow him. Those vulgar fans, how can they be compared with my elite disciples of Bingxin Valley? It is his blessing that he can marry my elite disciples of Bingxin Valley. That's a good thing to say. A group of elders chattered and expressed their opinions, as if they wanted to find a suitable person to marry Yang Kai now, so that he could be tied to the big ship of Bingxin Valley. Bing Long coughed lightly, and said with a weird expression, did you forget that people from the Huo Yaozong are also looking for him, and I, Bing Xinggu, may not be afraid of just the Huo Yaozong. Lord Luo Hai on Kuiwei Star, if I offend that lord, I, Bing Xinggu, may not be able to bear his anger. The expressions of all the elders changed in unison, and they all fell silent. To be continued. Chapter 1639 Scarlet Fire. How about this, I will find an opportunity to talk to him. At the very least, I need to know whether Master Luo Hai came to Qilon Star because of him, and what is the reason. If it has nothing to do with him, no matter how we try to recruit him not too late, if Master Luo Hai really came because of him. Bing Long sighed softly. At that time, I can only hand him over in exchange for the safety of my Bingxin Valley. The owner of the valley is wise. All the elders agreed and had no objection to this decision. Yang Kai's aptitude and potential are really outstanding. He is able to leapfrog battles, and it is very likely that he will be promoted to the level of Void King realm in the future. But that is only the future after all. The current him is just a Void Return second layer. Naturally, everyone can clearly distinguish between the fear of a Star Lord level powerhouse at the second level of the Void King, and the beautiful but illusory future. Whenever the owner of the valley goes to see him, this elder will also meet him. Ran Yunting's voice suddenly came from outside the ice palace. Everyone turned their heads and saw the great elder Ran Yunting stepping forward. Oh, the great elder is also interested in him. Bing Long was a little surprised. Although Ran Yunting's strength is not as good as hers, the difference between the two is limited. Since she brought Su Yan back to Ice Absolute Island more than 30 years ago, she has been concentrating on cultivating this intruder disciple, and has no interest in other people and things. Now she actually wants to take the initiative to meet Yang Kai, which naturally makes Bing Long feel surprised. Interested, such an outstanding talent, this elder is naturally very interested. Ran Yunting smiled softly. For some reason, everyone felt a bone-chilling chill. They looked at each other in blank dismay. At the same time, somewhere tens of thousands of miles away from Ice Absolute Island, the leader of Huo Yaozong who is as famous as Bingxin Valley. The main rudder of Huo Yaozong fell into the best training place on Chalangsing. The main rudder has beautiful mountains and clear waters, outstanding people, beautiful environment and full of aura. The disciples practice here very fast. Qilon Star has two major forces. There has always been no distinction between equals. But in recent years, Huo Yaozong has been able to gain some upper hand in the battle with Bingxin Valley. The reason is because of rumors that the elder of Bingxin Valley made mistakes in his training. Because of trauma. A figure of the elder level. Naturally, it is a Void King realm powerhouse. Although she would not intervene in the struggles of the juniors, such news could affect the morale of Bingxin Valley. Huo Yaozong has been fighting steadily in the past few years, faintly intending to suppress Bing Xinggu. In the south of the main rudder of Huo Yaozong, in a bamboo forest, there are several huts. These huts are extremely simple and inconspicuous. They are surrounded by mountains and facing the lake, but the location is good. Around the huts, there are fiery red bamboos everywhere. At this moment, two people were sitting cross-legged on the stone pier in front of the hut. There was a chessboard on the stone table in the middle, and black and white were fighting non-stop. On the left is an old man with fiery red hair and beard. He looks very old, but his complexion is warm and moist, like a newborn, and his gestures and movements are full of great momentum. Opposite him was a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a golden robe. 30 feet away from the two of them, there was another man with an elegant temperament standing there silently, motionless, like a statue. Only when he looked at the two of them, there was a hint of longing on his face from time to time. The red-haired old man and the golden-crowned man are still fighting, and it seems that the movement of gold and swords interlacing and thousands of horses galloping on the special chessboard shocks the soul. The red-haired old man played chess so fast that he often knew the position of the pieces without thinking too much. On the contrary, the man with the golden crown often had to frown and think hard, and made his moves with extreme caution. On the chessboard, the two auras of black and white became more and more conspicuous, and the sunspots belonging to the red-haired old man had the upper hand, encircling and attacking the whites. As time passed, the man with the golden crown thought for longer and longer, and his expression became more and more serious. And the red-haired old man didn't rush, just closed his eyes and meditated while waiting. At a certain moment, the man with the golden crown suddenly showed a strange smile, stretched out his hand and dropped a white piece. The white piece's predicament was solved like a dead tree in spring, but it was the originally aggressive sunspot who suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The red-haired old man's eyes widened, with a look of astonishment on his face. After thinking for a long time, he slowly shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Brother Luo Hai's chess skills have really improved a lot. I'm no match for you." The man with the golden crown smiled slightly. "Kai Huo, it's not that I surpass you in chess, but that you are too impatient. Your intentions and actions are written on the chessboard. I just need to see and dismantle the moves. It's interesting to go straight like this." The red-haired old man shook his head. "Life is too short. Why do you think so much about this and that? Well, I lost this battle." Concession. The red-haired old man turned his head to look not far away, and stretched out his hand to beckon. The refined man who had been standing 30 feet away stepped forward, walked in front of the two of them, and saluted respectfully. Wei Qing has met the Supreme Elder and Senior Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded slightly, and stretched out his hand to help. The elegant man is Wei Qing, the suzerain of the Huayao sect, and his status is not low. Although Luo Hai is the Star Lord of Qiwei, he can't be trusted. What's more, he has a good friendship with Kai Huo, the elder of the Huayao sect. Wei Qing is his juniors. Why are you here? Kai Huo looked up at Wei Qing. Wei Qing respectfully said, back to the Supreme Elder, there may be some clues to what Senior Luo Hai explained. There was a flash of light in Luo Hai's eyes, and he hated to hide it quickly. Kai Huo said lightly, speak. A few days ago, some spies saw Yu Xueqing, the 13th Elder of Ice Heart Valley, leading a young man through the space magic circle and entered Ice Absolute Island. Although Bingxin Valley was heavily guarded, the spies didn't see the young man's face clearly. But I think it should be the person Senior Luo Hai is looking for. After finishing speaking, Wei Qing stood aside respectfully and said nothing more. Although he was under one person and above 10,000 people in Chilangxing, he didn't dare to make any mistakes in front of Luo Hai and Kai Huo, and behaved extremely well behaved. Brother Luo Hai, what do you think? Kai Huo looked at Luo Hai. Bingju Island is the main rudder of Bingxin Valley, and no man has set foot here for 10,000 years. They put a man in this time, which shows that they attach great importance to this man, and it may be the man I am looking for. It seems they want to use that kid to do something. They just want to show their favor to you, Brother Luo Hai, and they probably want you to be a peacemaker to resolve their current crisis. Kai Huo's life is rough, but his mind is extremely quick. Luo Hai smiled without saying a word. By the way, Brother Luo Hai, it's already at this time, can you tell this old man? What are you looking for that kid on earth? Is there anything about him that deserves the attention of a person like you? Kai Huo asked suspiciously. He had thought about this question in his mind for a long time, but he still couldn't get an answer. What can make people like Luo Hai care about is nothing more than the mystery of breaking through the third level of the Void King, or the top-ranked secret treasure of the Void King. Besides, there is nothing else in the world that Luo Hai can look up to. Something like this. Luo Hai cares. Chuo is also very concerned. But every time he made indirect remarks, Luo Hai didn't answer directly, leaving Kai Huo helpless. Didn't I tell you before? That kid has passed the blood prison trial with a cultivation base of the second level of returning to the void. Command, Luo Hai replied with a smile. So that's it, it's that kid's luck. Kai Lu laughed and nodded, dismissing it in his heart, obviously he wouldn't believe it. Luo Hai is now at the second level of the Void King, and has the origin of the stars. He is very likely to break through to the level of the third level in the future, so why is he eager to recruit disciples and pass on the mantle? Besides, even if you want to recruit disciples, it is impossible to mobilize the teachers so much. If a Void King 2-layer strongman accepts disciples, there will be countless geniuses responding and vying to be apprentices. How can Luo Hai chase others like this and force him? Apprentice. No matter how talented a genius is, it is impossible for Luo Hai to achieve this level. There must be something tricky in it. Since Bingxin Valley has found that kid, then I will go there. Luo Hai said, slowly getting up. Go with me, old man. Kai Huo chuckled. Luo Hai glanced at him thoughtfully, nodded and said, all right, the Bingxin Valley's Bingju formation is quite powerful, with Brother Chuo accompanying me, this trip must be very easy. He didn't mean to refuse. Well, by the way, Wei Qing, tell your worthless boy to come and see the old man, and the old man will take him to enjoy the scenery of the Ice Absolute Island. Kai Huo yelled at Wei Qing again. Elder Taisheng wants to take Wei Feng to Bingju Island. Wei Qing was startled, and said anxiously, that kid. I know what kind of virtue my son is. As the son of the suzerain, his aptitude is not very outstanding. For so many years, he has used countless magic pills, provided several times the resources for cultivation, and even enlightened him by himself, but until today, he barely stepped into the first level of return to the void. Although he has reached the void return mirror, he can't condense his own momentum no matter what. In this life, his son may only have the cultivation level of the void returning first stage, and he will not have the strength that the void returning mirror should have. In other words, he is only better than the Saint King realm, and any void return mirror with a condensed potential field can easily defeat him. The Supreme Elder never liked Wei Feng, and felt that he had ruined the reputation of the sect, and even slapped him severely once. But today, why would the Supreme Elder do this, and actually want to take him to Ice Absolute Island? What are you talking about? Just go if you're told. This old man won't kill him. Kai Huo had a bad temper. Seeing Wei Qing hesitate to answer, he couldn't help shouting angrily. Yes. A look of fear flashed across Wei Qing's face, and he quickly backed away. Luo Hai frowned and looked at Kai Huo, not knowing what he was doing. Bingju Island is not an ordinary place. Even if Luo Hai is a Void King's second layer, he is extremely afraid of the Bingju formation. He and Kai Huo are enough for this trip, why bring a junior? And he is also a junior that Kai Huo dislikes very much. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Luo Hai suddenly understood something, smiled wryly and shook his head. Kai Huo laughed loudly and said, "Brother Luo Hai, this time I will allow the old man to act like a tiger. Just this one time, but don't go too far. Luo Li's strength is not bad. If you really push her into a hurry and activate the Ice Absolute formation, you and I will have to suffer a little bit." Of course the old man knows this, Brother Luo Hai can rest assured. Chapter 1640. You have to give it if you don't give it. Not long after, Wei Qing returned with a young man. This young man looks good, but the hooked nose and the obvious dark eye sockets ruin the overall beauty, and his breath is vain. At first glance he is the kind of guy who is addicted to wine and sex. When he came here, the young man was shaking all over, his face was pale, he kept swallowing his saliva, and his eyes were full of horror and fear when he looked at Kai Huo. Although he was already a void returning mirror, he hid behind Wei Qing like an ordinary person with no power to restrain himself, seeking shelter, not daring to face Kai Huo's majesty at all. Kai Huo glanced at him, snorted coldly, the look of contempt and disdain was obvious. "Elder Supreme, I have brought Fenger," Wei Qing said in a shy voice. "Okay, step back." Kai Huo waved his hand at Wei Qing. Wei Qing opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, just sighed, looked back at his son, shook his head slowly, and left quickly. Wei Feng panicked and looked at his father's back anxiously, and cried out in a crying voice, "Father! Shut up!" Kai Huo shouted. Wei Feng was so shocked that he was almost scared and squatted on the ground, turned his head to look at Kai Huo in horror, his face became even paler. He has no idea why the Supreme Elder summoned him. He has an unusual status in Hoa Yaozong, and he can do whatever he wants with his father's power, but with the Supreme Elder, he is not even a fart. If the Supreme Elder wants to kill himself, even his father can't stop him. Elder, this disciple has been cultivating behind closed doors in the sect these days, and has not made mistakes. Please enlighten the elders, don't kill me. Wei Feng burst into tears snot. Kneeling on the ground with a plop, he stammered and yelled, kowtowing vigorously while yelling, until his head hit the ground with a loud bang. The contempt and disgust in Kai Huo's eyes grew stronger. Luo Hai on the side shook his head slowly. Frowning, he said, "Wei Qing can be regarded as the future pillar of Huo Yaozong. But why is his son so virtuous? A loving mother is a loser." Kai Huo snorted coldly, glaring at Wei Feng. Sternly shouted, "Stand up, old man." Wei Feng screamed in surprise, he didn't dare to neglect, he quickly got up, but his waist was still bent. While unable to control the flow of tears, he squeezed out a flattering smile and looked at Kai Huo longingly, which was uglier than crying. "The back is straight, it's useless." Kai Huo was annoyed, strode forward, and slapped Wei Feng's cheeks twice. There were two crisp sounds. Wei Feng felt as if his face had been beaten, completely numb. Kai Huo is a Void King realm expert, even if he didn't use any power, he just slapped him twice casually. It was enough to break Wei Feng's body to pieces. Fortunately, Wei Feng was still useful to Kai Huo, so it was naturally impossible to kill him here. Picking up Wei Feng's neck like a chicken, Kai Huo said coldly, "Boy, you're lucky. Didn't you fall in love with a female disciple of Bingxin Valley? This old man will take you to Bingju Island dignitaries." Ah, Wei Feng was stunned, looking at Kai Huo blankly, as if he didn't expect that the Supreme Elder asked him to come here for this matter. After being stunned for a while, Wei Feng was overjoyed, and asked eagerly, "Is the Supreme Elder telling the truth?" Su Yan's exquisite face carved out of ice suddenly flashed before his eyes, making Wei Feng hot. "Is the Supreme Elder joking with you?" Kai Huo grinned grinningly. But what if Bingxingu doesn't give it?" Wei Feng asked. "It's okay not to give it. You are also the son of my Hoa Yao sect's suzerain. His status is extraordinary. It is their blessing to see a female disciple of their Bingxin Valley. If you don't give it, you have to give it. That's that." The excitement in Wei Feng's heart completely covered up his fear of Kai Huo. he nodded repeatedly, and began to imagine the beautiful scene after getting Su Yan in his heart. With a demented look on his face, he smirked. Luo Hai watched faintly from the side, shaking his head slowly. He naturally knew why Kai Huo did this. It was nothing more than using this to suppress Bing Xinggu and make Bing Xinggu soften. Kai Huo also meant to use his own strength, that's why he said before that he wanted to pretend to be a tiger. But Luo Hai didn't care. The battle on Qilon Star had nothing to do with him. He came here just for Yang Kai. Since Kai Huo wanted to pull his own tiger skin as a banner, let him do it well. If he eats meat by himself, he can't stop Kai Huo from drinking the soup, as long as Kai Huo doesn't pursue the real reason for looking for Yang Kai. Brother Luo Hai, let's go. Kai Huo greeted Luo Hai with Wei Feng in one hand. Luo Hai nodded, and the two of them immediately turned into a stream of light, disappeared in place, and went straight to the Ice Absolute Island thousands of miles away. Absolute Ice Island, the outer island. Yang Kai meditated and rested in the attic, thinking hard about how to meet Su Yan. It is impossible for him to set foot on the inner island, and if he wants to meet the beautiful woman, only Su Yan leaves for the outer island. But Yang Kai found that Su Yan didn't intend to come to see him, and her aura stayed somewhere in the inner island. Is it because she has reached a critical juncture in her cultivation? Is it inconvenient to move? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. If he hadn't cultivated to a critical juncture, Su Yan would have come to see him no matter what. Yang Kai also didn't expect that Su Yan didn't cultivate to a critical juncture, but was put under house arrest by Ran Yunting. But now that he has arrived at Ice Absolute Island, and knows that Su Yan is hundreds of miles away from him, Yang Kai is not in a hurry. There is always a moment of togetherness. After experiencing the interference of the last spiritual communication, Yang Kai didn't dare to communicate with Su Yan again. No matter what I say, I am also a guest, and Su Yan is on the inner island. If I act abruptly, I am afraid that the loss outweighs the gain. So he waited patiently, waiting for the right opportunity. On the second day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he said loudly, "I don't know which senior is coming. I am not far away to welcome you." A soft voice came from outside the door. "I am the owner of Bingxin Valley." A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. Although he knew that there would be high-level officials from Ice Heart Valley coming to see him in the next few days, he didn't expect that the person who came would be the owner of Ice Heart Valley. Bingxin Valley Binglong, Yang Kai also heard Qingya mention it, is the #1 master under the elder Luo Li of Bingxin Valley, the most promising existence to be promoted to the Void King realm. Bing Xingyu takes himself so seriously. Wave your hand. Opening the main door, Yang Kai looked solemn and stood up to greet him. Two women walked in from the door, both of them were middle-aged beautiful women. Walking ahead with a gentle smile. The appearance is dignified, and every move is full of everyone's demeanor. But the one who followed behind had a cold expression. When looking at Yang Kai for the first time, there was an inexplicable hostility. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why this woman had a prejudice against him. Bing Long stepped forward and stopped 3 feet in front of Yang Kai. After looking up and down, he said gently, "Are you that Yang Kai?" "Kid Yang Kai, I have seen Senior Bing Long." Yang Kai clasped his fists. Bing Long nodded lightly. Sure enough, the dragon among men has a deep breath, no wonder it was able to kill Zhangxi and Yan Qilei. "Last time, I thank you for your righteousness on behalf of junior sister Yu." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm just protecting myself. Gu master is polite." After finishing speaking, he looked suspiciously at the beautiful woman behind Binglong, and said, This is my great elder of Bingxin Valley." Bing Long introduced. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, only then did he understand the beautiful woman following Bing Long. He is actually Su Yan's master. And judging from her aura, it was she who interfered with her spiritual communication with Su Yan yesterday. It's just, she seems to have a deep prejudice and hostility towards herself. Does she know something? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Thinking of this in his heart, Yang Kai clasped his fists again and said, "It turns out to be the great elder. Kid, I'm sorry." Ran Yunting snorted coldly, and didn't intend to talk to Yang Kai. A flash of astonishment flashed in Binglong's eyes. She didn't know what the elder was going to do. She quickly smoothed things over and said, "The elder and I came here uninvited. Please don't take offense, little brother." The owner of the valley was joking. "This is Bingju Island. The kid is just a guest. It's the kid's fault that he didn't take the initiative to visit and greet him." A hint of approval flashed in Binglong's eyes. She found that Yang Kai was not only good in cultivation, but also very humble, which was different from many leaders of the younger generation. do whatever he wants, wishing to engrave the word genius on his forehead, without any virtue of respecting the old and loving the young. Bing Long's first impression of Yang Kai was good. Bing Long and Ran Yunting are invited to sit down, and the female disciples from Bingxin Valley will serve tea. Yang Kai didn't know what they were here for this time, so he couldn't speak rashly, so he could only sit there while drinking tea. And Ran Yunting has been staring at Yang Kai since she took her seat, as if she wanted to see through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. Her eyes were extremely sharp. Fortunately, Bing Long was considerate and casually asked Yang Kai a few irrelevant questions, which made the atmosphere much more relaxed. After a cup of tea was over, Bing Long suddenly said, "Brother Yang is not a warrior from Qilan Star, is he?" Yang Kai knew that she was going to inquire about information about him, but he didn't mean to hide it, so he nodded and said, "That's right, I'm not from Qilan Star." "Where did little brother Yang come from?" "My homeland is Tongshuan Continent." "Tongshuan Continent?" Bing Long Dai frowned, obviously never heard of it. On the contrary, Ran Yunting narrowed her phoenix eyes, and there was a glimmer of light in the slits of her eyes. Bing Long has never heard of Tongshuan Continent, but she has. Su Yan is from Tongshuan Continent. This kid is indeed the bastard who ruined Su Yan's innocence and prevented her from aspiring to the pinnacle of martial arts. A faint murderous intent escaped, although it was extremely slight. Bing Long felt it, looked suspiciously at Ran Yunting, and found that Yang Kai didn't seem to notice it, and didn't point it out, smiled slightly. "It seems that this palace is ignorant. Well, this mainland palace has never heard of it. To tell you the truth, my homeland is very barren. It's nothing in the vast star field. It's normal if I haven't heard of it." Chapter 1641. Then why did little brother Yang come to Qilanxing this time? Bing Long asked again. "Passing by unintentionally. Do you know that Huo Yaozong has been looking for you for nearly a year?" "Heard about it. Why is Huo Yaozong looking for you so much?" After asking a few words, Bing Long's question gradually became straightforward. Yang Kai smiled slightly, took a sip from his teacup, shook his head and said, "I don't know." "I don't know." Bing Long smiled lightly, and her voice suddenly became low. "Then I ask again, Master Luo Hai, the master of Kuiwei Star, came to Qilan Star, but because of you. Since the senior already knows, why bother to ask?" Bing Long was surprised. Master Luo Hai really came here for you. Although she had guessed before, after all, after Luo Hai arrived at Qilanxing, he went to the Fire Brilliance sect, and the Fire Brilliance sect began to look for Yang Kai's traces. All these connections made people involuntarily guess. Conjecture is guesswork. After being confirmed by Yang Kai, Bing Long still feels very surprised. What kind of person is Luo Hai? Looking at the entire star field, it is also ranked first, and it is really concerning to come from Kuiwei Star to Qilan Star for Yang Kai. "Why?" Bing Long asked again. Yang Kai shook his head and said sternly, "This junior can't answer. If senior wants to know, you might as well ask Luo Hai himself." The astonishment in Bing Long's eyes grew stronger. Yang Kai actually called Luo Hai by his name. No respect at all. You must know that the strength has reached Luo Hai's level, regardless of whether he has anything to do with him or not. To show respect for the strong, the word, adult, or, senior, will be added after their names. This point is unavoidable even for ordinary Void King realm. Although Bing Long is the owner of Bingxin Valley, she still has to respectfully call Lord Luo Hai from a distance. But Yang Kai turned a blind eye. Bing Long observed the words and expressions, and said in astonishment, "You have enmity with Mr. Luo Hai. I was chased all the way from Kuiwei Star to Qilan Star by him, and I survived several times." Senior said, "Do I have any grudges against him?" Yang Kai sneered lightly. He didn't intend to hide this matter, because such things cannot be concealed. Bing Long and Ran Yunting shook their bodies at the same time, looking at Yang Kai in disbelief. After a long time, Bing Long said with a complex expression, "You are really lucky. You were able to escape from Lord Luo Hai's hands." She thought Yang Kai would be safe and sound. It's all down to luck. If not, how can a second-level Void returning realm survive under the hands of a Void King 2-level strongman? "What enmity do you have with Master Luo Hai? Tell me in detail." Ran Yunting suddenly spoke. This is the first time she has spoken since she came here. There was an irrefutable taste in the words. This made Yang Kai frown. "I secretly thought that I'm not a disciple of Bingxin Valley. What's the matter with this domineering tone of commanding myself?" But considering that she is Su Yan's master, Yang Kai is not easy to show her face. He could only say, "Forgive me for not having anything to say on this point." "Boy, haven't you figured out the situation yet?" This is my ice absolute island, and you have provoked a strong man like Lord Luo Hai. If you want to survive, you'd better cooperate with us obediently, otherwise you will be considered a giant. It's hard to escape this catastrophe. Seeing Yang Kai's lack of knowledge, Ran Yunting's face suddenly sank. Yang Kai looked at her, squinted his eyes, and said lightly, "Senior, are you threatening me?" Ran Yunting's pretty face turned cold, and when she was about to say something more, Bing Long hurriedly said, "The great elder didn't mean that, but this matter is indeed no small matter. I call you Yang Kai, although his aptitude is good, but if he offends a strong man like Lord Luo Hai, I'm afraid the future will be worrying." "I know." Yang Kai nodded nonchalantly. "Since you know it, I won't say much about it. I have a supreme elder in Bingxin Valley, who is also at the Void King realm. Although he is not as good as Lord Luo Hai, he is also very capable, and he has also had some experience with Lord Luo Hai. We met a few times, so you might as well tell the whole story in detail. If possible, I will ask the Supreme Elder to come forward, say a few good words for you, and resolve this crisis. What do you think?" Bing Long's heart-to-heart look made Yang Kai's anger a little less, but she still shook her head and said, "Don't bother the seniors about the boy's affairs, the boy will handle it himself." What ability do you have to deal with such a difficult matter?" Ran Yunting seemed to dislike Yang Kai, and smiled sarcastically. "Boy, don't toast or eat fine wine, you don't want to say anything, come to my Ice Heart Valley to work very. Isn't Bingxin Valley always looking for me?" Yang Kai looked at Ran Yunting. Ran Yunting's expression became angry, and the surging Saint Yuan in her body circulated leisurely, and the great power descended from the sky, covering Yang Kai, as if she was going to attack him. Bing Long's complexion changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, since you don't want to say it, then I and the Great Elder will not force you, but you should think clearly. If you agree, let the disciple send a message to me at any time. The palace will ask the Elder Taisheng to come forward and help you resolve this matter." "Senior's kindness, the kid appreciates it," Yang Kai said lightly. "Since that's the case, then you can stay here with peace of mind. We'll talk about the future." Bing Long sighed, got up and said goodbye. Ran Yunting glared at Yang Kai, snorted coldly and followed out. When she walked to the main entrance, she suddenly turned around, stared at Yang Kai coldly, and said solemnly, "Boy, don't think that this elder doesn't know that you beat me. What kind of idea is it? I advise you to give up on it. She will fly up to the branch and become a phoenix after all. People like you can't touch her, so don't ruin her future." After finishing speaking, Ran Yunting turned and left without giving Yang Kai a chance to refute. Yang Kai looked indifferent, standing where he was, watching her and Bing Long leave. But listening to what she said, she really knew about her relationship with Su Yan. No wonder she was so hostile towards her when she came up. It must be due to the guard's eagerness. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai calmed down the anger in his heart. To be honest, it's not bad for Su Yan to have such a master who considers her, but this Ran Yunting's attitude makes Yang Kai very unhappy. "Junior sister, there is something wrong with you today." On the way back to the inner island, Bing Long looked at Ran Yunting thoughtfully. "Do you know something? Why are you so harsh to Yang Kai? You knew him before." "I don't know." Ran Yunting shook her head, pondered for a moment, then sighed suddenly. "Senior sister, to tell you the truth, this Yang Kai and Su Yan knew each other before." "Oh, how did the two of them know each other?" Bing Long was greatly surprised. "Didn't he say that he is from Tongshuan continent? Su Yan is also from that place. They seemed to be sisters and brothers before, and..." Bing Long frowned, vaguely realized something, and said in amazement, "Could it be that they used to?" "That's right. Not only that, Su Yan is no longer white jade flawless." "What?" Bing Long's expression finally changed. She said in shock, But didn't Su Yan practice Bingyu Kung Fu? How could she not be backlashed?" "The backlash has come. Su Yan's cultivation has declined, her mood has begun to show flaws, and her ice heart is covered with dust." Ran Yunting gritted her teeth and said, "If I'm not wrong, the reason why the kid came to Bingju Island on his own initiative is also to Su Yan came here. Yesterday I also discovered that the two of them were communicating with each other with a strange spiritual power." Bing Long's face was constantly changing, and she murmured, "The two of them can communicate with each other with spiritual power. Isn't this a tacit understanding? It seems that their relationship is really extraordinary. If this is true, then what about Su Yan's future? Obsolete. There is a way to resolve it." Ran Yunting's eyes revealed a ruthlessness. Seeing her expression, Bing Long also quickly realized something, shook her head and said, "Don't do this first, Master Luo Hai is here for him, If he is dead now, then I, Bingxin Valley, can't ask Master Luo Hai. I have confessed, and this method is not safe, in case Su Yanji hates you. It's okay to bear grudges. Ran Yunting chuckled, with a hint of madness in her smile. I'll tell you, my senior sister, I don't think I'll have any hope of advancing to the Void King realm in my life, but Su Yan has the potential. I can't do it. Yes, I hope she can do it. As long as she can go that far, what does it matter if she hates me? One day, she will understand that I am doing it for her own good. Junior sister, you, Binglong looked at her, and suddenly sighed, with a gloomy expression. Ran Yunting said that she has no hope of advancing to the Void King realm, so why not? He has stayed at the peak of the Void returning third layer realm for countless years, and has hit the bottleneck countless times, all of which ended in failure, completely unable to grasp the mysteries of the Void King realm. As Ran Yunting said, they will probably only stop at the threshold of the Void King realm in their whole life, unless they encounter some heaven-defying chance. There is only a chance. Binglong understood Ran Yunting's thoughts, but she also felt that it would be inappropriate to do so, so she could only order, let me think about this matter carefully, don't act rashly. I know. After walking forward for a while, the two separated. Ran Yunting went straight to Su Yan's residence. She needed to have a frank talk with her apprentice, let her know that the way is eternal, and the love between men and women is just a fleeting moment, not worth remembering at all. Not long after, Ran Yunting arrived at the place, and from a distance, she saw a disciple outside Su Yan's ice room, talking with the two guards of Su Yan, with a pleading look on his face. Taking a closer look, Ran Yunting discovered that this disciple was actually Qingya, who came to Bingxin Valley with Su Yan. Ran Yunting still has an impression of this disciple. After all, when she brought Su Yan back to Bingxin Valley, Qingya also followed her. However, her aptitude is not as good as Su Yan, so she has been living on the outer island. Seeing Ran Yunting approaching, Qingya and the two women quickly stopped talking, all turned their faces to that side, and saluted respectfully. The disciple has met the Great Elder. Chapter 1642 Ran Yunting's Persecution. Chapter 1642 Ran Yunting's Persecution. Ran Yunting nodded slightly, her eyes swept over Qingya's face indifferently. I don't know if it was because of Yang Kai, but Ran Yunting suddenly found that this outer island disciple who was also from Tongzhan continent was a bit of an eyesore, and Yang Kai's ignorant face flashed in her mind, making her feel irritable. What are you arguing about here? I don't know that Su Yan is in retreat. Ran Yunting snarled. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the two female disciples who were in charge of guarding Su Yan. They sensed that the Great Elder was in a bad mood, and they immediately promised him. The woman surnamed Zhou glanced at Qingya, and said aggrievedly, return to the elder, this junior sister insists on going in to see Su Yan. The disciples have already stopped her, but she is still chattering here, refusing to retreat. Grand Elder Mingzhan, it's not that the disciples wanted to disturb Su Yan on purpose, there is a reason for it. Another woman also said in justice. Ran Yunting's fierce eyes fell on Qingya, and she said coldly, if you refuse to retreat, you don't know how to beat her back. All these years of cultivation are in vain. As soon as these words came out, Qingya and the other three were dumbfounded. No one seemed to have expected that the Great Elder would say such a thing. In Bingxin Valley, although there are fights and gaps between the teachers and sisters, no one has ever fought. But what did the Great Elder mean, to let him beat Qingya up? The woman surnamed Zhou couldn't turn her head around for a while, and stood there dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Are you deaf? Ran Yunting shouted again. The woman surnamed Zhou was stunned, and then she came back to her senses, knowing that the elder was not joking, and the anger of being reprimanded in her heart was worrying that there was nowhere to vent it. She heard the words and shouted, yes, the disciple respectfully obeys the order of the elder. While speaking, Sheng Yuan turned on and pushed towards Qingya with a palm. Great Elder. Qingya opened her mouth to call out, but she was hit in the chest by a sharp force of energy after she opened her mouth. Her delicate body flew backwards almost uncontrollably, and she spit out a mouthful in midair. Blood stained her white dress red. Rumbling, Qingya flew straight for more than 10 zhang, hit an ice wall, and landed in embarrassment. His face was pale and bloodless, he forced himself to get up, and he didn't catch his breath for a long time. She is now at the second level of Saint King, but the woman surnamed Zhou who hit her has a first level of Void Return. The huge gap in her cultivation made it impossible for her to resist the opponent's blow. With one palm, Qingya was already injured. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently, and she looked at Ran Yunting in disbelief, as if she hadn't calmed down yet. She didn't know why the Great Elder suddenly issued such an unkind order. Get lost. If you dare to set foot on the inner island in the future, this elder will definitely drive you out of Bingxin Valley. Ran Yunting reprimanded mercilessly. Qingya. Su Yan's room door opened suddenly, her face showed anxiety, her delicate body shook and she was about to rush towards Qingya. Although she heard the dispute between Qingya and the woman surnamed Zhou just now, but because of Ran Yunting's order, she didn't dare to show up without authorization, so she could only hide behind closed doors. But now, Qingya was actually injured, she couldn't hold back anymore. The two came from the Tongshuan continent together, they went to Bingxin Valley to practice together, and they were like sisters, how could they watch Qingya being beaten? But I didn't expect that. As soon as the talent appeared, Ran Yunting flicked her hand casually, and a strong gust of wind rushed towards her face, directly pressing Su Yan back. If you dare to take a step, I'll kill her right now. Ran Yunting stood outside the ice room, looking at Su Yan's grief-stricken face with a cold expression. A trace of panic flashed across Su Yan's face, and she looked at Ran Yunting with an extremely strange gaze, opened her mouth, but finally did not dare to act rashly, took a deep breath after a long while, gritted her teeth and said, I hope Master will remember the first crime in Qingya, don't punish her anymore. Ran Yunting nodded. You are obedient, I will not embarrass her. Su Yan gritted her teeth, clenched her fists tightly, and said softly, the disciple listens to the master. Only then did Ran Yunting show a hint of satisfaction, that's good. I came this time to tell you that the man has arrived at Ice Absolute Island. If you want to sever your lust and make up for the flaws in your mood, you still want me to help you. Su Yan's delicate body trembled, she looked at Ran Yunting in horror, her beautiful eyes were pleading, and she murmured, Master. Cutting off her lust is equivalent to cutting off everything between her and Yang Kai, and she will be like a stranger ever since. Asking Master to help, there was only one result, Yang Kai was killed. No matter what kind it is not acceptable to Su Yan, it is more uncomfortable than letting her die. Other than that, there is no third choice. I'll give you a few days to think about it, and you can answer me when you think about it. Su Yan's beautiful eyes dimmed instantly, as if covered by dark clouds, unable to see the light ahead, she froze in place. When she came back to her senses, Ran Yunting had already left, and Qingya was not there, only the two fellow teachers and sisters at the door gave her a gloating smile. That smile made her feel so dazzling. For the first time in more than 30 years, she had the idea of breaking the shackles that bound her body and escaping from this place. It is undeniable that Ran Yunting treats Su Yan very well. Ever since she was brought to Bingxin Valley, she has been teaching her with all her heart, and the resources in the valley have also satisfied her as much as possible, creating an extremely good cultivation environment for Su Yan. However, while doing her best to teach Su Yan without reservation, Ran Yunting also put shackles on Su Yan. She expected too much from Su Yan, and she put too much burden on Su Yan. It can be said that she poured her wishful thinking on Su Yan that she could not fulfill. The future of Bingxin Valley, the mystery of Void King Realm, Su Yan heard Ran Yunting mention these more than once. In the past, she didn't think there was anything wrong, but if the master asked, she would do it. After all, without Ran Yunting, she and Qingya Qinhao might still be struggling on Kuiwei Star, how could they live so carefree? But now, Su Yan felt tired. The appearance and arrival of Yang Kai gave her someone to rely on. She didn't want to take on the future of Bingxin Valley, she just wanted to walk the world side by side with Yang Kai, and roam the mountains and rivers. She has never had such great ambitions and desires, and her request is very simple. Outside the door, the two teachers and sisters were sneering without hesitation, and they seemed to be in a good mood when they said something to each other. Su Yan felt slightly chilled, she didn't say much, just sat down cross-legged without saying a word, and closed the door of the ice room with her hand. In the attic of the outer island, Yang Kai found the Bingxin Valley female disciple who took care of his daily life. This female disciple is also a disciple from the outer island, her cultivation is only at the first level of sainthood, her age looks to be in her mid-20s, although her appearance is not very beautiful, she is quite delicate, and she exudes a clean aura. The disciples of Bingju Island all practice ice-type exercises, so she has a faint chill on her body. Girl, do you know Qingya? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Senior sister Qingya, I know you. The woman nodded and replied with a slight smile, our caves are not very far apart, so we often meet each other. This senior, do you know senior sister Qingya? Well, can you take me to meet her? Are you going to see senior sister Qingya? The woman was startled, frowned, with a hesitant look on her face. I'm afraid this is not possible. Why? The elder has ordered you to rest here, senior brother. Without the elder's order, you can't walk around at will. Senior brother, you also know that our disciples in Bingxin Valley are all women, and no man has ever set foot here. If you are walking around when I saw something I shouldn't have seen. As she spoke, the woman's face turned red. That's it, then forget it. Yang Kai smiled freely, and didn't mean to insist, and then chatted with the woman for a few more words before turning back to the attic. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for others, the female disciple couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, thinking that this person is quite easy to talk to. Returning to the attic, Yang Kai's face was calm, he couldn't see any joy or anger, but his heart was still a little bit uncomfortable. Shouldn't he be under house arrest? Moreover, it has been 3 days since Bing Long, the owner of Ice Heart Valley, and Ran Yunting, the Great Elder, have visited together. In these 3 days, no one has come to pay attention to him, not even Qingya. This made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled. It doesn't matter if the others don't come, how could Qingya not come? She knew why she came to Bingxin Valley this time, but now she was trapped in the attic on the outer island, unable to leave, let alone visit Su Yan. In the past 3 days, Su Yan has not had any spiritual communication with her. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, quietly released his spiritual sense, and found out that the female disciple was still guarding outside the attic. The power of space fluctuated around Yang Kai's side, and the next moment, Yang Kai disappeared in place like a ghost. For other people, it might not be an easy task to sneak out, but for Yang Kai who has cultivated the power of space, it is extremely easy. Without the female disciple noticing, he had already appeared in a hidden location 3 miles away. Looking up at an ice peak more than a dozen miles away, Yang Kai flickered and approached there. While chatting just now, Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally inquired about the location of the female disciple's cave and learned the exact location. Since she said that it is not far from Qingya's cave, then Qingya's cave should also be on that ice peak. Just don't know exactly where. After a while, Yang Kai came to the foot of Bingfeng, hiding his aura while looking up. Hundreds of caves have been dug up and down this ice peak, and it looks like there are people living there. Yang Kai secretly has a headache. Letting out spiritual sense to investigate, there are prohibition guards outside each cave, although with the strength of Yang Kai's spiritual sense, there is no problem breaking through the restrictions of these outer island disciples' caves, but doing so will only cause trouble. He could only observe with a frown and wait quietly. Just when he had no idea, a group of Bingxin Valley disciples, about 4 or 5 in number, came to the foot of the Bingfeng Peak. One of those people headed by the Void Return first stage, and the others are all at the Saint King stage. Although the cultivation base is not very high, but Yang Kai felt that each of these women had some indistinct suffocation. This discovery made him frown. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1643 Disappointed. Generally speaking, hostile energy is only possessed by those who are grumpy and ruthless. People in Bingxin Valley practice ice-type kung fu, which emphasizes purity of heart and asceticism. How could there be such a person? Not only that, but these women all looked cold and serious, and there was an aura that strangers should not enter from all over their bodies. They walked straight towards Bingfeng, and soon came to a cave. The leading woman looked around, as if she was asking someone, "Is it here?" Immediately someone replied, "It's right here." The leading woman nodded, and suddenly shouted coquettishly, "The outer island disciple Qingya is here." The sound is not loud, but it is clearly transmitted from a long distance, and it is extremely penetrating. When Yang Kai heard this, his brows were filled with joy. It was really sleepy and someone gave him a pillow. He was worried that he couldn't find Qingya's cave, and suddenly such a group of people came to see Qingya. But, this group of women seems to be a bit unkind. Yang Kai frowned secretly, and did not show up in a hurry, but still hid in place, observing secretly. After the woman's voice fell, less than 3 breaths later, a film-like barrier outside the cave suddenly separated to the sides, like bursting bubbles, and a dignified woman in a white dress walked out of the cave. Qingya. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and then realized something was wrong. Qingya's breath was vain, her face was pale, it seemed that she had suffered serious injuries. She was fine when she returned to Ice Absolute Island a few days ago. Why was she suddenly injured? And judging by her appearance, it wasn't because she made a mistake in her cultivation, but rather she looked like she was beaten by someone. Yang Kai was extremely puzzled. Over there, Qingya walked out of the cave, saw the faces and attires of the visitors, and couldn't help but change color. She seemed to recognize the leading woman. It turned out to be Senior's sister Bingdi. Senior sister has something to do with me. Qingya tried her best to maintain a calm expression, but the trembling in her words betrayed the tension in her heart. At this time, many disciples of Bingxin Valley in the entire Bingfeng Peak were startled by Bingdi's cry before, and came out one after another. Find out. After seeing the scene in front of me, can't help showing a look of horror. It's actually senior sister Bingdi from the law enforcing hall. Why did she come here, and she was looking for junior sister Qingya? It's broken. Junior sister Qingya didn't make any mistakes, did she? Otherwise, why did you recruit this plague god? No way, Qingya has been adhering to her duty all these years since she entered the valley, and she seems to have made a lot of contributions a while ago. How could she make a mistake? It's hard to say. I heard from a senior sister on the inner island that junior sister Qingya made some mistake a few days ago, which offended the great elder and made him lose his temper a lot. I've also heard about this. It seems that a senior sister named Zhou Yongxuan shot and injured her at that time. No way, junior sister Qingya and Su Yan have a very good relationship. Su Yan is here. Who dares to hit her? ... After a short while, the disciples of the entire Bingfeng mountain seemed to be startled, and they all came out of the cave, standing and watching from a distance or near. Whispering voices came from all around. The leading woman named Bingdi was unmoved, but looked at Qingya indifferently, and said in a low voice, Qingya, as a disciple of Bingxin Valley, you have been trained by the sect. Not only are you ungrateful but colluded with outsiders. Shake the foundation of my Bingxin Valley, pass on the order of the elders. From now on, Qingya will be deposed as a cultivator, expelled from Bingxin Valley, and will never set foot on Ice Absolute Island. One word stirred up thousands of waves. Bingdi's words caused the disciples of the entire Bingfeng to explode. Bursts of exclamations sounded, and many women covered their mouths with their hands, looking at it in shock and sympathy. Qingya's beautiful eyes trembled violently. Expelling Bingxin Valley and deposing cultivation bases is already the cruelest way of punishment in Bingxin Valley. This method is even more terrifying than killing a person. Death is only a moment, but if he is really deposed and then expelled from Bingxin Valley, then this person will live in an unimaginable shadow for the rest of his life, which is a stain that will never be erased. Qingya's delicate body trembled, her eyes were filled with horror, her already unwell face turned even paler, and she said in a trembling voice, Senior sister Bingdi, what's going on? Colluding with outsiders to shake the foundation of Bingxin Valley, this kind of crime is not casual. Since Qingya entered Bingxin Valley, she has not done anything that endangers the sect, because she found Yang Kai some time ago. She also got Jiyu the Lord's praise. Why did he suddenly fall into this situation? Bingdi suddenly visited and announced such shocking news to her, which made her totally unacceptable. You know what's going on. Bingdi looked at Qingya indifferently, without any intention of explaining. Are you going to exhaust your cultivation by yourself, or do you want senior sister to do it? Let me tell you first, if you do it yourself, you may take it easy. Senior sister's attack is not serious, it may hurt you. Senior sister Bingdi. Qingya gritted her teeth and yelled. A fierce resistance appeared in her terrified beautiful eyes. Junior sister has never done anything to endanger the sect, and has never colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of Bingxin Valley. I want to see the elder, I want to see the owner of the valley. It was impossible for Qingya to admit that someone had suddenly put such a big shitbowl on her, but she had a vague guess in her heart. The so-called collusion with outsiders is nothing more than the connection with Yang Kai. Yang Kai was able to come to Ice Absolute Island because of her. Shaking the foundation of Bingxin Valley, to put it simply and straightforwardly, probably interfered with Su Yan's cultivation. Su Yan has always been regarded by Ranyunting as the future of Bingxin Valley. Interfering with her cultivation, it can also be said that it has shaken the foundation of Bingxin Valley. It's just the same thing, in another way, has a completely different meaning. The law enforcement hall was probably dispatched because it received Ranyunting's order. You won't see the elder, and you won't be able to see the owner of the valley. Today, I'm in charge. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it carefully. Bingdi was unmoved, but just stared at Qingya coldly. Qingya's face suddenly lost all color, and her heart was ashamed. How could she be able to resist the entire law enforcement hall with a small Saint King 2-layer? If you really want to resist, today, this place, maybe her burial place, the method of the teachers and sisters in the law enforcement hall. Qingya has heard about it. Qingya smiled desolately. The cold wind was blowing, her heart was colder than her body. Once entered Bingxin Valley, she was still full of joy. I secretly feel that God has blessed me. At the most difficult time, I met Ranyunting, a noble person, after entering the sect. She also abides by her duties and fulfills her responsibilities as a disciple, but the Zongman obeys all orders. She didn't rely on Su Yan's identity and status to seek anything for herself. Although she can do it, she has the qualifications. She just wants to rely on her own efforts to increase her strength step by step, not to be comparable to Su Yan, at least not to embarrass her. No matter what, both of them come from the same hometown. Entering Bingxin Valley at the same time, Su Yan's cultivation is getting higher and higher. If she is too bad, others will make irresponsible remarks. Ran Yunting mercilessly reprimanded her a few days ago. Even being injured by that senior sister named Zhou Yongxuan, Qingye didn't complain. She just went back to the outer island silently and retreated to heal her wounds. She knew that what she did at that time was indeed a little rash, and it was not the fault of outsiders. But the news brought by Bingdi today was like a bolt from the blue, which made her feel disheartened. The Great Elder is going to kill them all. He is just an outer island disciple, his status is not obvious, nothing more than just acquaintance with Yongkai. Just because of this, the Great Elder is not willing to let him go. And also buckled such a big hat. Colluding with outsiders, destroying the foundation of Bingxin Valley. Qingya's beautiful eyes gradually dimmed, and the look of resistance in her eyes gradually disappeared. You still have 3 breaths to think about. Bingdi said coldly. Qingya stroked the hair around her ears. Yingying bowed to Bingdi, and said softly, Senior Sister Bingdi, I would like to trouble you. Bingdi frowned and looked at her, said lightly, say. Don't let Su Yan know about today's affairs. If she asks about me in the future, tell her that Qingya has gone out to practice. Don't bother you, Su Yan, the Great Elder will give an explanation. Bingdi sneered, do you think you can survive the disaster by mentioning Su Yan's name? I know, but I can't stop what happened today. She obviously thought that Qingya had some ulterior motives, and she used Su Yan's name in an attempt to make them fearful. Junior sister doesn't mean that. Qingya smiled bitterly. The time is up, your decision. Bingdi issued an ultimatum. Just ask senior sister to do it. Qingya slowly closed her eyes. Having cultivated all the way, it was hard to get to today's cultivation level. Qingya didn't want to abolish her cultivation level no matter what. As you wish. A cold light flashed in Bingdi's eyes. She raised a palm and moved towards Qingya. The cold air lingered on the palm, which contained great destructive power. There was a sound of exclamation all around, and the beautiful eyes of countless Bingxin Valley disciples trembled. Many people frowned secretly, with expressions of unbearable expression on their faces. Their strength is not bad, so it can be seen naturally that Bingdi's palm will not only abolish Qingya's cultivation, it is very likely to kill her with one palm. Even if Qingya was lucky enough to survive and suffered such a serious injury, she might not even be as good as an ordinary person in the future, and would not even be able to take care of herself. Sighing in their hearts, they turned their heads, somewhat unable to bear to see that cruel scene. Bingdi's eyes are ice-like, it seems that she has no emotion that a human should have, only coldness. Suddenly, Bingdi exclaimed, when her palm was 1 foot away from Qingya. Suddenly a blur appeared in front of her eyes, and an extra figure appeared in front of Qingya. The figure raised a palm seemingly casually, and it happened to be printed on his own palm. The next moment, Bingdi Ahua turned pale, and an unimaginable terrifying power struck from the front, which not only disintegrated her offensive but also crushed the Saint Yuan in her body. Bingdi's body was like a paper kite with a broken string, it flew upside down, in midair, a mouthful of blood couldn't be restrained, and it spurted out. With a slap, the ice butterfly landed heavily on the snow, and slid back more than 10 feet before it managed to stabilize itself. Chapter 1644. It happened so suddenly that no one could react. It wasn't until Bingdi was sent flying out for 3 breaths that the disciples of Law Enforcement Hall came back to their senses and sternly shouted, "Who was that?" At the same time, he looked towards Yongkai, and when he saw the face of the person who shot him, he couldn't help but be stupefied. Man, when did our Ice Absolute Island allow men to come in? Where did this guy come from? He actually forced back senior sister Bingdi with 1 blow, and even injured her a little bit. Hey, isn't this the person we were ordered to look for some time ago? It turned out that we have already found it. No wonder the elders asked us to withdraw. A group of female disciples of Bingxin Valley first seemed to have seen something novel and stared at Yongkai with strange expressions. After discovering that he was the person that the teachers and sisters had been looking for a year, they were all in high spirits. They worked hard for a year, just to find the traces of Yongkai, and now they finally saw the true master. Many people naturally want to know what is so special about Yongkai, which makes Bingxin Valley spend so much manpower material resources to find. But no matter how you look at it, you can't see any clues, but Yang Kai seems a little annoyed at the moment, his face is extremely cold, standing alone in front of Qingya, like a towering mountain, blocking all the storms. Such a scene made the disciples of Bingxin Valley frown and guess what the relationship between Yang Kai and Qingya was. The imagined pain did not come as expected, but Bingdi's muffled groan sounded instead. Qingya opened her eyes suspiciously, and immediately spotted Yang Kai's back. "Why are you here?" Qingya asked in astonishment. "I came here to chat with you, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with concern. "Are you okay?" Qingya shook her head, said with a wry smile, "It's nothing serious." "Who hurt you?" Qingya bit her red lips, but did not answer. Yang Kai sighed slightly, took out a jade bottle from the space ring, and handed it over. "Take it for healing." Qingya reached out to take it, thanked her, but didn't take it on the spot. He just looked at the Bingdi not far away with a complicated expression. Received Yang Kai's angry palm. Although Bingdi looked extremely embarrassed, her injuries were actually not serious, otherwise with Yang Kai's current strength, that blow would have directly killed her. After all, this is Bingxin Valley. After all, it is Su Yan's teacher. Yang Kai didn't want to make things too big. Hear the conversation between Yang Kai and Qingya. A hint of ferocity appeared on Bingdi's icy face. She stretched out her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said with a sneer, "Healing. She has no chance." She openly resisted the elder's order. She wounded the disciple of Law Enforcing Hall, the disciple of Outer Island, Qingya. "I must die today." Qingya's delicate body trembled, her fists clenched tightly, her knuckles turned white. Yang Kai turned his head suddenly, his eyes looked towards Bingdi, his eyes were as cold as a knife, exuding a cruel meaning. "I was the one who hurt you, what's wrong with Qingya? You can't run away. No matter what your background is, if you dare to act presumptuously on Ice Absolute Island, you don't even think about getting away safely. As for Qingya, she's dead, colluding with outsiders, and she's a man. Destroy my reputation in Bingxin Valley, and tarnish her reputation. Master's reputation, you two male thieves and female prostitutes, what is the intention of sneaking into my Bingxin Valley?" Qingya shook her body, looked at Bingdi with a pale face, and said in a trembling voice, "Senior Sister Bingdi, why are you talking like that? There is nothing between me and Yang Kai, and I have never done anything to tarnish the reputation of Bingxin Valley or tarnish the reputation of the sect things. Yang Kai will be here entirely because of—" "Shut up, you don't have a place to talk here." Bingdi yelled at Qingya through gritted teeth, not giving her a chance to explain, and said with a sneer, "You call him so intimately, how dare you say you have nothing to do with him?" This time, many of the surrounding Bingxin Valley disciples showed strange expressions. Although Yang Kai and Qingya didn't exchange a few words, anyone can infer from the expression and tone of the two that the relationship between the two is not shallow, at least they are not new acquaintances. Is there really something hidden in this? Qingya looked sad. "Senior sister, you can beat me and kill me, but you must not insult me." Since Qingya entered the valley, she has never done anything wrong to her master. And this matter is also related to Yang Kai. Yang Kai is Su Yan's man. No matter how confused Qingya is, it is impossible to have any relationship with Yang Kai. Haven't done it. Bingdi looked at her viciously, "Instigated this man to attack me, does this count as being sorry to the master?" "I didn't," Qingya retorted anxiously. "How dare you argue?" Bingdi yelled, "If you hadn't instigated him, how could he appear so timely?" Qingya opened her mouth, speechless. "If you want to commit a crime, there is nothing wrong with it." A look of disappointment suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's face. "Qingya, since you can't be accommodated here, don't wait." After finishing speaking, he let out a long sigh, as if he was talking to himself. "At first, I thought that Su Yan would be well taken care of here, but now it seems that it's time to take her away. A filthy place will only tarnish her pure soul." Su Yan. This man actually knew Su Yan. And what did he say just now? He actually wants to take Su Yan away. Did he not wake up? Men are really unreasonable animals. Many women looked at Yang Kai with weird eyes, thinking that this guy is another poor person who was captured by Su Yan's charm. Since Su Yan joined the sect, although she hasn't been out a few times, her reputation has already spread throughout Chalangsing. Even people like Wei Feng, the son of Huayao sect's lord, can't forget Su Yan, let alone others. In recent years, countless powerful people have come to Bingxin Valley, hoping to let their young Junyan marry Su Yan, a bright and dazzling pearl. Rejected. Su Yan is the hope of Bingxin Valley in the future, how can she marry outside? It is rumored that even the Supreme Elder is extremely optimistic about her, and occasionally summons her to teach her cultivation experience during retreat. This is a great honor. In the entire Bingxin Valley, the only ones who are eligible to meet the Supreme Elder are the Valley Master and the Great Elder. The other elders are not fully qualified. Su Yan is the phoenix standing on the branch. To her, all the men in Qilon Star are like insects and ants crawling on the ground. No one can match her. Yang Kai suddenly let out such bold words, and the women of Bingxin Valley immediately misunderstood, thinking that Yang Kai, like Wei Feng and others, fell in love with Su Yan, but he still couldn't get the beautiful woman's heart, and could only secretly fall in love with her. Guy. Just because you want to take Su Yan away. Bingdi's eyes showed anger, and she shouted coquettishly, "You can survive today. All disciples obey the order, kill Qingya and this shameless man for me, keep the door upright, so as to make an example to others." After Bingdi's words fell, the disciples who followed her rushed towards Yang Kai without fear of death. It's not that they haven't seen Yang Kai's method of dealing with Bingdi before, but the order of the law enforcement hall is absolute. Even if they know they can't beat them, they have to bite the bullet. And those outer island disciples who watched the excitement also frowned. Many chose to stand by and watch, and some secretly urged Sheng Yuan to stare at Yang Kai due to the majesty of the law enforcement hall. They didn't want to attack Qingya, but they had no problem dealing with Yang Kai, a strange man. The ice-type Saint Yuan surged around, and the already frigid ice peak became colder and colder. In the entire world, it seemed that there was only ice-cold power left, which was enough to freeze the ancient earth. The few law enforcement hall disciples who charged over suddenly screamed miserably about 5 feet away from Yang Kai, and flew out on their backs, falling on the snow one by one, their faces pale, and they couldn't get up no matter what. And those outer island disciples who attacked Yang Kai were all startled, their complexions paled slightly, and they looked at Yang Kai in shock, not daring to act rashly again. No one saw clearly how Yang Kai shot, but the result in front of them made them deeply understand the huge gap between themselves and others and Yang Kai. Yang Kai, don't go too far. Qingya turned pale with shock. She never thought that Yang Kai would dare to fight with the disciples of Bingxin Valley on Bingju Island. There was a reason to save himself before, but now, he actually made another move. Although he didn't kill anyone, but judging by the appearance of those law enforcement hall disciples, it was obvious that they were seriously injured. She didn't care about the life and death of those fellow disciples. After what happened this time, Qingya's sense of identity and belonging to Bingxin Valley had disappeared. She just wanted to get out of here early. She was afraid that Yang Kai would go too far, causing the Bingxin Valley powerhouse to dispatch. At that time, even if Yang Kai has great abilities, he will not be able to get away easily. Bingdi still stood at the same spot, looking at the scene in front of her. She suddenly smiled, but that smile was like a poisonous snake with its head raised, with a hint of complacency on its face, and said quickly, "Okay. This time, no matter who it is, everyone don't try to save you again, you are dead." Yang Kai looked at her, narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "You think I can't see that this is a game?" The smile on Bingdi's face suddenly became a little stiff. "Come out for me." Sneaking aside, "Have you been watching long enough?" Yang Kai was speaking, and suddenly waved his hand towards a certain place in the void, and a huge handprint slammed there. Accompanied by a loud noise, the Mahamudra was dissolved by an invisible force, but in the void, a figure appeared strangely. Countless outer island disciples raised their heads and shouted in shock, "Great Elder!" Disciple sees the Great Elder. Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly saluted with respectful expressions. The figure that appeared in the void was the Great Elder of Bingxin Valley. Ran Yunting was wearing a lavender palace attire. She looked very luxurious, and her aura was like an abyss like the sea, unfathomable, but at this moment she looked at Yang Kai's eyes, but she was a little surprised. She didn't expect Yang Kai to have discovered her existence long ago. She thought everything was hidden. Chapter 1645. Don't blame me for being ruthless. It really is you. Yang Kai snorted softly. Ran Yunting also snorted, and looked down at Yang Kai, as if looking down on an ant, with an indifferent expression. It looks like you really want my life. Yang Kai had a sarcasm smile on his face. It's just for this moment that you tried so hard to lure me out. When he realized that Ran Yunting was nearby, Yang Kai immediately knew that all of this today was not accidental, but a well-planned trap. No matter whether he would come to Qingya today or not, he would definitely be attracted, so Bingdi would deliberately shout that loudly before coming to Qingya's cave, just to alarm Yang Kai who was in the attic. As long as he is alarmed by Bingdi, Yang Kai will definitely take action. It's just that no one thought that Yongkai would also meet by chance, and happened to be nearby by coincidence. Repeatedly making things difficult for Qingya, putting a big hat on her, and even hitting her hard, is just to lure Yongkai to make a move. In the end, Bing Dai disregarded the safety of those fellow sects in the law enforcement hall and let them go forward to kill Yongkai, which was also the purpose. Everything is working as expected. And the person behind it is undoubtedly Ran Yunting. As the great elder of Bingxin Valley, she holds a lot of power, and she is in charge of the law enforcement hall, and only she can mobilize the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Qingya is just an innocent pawn. Ran Yunting's ultimate goal is only Yongkai. Great elder. Qingya looked at Ran Yunting responsibly. You don't have the right to call me an ungrateful thing. Ran Yunting glanced at Qingya coldly, then shook her hand casually, and a gust of icy cold wind directly hit Qingya. Qingya stood there dumbfounded. There was no time to react. Yongkai once again stood in front of Qingya, punching forward. The magic flame burst out, and the pitch-black flame and the icy cold wind collided with each other to restrain and dissolve each other. Cold and heat clashed fiercely at this moment, making that space seem to collapse. Ran Yunting raised her eyebrows and finally gave Yongkai a serious look, secretly shocked by his strength. Although she didn't use all her strength in the blow just now, it seemed to be hit casually, and she had 30% to 40% of her skill, but Yongkai just punched lightly and resolved the attack. Clearly there is room left. It turned out that I still didn't quite believe that you were able to kill Zhangqi and Yan Qile with your ability, but now it seems that it is true. You are very good. Ran Yunting nodded slightly and was not much moved by Yongkai's performance, just casually praised a few words. However, that's all for now. Hurting my Bingxin Valley disciples on my Bingju Island and not paying attention to my Bingxin Valley, you will definitely die today. Ran Yunting's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she looked at Yongkai without any emotion. It is your honor to die under the hands of Elder Ben. On the ice peak, countless female disciples of Bingxin Valley trembled and looked at Ran Yunting in shock. The great elder is going to do it himself. What is the origin of this young man? Why did the sect search for him so hard before, but now, the elder wants to kill him? What is the unknown grievance in this? Everyone was very confused, not knowing what was involved in it. But, the great elder seems to have not made a move for a long time. It is rumored that the last time she fought with someone was 10 years ago, but unfortunately no one saw it with their own eyes, only knowing that the guy she fought with turned into an ice sculpture. But now, the great elder actually wanted to kill this young man in Absolute Ice Island. For a while, countless Bingxin Valley disciples looked forward to it, wanting to see the great elder show off his supernatural power, wanting to see what kind of skills the great elder has. There were also many people who gave Yongkai sympathetic eyes and secretly thought that this guy had offended the great elder, and he was afraid that he would be buried in Absolute Ice Island today. Under the eyes of everyone, Yongkai's cold and angry face suddenly calmed down. This strange change made everyone's heart jump, and there was a vague feeling of something bad spreading. Immediately, Yongkai slightly bowed towards Ran Yunting. He even bowed. The eyeballs all over the place were jumping around. All the disciples of Bingxin Valley couldn't figure out what Yongkai was going to do. Facing the murderous intent of the great elder, he actually saluted the great elder. Is this afraid? Could it be that this man knew that he was no match for the great elder, so he wanted to compromise and live on? Bing Dai sneered at the side, looking at Yongkai with ridicule in her eyes. She despised this kind of bully from the bottom of her heart. She didn't have the spirit that a man should have. With a man like him, he wants to capture Su Yan's heart. It is simply a fantasy. It's too late to admit my mistake now. Ran Yunting was still aloof, her expression remained unchanged, and her tone was indifferent. You should know in your heart why this elder wanted to kill you. If you really understand, if you can really do her good, then suicide yourself. Elder Ben doesn't want to be stained with your blood. After all, I will meet her often in the future. As if it was the last charity to Yongkai, Ran Yunting waited quietly after saying the words to let Yongkai commit suicide. Yongkai suddenly smiled, his face still calm. He shook his head lightly and said, I am not wrong. Ran Yunting's face turned violent. You are still stubborn until now. She is not a match for someone like you. She is going to reach the pinnacle of martial arts after all. In the future, you can only look up to her neck and get further and further away from her. Far, rather than suffering in the future, it is better to kill yourself now, and it can be regarded as fulfilling her. If you do this, she may still remember you for the rest of her life. The peak of martial arts is loneliness. It is loneliness. Only those who can endure loneliness and loneliness, can you achieve all the achievements. Don't you still not see the future situation clearly? It's you who can't see the future. Yang Kai looked at Ran Yunting faintly. I salute you to thank you for teaching and taking care of her over the years. After this salute, you and I are enemies. If you want to kill I, just make up my mind to be killed by me. Ran Yunting's phoenix eyes shone with lightning, and the surge of divine light was like a blade, making people dare not look directly at it, and all the female disciples of Bingxin Valley couldn't help but look away. Yang Kai was indifferent, facing her 4 eyes without flinching. As for whether you can match her, it's not up to you. Who said that the peak of martial arts is lonely or lonely? I want to walk hand in hand with her and aspire to the supreme. Ignorant child, it's useless to talk too much, take your life. Ran Yunting seemed to be irritated by Yang Kai's wild words, and she no longer bothered to talk nonsense with him. She stretched out her hand, and suddenly a vortex appeared in front of her. All the cold aura was drawn by it, gradually forming an ice cone several tens of feet long and 3 feet thick in front of her. At first glance, the ice pick looked like an uprooted ice peak, huge and mighty. The female disciples onlookers all exclaimed in unison, dazzled for a moment. The great elder shook the world as soon as he made a move, filling their eyes with admiration and yearning. When will I be able to stand at the height of the great elder? But everyone knows that this is just an unrealistic fantasy. In the sect, probably only Su Yan and a few people have this hope. As for the others, they are destined to become the dazzling brilliance of these geniuses. Many thoughts flashed through their minds, and these female disciples also used their body skills to gallop away into the distance. They didn't dare to stay in place at all. The destructive power of a battle of the great elder's level is extremely terrifying. If they stay in place, they will be involved if they don't do well. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sent Qingya a few miles away before jumping up, facing the ice cone the size of a small mountain without changing his face. Ran Yunting shrank her eyes, pinched Yinju with both hands, and spit out a mouthful of white mist, and then poured it on the ice pick first. A layer of light flashed, and the ice cone seemed to become more destructive. Black flames ignited on Yang Kai's 2 fists, and his Saint Yuan was pushed to the limit, and the moment before he came into contact with the huge ice cone, his fist swung violently. Boom boom boom, there was an earth-shattering sound, and the ice cone disintegrated inch by inch. Yang Kai is like a fierce beast going up against the current, wherever he passes, ice chips are flying, unstoppable, destroying the huge ice cone all the way, and directly killing Ran Yunting. It's just a blink of an eye before and after. I respect you as Su Yan's master, and I don't want to embarrass you. Since you have the heart to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai's voice was cold, and he was 3 feet below Ran Yunting, punching again out. The inexplicable power burst out with the holy yuan, and the space seemed to become distorted. Where Ran Yunting was, small space cracks began to swim around. The great elder of Bingxin Valley turned pale with fright, and couldn't help but scream. At this moment, she had the illusion that her life was hanging by a thread, as if she would die the next moment if she didn't use all her strength. To be honest, Ran Yunting never took Yang Kai to heart, even though she learned from the 13th elder Yu Xueqing that Yang Kai had killed Zhang Shi and Yan Qilei. Ran Yunting didn't see it with her own eyes, and secretly felt that Yang Kai was a rising star. It is absolutely impossible to be his opponent if he can fight at a higher level. Anyway, she has been famous for a long time, she is the peak of the 3rd layer of returning to the void, and she is the strongest combat force under the Void King. But just as soon as they fought, she felt a huge pressure from Yang Kai. This young man is like a sharp sword drawn out of its sheath, showing its sharpness and majesty, as if it is better than itself. Cold sweat broke out from behind, Ran Yunting's face changed drastically, and she frantically urged her own power field. It was snowing all over the sky, with her location as the center, within a radius of 100 feet, the temperature dropped sharply, and snowflakes like goose feathers fell from the sky, and each snowflake contained mysterious power. And in this potential field, Ran Yunting became the only master, and the falling snowflakes could become her strongest weapon, able to kill any enemy covered by her potential field. The space cracks that wandered were all frozen. She looked at Yang Kai coldly, her heart was even more murderous, and with a movement of her spiritual mind, the falling snowflakes seemed to have life, and Chi wrapped them around Yang Kai. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1646 Twists and Turns. Boy, you are brave, but you are brave and foolish. Repent your sins in hell. If there is an afterlife, don't think about toads eating swan meat. There are some people you can't reach. Ran Yunting frantically urged his own potential field, shouting in his mouth. Those crystal-clear snowflakes all contained her understanding of martial arts and heaven, and the potential field tending to Dachang is only a line behind the domain, and it is invincible in the void return mirror. Yang Kai's body was covered by snowflakes. His breath suddenly fell, and frost visible to the naked eye spread and froze on his exposed skin. More snowflakes touched Yang Kai's body. It seems that all the coldness in the world has poured into Yang Kai's body. After 2 breaths, Yang Kai was frozen into an ice sculpture, still maintaining the posture of punching, his eyes wide open, standing in midair, even his black hair kept flying backwards. He is like a work carefully crafted by a master. A few kilometers away, Qingya, who had just stood firm, raised her head, and after seeing this scene, she panicked and exclaimed, "Yang Kai." Her voice was full of mourning. Yang Kai actually lost to the Great Elder. Is the gap in strength really too big? But if he really died here, then Su Yan and her. Qingya almost didn't dare to think about it anymore. She was stunned for a while, her thoughts were in chaos. At this moment, she would rather be killed by Bingdi just now than see Yang Kai fall here because of this trouble. Kill this traitor. Ran Yunting glanced at Qingya indifferently from a distance, and gave orders to Bingdi not far away, with disgust in her eyes. After finishing speaking, he never looked at Qingya again. It seems that to her, Qingya's life and death are of no importance at all. As long as she can make up for the flaws in Su Yan's state of mind, she can kill all the people related to Su Yan. Bing Dai was wounded by Yang Kai just now, but there was no danger of her life, so she quickly recovered. Hearing this, he rushed towards Qingya without any hesitation. His eyes were cold, his body was filled with saint essence, and traces of icy energy lingered around her body. Looking at Qingya indifferently, "Let's see who can save you this time." While speaking, he had come to 5 feet in front of Qingya, and slapped her out. Qingya didn't move at all, she didn't pay attention to Bingdi's killing move at all, she stared blankly at Yang Kai who was frozen in midair, only the ice sculpture remained in her eyes. Her eyes were mournful and desolate. Forget it, Yang Kai died at the hands of the Great Elder, and he had no face to see Su Yan again, so it would be a good choice to bury Yang Kai here. On Wangquan Road, at least there are acquaintances walking together. Facing Bingdi's decisive blow, Qingya slowly closed her eyes, as if preparing to die. Bingdi didn't stop because of her non-resistance. For her, the orders of the Great Elder are absolute. All the Bingxin Valley disciples around exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that this time the incident would be so twists and turns, but in the end it ended with the death of Qingya and the man. Many people looked sad and showed regret. At this moment, amidst the ice and snow, a small head suddenly popped up in front of Qingya. The small head has sharp edges and corners, as if carved from stone, but the 2 black bean-like eyeballs are extremely energetic, with a kind of agile light shining in them. Immediately afterwards, the little head was pulled up, revealing the entire image like pulling out a carrot. Immediately in front of Qingya was a strange creature less than 3 feet tall. Clearly no breath of life flowed from it. But judging from its flexible movements and smart eyes, it clearly has its own wisdom and spirituality. It's like a stone puppet. This is. Bingdi frowned, looking suspiciously at the stone puppet that suddenly appeared in front of Qingya. She couldn't turn her head for a moment. Then she saw an incredible scene. This little stone puppet jumped up in place. Standing in front of Qingya, he waved a slightly elongated arm out of proportion to his body, clenched his fists, and met his own attack. There is no energy fluctuation, but when the fist of the stone puppet is punched out, his icy energy is as strong as a chicken-tail dog, vulnerable to a single blow, and instantly broken. In the next moment, a force so huge that it made Bingdi feel desperate came head-on. One force down 10 will. Only when the strength reaches a certain level can one ignore attribute attacks and break through all spells with one force. Bingdi was shocked. With a scream, she flew upside down again, and this time her injuries were obviously heavier than Yang Kai's attack on her just now. After falling to the ground, she passed out directly, and her life and death were unknown. Countless people heard the cracking sound of the bones in her arm breaking. Hiss! A gasp sounded from all directions. Bingdi is a disciple of the Inner Island, a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, and has a cultivation level of Void Return First level. What is this thing that suddenly appeared and blocked Qingya? It's just a light punch that beat Bingdi like this. Where did it come from? Even Qingya herself was at a loss. She lowered her head and looked at the stooped stone puppet standing in front of her, with a bewildered look in her beautiful eyes. What? Standing in midair, Ran Yunting cast her eyes on the stone puppet, her face extremely serious. Although she couldn't feel any vitality and energy fluctuations from the stone puppet, this weird creature gave her a huge sense of crisis, a sense of crisis that she would not be an opponent at all if she fought alone. Suddenly, she subconsciously glanced at Yang Kai, who was frozen. Seeing this, Ran Yunting almost screamed. Yang Kai, who she thought would die without a doubt, actually grinned at her in the ice crystal. That smile was full of sarcasm and mockery. The great elder of Bingxin Valley only has this ability. To be honest, you are very disappointing. If you only have this ability, Su Yan is really not suitable to practice with you. You have no qualifications to continue teaching her. Yang Kai's voice came out from the ice crystal, and Ran Yunting's face changed drastically as if she had seen a ghost. Below, the two black eyeballs of the stone puppet rolled around, as if remembering something, suddenly stretched out both hands, and patted his chest hard. Bang bang bang, there was a huge vibration. The nearby ice peaks trembled, and countless snow blocks and ice cones fell down. Amidst the loud noise, the size of the stone puppet suddenly became bigger. Its original body was less than 3 feet high. Suddenly it became 2 feet tall. Then it turned around, picked up Qingya, who was surprised, looked up at Yang Kai, and ran away from the spot at a flying speed. On the pure white snow, there is only a string of light smoke left, stretching to an extremely far place. That posture looks like a villainous king of the mountain who went down the mountain and kidnapped Mrs. Yajai, who made him satisfied, and couldn't wait to return to the mountain village. The female disciples of Bingxin Valley were all dumbfounded. Junior sister Qingya was abducted by a stone man. But soon, they understood why the stone man left in a hurry. A horrifying aura suddenly diffused from the void, and Yang Kai, who was supposed to be frozen, was filled with a shocking aura. The ice crystals outside his body made crackling noises, cracking cracks one after another, as dense as a spider's web. The ice crystals are about to shatter. Ran Yunting changed color in shock, and the female disciples of Bingxin Valley changed colors in shock. They no longer dared to stay where they were, and ran towards extremely distant positions one after another. Wishful thinking, Ran Yunting yelled. Blossoming crystal snowflakes appeared again, covering Yang Kai, obviously trying to freeze him again. Crush me, Yang Kai shouted. Clatter, the ice crystals shattered, exploded into powder, and splashed into the void. What shattered together was Ran Yunting's potential field. The flying snow all over the sky suddenly disappeared and was replaced by it. There are countless space cracks wandering in the void. Those space cracks are like small black snakes. They look chilling, covering a range of 300 feet around Yang Kai as the center. How is it possible? How is this possible? Ran Yunting stumbled back, looking blankly at where Yang Kai was. Such a result is simply unacceptable. In the face-to-face competition with this young man against the potential field, he was completely defeated. I am the great elder of Bingxin Valley, but the potential field tends to be great. How can this young man be able to suppress his own power field in all directions? Moreover, his potential field contains extremely weird power. Not only does it fill the area wrapped by the potential field with countless space cracks, killing every step of the way, it also affected my own judgment. She couldn't see where Yang Kai was at all. Yang Kai's position was far and near, and the distance between him and himself was constantly changing. The power of space. Ran Yunting's face suddenly turned pale. Only the power of space can form so many space cracks, and only the power of space can affect one's judgment of distance. This young man has actually cultivated such an unorthodox power, and also integrated this power into his own potential field. Ran Yunting really saw a ghost now. Death. Yang Kai's voice was cold, as if he didn't show any mercy because she was Su Yan's master. The space suddenly froze with the movement of his divine sense, and countless space cracks swam around, forcing towards Ran Yunting. If you want me to die, let's see if you have the ability. Ran Yunting was like a crazy shrew, without the slightest dignity and posture that a great elder should have. While roaring, she suddenly took out a token from the space ring. Sheng Yuan pour into it. The next moment, there was a sudden change in the surroundings. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, turned his head to look around, and suddenly found that the surrounding ice and snow had increased to a terrifying level, and there was a vague connection between the ice and snow and the token in Ran Yunting's hand. Under the earth, in the top-grade veins of Bingju Island, the energy of the heavens and the earth surges, radiates in all directions, emerges from the cracks in the ground, merges into the sky and the earth, and then transforms into the power that Ran Yunting can drive through the token. The icy cold air gathered, and surrounded Ran Yunting like a dragon, and it only took 3 breaths of effort before and after, to suppress Yang Kai's potential field back. Chapter 1647. But that's all. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly. he didn't dare to act lightly, restraining his own potential field. If the potential field is forcefully broken, it will be very harmful to oneself, and it will be very troublesome to restore. The power of the formation. Yang Kai quickly figured out what happened to Ran Yunting. She obviously used the formation technique on Bingju Island, so she was able to achieve this level. It's not surprising to think about it, Ran Yunting's status in Bingxin Valley is not low, ranking only below the Supreme Elder and the Valley Master. It is only natural that she can mobilize the power of the formation. Ha ha ha, my Bingxin Valley's Ice Ju Great Formation can rank first on Qilon Star. Boy, if you die under the Great Formation, you can also rest in peace. Ran Yunting laughed, holding the order in her hand with a wave of the card. A stream of light was brought up, and the whole person seemed to be integrated into the surrounding ice cold, without a trace. But all around suddenly appeared a series of icy blade-like attacks, like locusts crossing the border, attacking Yang Kai overwhelmingly. This is the power of the ice formation. Even the Void King Realm powerhouse is deeply trapped, and it is difficult to get out safely. The moment Ran Yunting mobilized the power of the large formation to deal with Yang Kai, the powerhouses of the entire Ice Absolute Island were aware of it. On the inner island, in the Valley Lord's Ice Palace, Binglong's expression changed, and she raised her head to look at the Void, who was using the power of the Great Array. Is it the youngest elder? Spiritual thoughts spread leisurely, and soon, she saw the battle situation at the ice peak on the outer island, couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and hurriedly walked out of her ice palace and flew towards her. A dozen or so elders on the inner island also noticed, and rushed towards this side one after another. And somewhere in the inner island, a woman with silver hair is sitting cross-legged by a cold pool. Must be infinitely stronger. Void King Realm Powerhouse, the Supreme Elder of Bingxin Valley, Luo Li. The full head of silver hair formed a strong visual conflict with the girl's face, which gave her a feeling of amazement for no reason. At this moment, she seemed to be doing something with the help of the icy cold power of the cold pool. She opened her mouth lightly, and between exhaling and inhaling, she sucked out the white mist of cold air from the cold pool and poured into her abdomen. Luo Li's complexion was a little indistinctly pale, which was the sequelae left by her mistake in practicing the exercises last time. Luo Li also noticed the moment when the Bingju formation was activated, but she just glanced in a certain direction and ignored it. For a person like her, there is no need to intervene in what is happening outside, it is just the nonsense of the younger generation, and Binglong will go to deal with it. But just when Luo Li was about to continue to heal his wounds, suddenly his face changed, and he seemed to be aware of it and looked in another direction, with a serious face that had never been seen before, and said in a low voice, "Kai Huo, can you really hold back? Dare to trespass on my Ice Absolute Island? This is. No wonder you have such confidence." After realizing the existence of another person, Luo Li's face became more solemn, and after a long time, he sighed. I don't know if Bingju Island can survive this difficulty, I hope you don't go too far. While speaking, she slowly got up, her body swayed, and she leisurely disappeared in place, leaving only a clearly discernible afterimage. Stupid, if you can mobilize the full power of the Bingju Great Formation, you may be able to kill me, but with your humble ability, how much power can you borrow from the Great Formation? Yang Kai sternly shouted, and a colorful glow suddenly appeared on his body. Amidst the surge of colorful rays of light, people dare not stare at him, and an unprecedented force burst out from Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai grasped it in the void, and the golden glow suddenly separated from his body and condensed into his hand, forming a golden long sword. The indestructible sword energy of the 5 elements, the sword of gold, the master of killing. With a sword in hand, Yang Kai's killing intent was like a tide, and the thick and substantial murderous intent made Ran Yunting's eyes tremble violently, screaming, frantically mobilizing Saint Yuan, pouring the token in her hand, trying to suppress and kill Yang with a large array of power open. Countless ice blades and ice picks and ice arrows formed in the void and shot at Yang Kai again. Good job, Yang Kai shouted, dancing the golden sword in his hand. The golden light was dazzling, as if it was about to cut through the void, and the entire Bingju Island was eclipsed by the gilded brilliance, and the sharp and incomparable sword energy shot out. The ice blades, ice picks and ice arrows are like snowflakes under the scorching sun, being cut and dissolved one after another. Within 10 feet of Yang Kai, don't get close. He has a wild posture and flying black hair, just like the god of war who descended from the ancient times, showing endless heroism in all his twists and turns. Countless women in Bingxin Valley stared dumbfounded, and felt an unstoppable feeling gushing out of their hearts. This feeling made them throb, and made them put all their hearts on Yang Kai, and there was nothing else in the whole world, only the figure standing in midair remained. On the inner island, Su Yan's ice room suddenly opened, she rushed out, and the first time she saw a familiar figure who was hundreds of miles away, shrouded in golden light. Junior brother, Su Yan murmured, although the voice was soft, but it seemed to be able to cross the barrier of 100 miles. Yang Kai, who was swaying the golden sword, turned his head and looked at this side, grinning. Su Yan also smiled, and then galloped over there. At this moment, the order of the master and the rules of the sect are no longer constraints for her. In her heart, she only has eyes for the man who made a big fuss on Bingju Island because of her. As long as I can see him again, take a close look at him, and fall into his embrace again, I will die without regret. Where to run? Su Yan, stop for me. Zhou Yongxuan and another female disciple who was in charge of guarding Su Yan were also paying attention to the battle 100 miles away, but when they came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that Su Yan had run out. Shout out. Su Yan, if you dare to disobey the order of the Great Elder, you will be punished. Hurry up and go back. Going back now will save you some physical pain, otherwise no one will be able to protect you. Su Yan turned a deaf ear, as if she hadn't heard. Her figure gradually drifted away, and soon disappeared from the sight of Zhou Yongxuan and the two women. It's broken. Zhou Yongxuan's face turned pale. No matter what happened, the two of them would be charged with insufficient protection. I'm afraid the elder will definitely punish them. This bitch, I'm so mad. Another woman gritted her teeth and cursed, Senior Sister Zhou, what should we do now? Follow me. Zhou Yongxuan stomped his feet and continued to chase. Ha-ha, laughter resounded like rolling thunder throughout the entire Ice Absolute Island. Yang Kai, who was wrapped in the power of the formation, scrambled freely, and flew like a sword light, dissolving Ran Yunting's offensive to pieces. Ran Yunting's expression was ferocious, and her eyes were full of shock and disbelief. This young man, just how evil is he? With the cultivation level of the Void Return second layer, he was able to completely suppress himself who had used a part of the power of the Ice Ju Great Formation. She thought that at the level of the Void Returning Mirror, she was already one of the best existences, and there were not many Void Returning Mirrors that could compete with her, but today she deeply understood that there are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. This young man named Yang Kai can achieve this level now. If he is asked to break through to the third layer, wouldn't he be able to fight against the General Void King realm? Ran Yunting was taken aback by this thought. While frightened, he strengthened his belief in killing Yang Kai. If this son is not dead, Bingxin Valley will definitely be in big trouble in the future. The Great Elder of Bingxin Valley, that's all. Yang Kai shouted loudly, without putting Ran Yunting in his eyes at all, holding the sword in his left hand, keeping his right hand straight together, he wiped the golden sword, and shouted in a low voice, "Go!" The golden light flashed away, and the sharp sword light struck Ran Yunting in an instant, and it was going to pierce her through in the next moment. No matter how Ran Yunting activated the power of the Bingju formation, she could not stop the golden light from attacking and killing. For a moment, Ran Yunting's face was ashen, and her eyes wavered. It wasn't until this time that she realized that Yang Kai bowed to her before, not because of fear, but because of the fate between Su Yan and herself. Now that his fate was over, he could kill himself without hesitation. Do you regret it? No regrets. Ran Yunting's eyes were firm again. Even if she died, she would not regret her decision. Su Yan will eventually be the pillar of Bingxin Valley in the future. Whether he can carry forward Bingxin Valley, overwhelm Huo Yaozong, and become the most powerful force on Qilin Star depends on Su Yan's ability. Own may die, but killing the Great Elder of Ice Heart Valley is not a trivial matter. Once the Supreme Elder blames it, Yang Kai will not even think about living. As long as Yang Kai is dead, Su Yan can make up for the flaws in her mind and practice with all her strength. She will surely bloom with light covering the entire star field, and in the future, she will definitely be able to stand at the top of the star field. What kind of thing is this young man? No matter how amazing and talented he is, he will be thrown away by Su Yan in the end. Death was imminent. Ran Yunting remained motionless, looking at Yang Kai with a strange grin. At this time, the power of the ice formation suddenly increased sharply, and the power of the formation that could not stop the golden sword had an unimaginable effect. The strong icy air gathered together and formed a side in front of Ran Yunting. Flawless ice wall. The golden sword pierced, making a grinding sound, and approached Ran Yunting little by little. It seems that the ice wall can't stop the golden sword's intrusion. But Yang Kai frowned and turned to look to the other side. Over there, Bing Long, the Lord of Ice Heart Valley, had appeared at some point, holding a token in her hand, which echoed Ran Yunting's token, increasing the power of the Bingju formation. Her face was serious, and sweat was dripping from her forehead, and she pumped her holy energy into the token. More and more elders of Bingxin Valley showed up, each of them exclaimed and took out their tokens one after another. With the blessing and mobilization of many Bingxin Valley elders, the power of the Bingju formation has become even greater. In the end, Jin Zhijian's advance was blocked, only 3 inches away from Ran Yunting. The sharp sword energy pierced Ran Yunting's forehead like a snake core, causing a drop of bright red blood to ooze from the center of her brow, which was extremely dazzling. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1648 Deviant. Ran Yunting's expression remained unchanged, she just looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said solemnly, "That's it." With the reinforcements of many elders, she once again saw the hope of killing Yang Kai. Death! Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The other 4 colors of light flowing around the body leisurely separated, all poured into the golden sword, and merged with it. The multicolored lightsaber took shape immediately. The lightsaber contains the power of the 5 elements, which mutually restrain each other, and the breath of the 5 elements circulates endlessly, and the power of the lightsaber suddenly increases sharply. Ka-cha-cha! The ice wall blocking Ran Yunting's front made a crackling sound, and a clear crack opened. Ran Yunting's face changed in shock, Binglong and many elders were stunned. With a bang, the ice wall was completely shattered, and the multicolored lightsaber pierced towards Ran Yunting's eyebrows in an extremely fierce manner. Seeing that the great elder of Bingxingu was about to die in Wangquan, but at this moment, a white jade palm suddenly appeared strangely. That jade palm looked pure and flawless, with 5 slender fingers, like green onions emerging from water. When the jade palm was gently grasped, it seemed that it was just holding something insignificant. An extremely mysterious and indescribable force emanated from the jade palm. The 5-colored lightsaber that shattered the ice wall was actually held by this jade in the palm of his hand. The lightsaber trembled endlessly, but he couldn't advance an inch. "Little guy, you have to forgive others and forgive others, why bother to kill them all?" A cold female voice sounded in the void. Yang Kai frowned and narrowed his eyes. Ran Yunting walked through the gate of hell, and was drenched in sweat at first, but after seeing the jade palm and hearing the cold female voice, she was suddenly overjoyed. He shouted, "The disciple is very grateful to the Supreme Elder for saving his life, and please ask the Supreme Elder to strike again and kill this evil obstacle who insulted Bingxin Valley." Supreme Elder. Yang Kai's face became serious, and he looked up in a certain direction, but he couldn't see anyone. He knew that there was a Supreme Elder in Bingxin Valley. That's a strong person at the Void King Realm level, but it's just a Void King Realm level 1. Even people like Luo Hai, Yang Kai has offended, and under his pursuit, the entire star field is scurrying around. Even if Bingxingu, a Void King Realm powerhouse, is powerful, he can't make Yang Kai frightened. That's why he dared to come to Bingxin Valley. He was secretly on guard. A body full of saints is hidden but not revealed. On the other side, Bing Long turned pale with shock, fearing that the Supreme Elder would really kill Yang Kai in a fit of anger. She hurriedly said, "The Supreme Elder is merciful, there may be some misunderstandings in this, the matter here is still, please let Bing Long deal with it." The existence of Yang Kai. The matter is very important, Bing Long dare not let him die casually. The cold female voice sounded again, but this time she did not speak, but sighed slightly, and the jade hand holding the colorful lightsaber suddenly disintegrated and disappeared. With a thought, Yang Kai took the colorful lightsaber into his body. Looking at Ran Yunting coldly. The other party was also looking at him, gnashing his teeth, extremely unwilling. It seemed very annoyed that the Supreme Elder didn't kill Yang Kai directly. After all, Yang Kai's trouble just now was too fierce, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he wanted to kill her, the Great Elder. Ran Yunting absolutely cannot tolerate such provocations and insults. But facing the Supreme Elder's decision, she didn't dare to have any objections, and could only be secretly annoyed. A beautiful shadow suddenly flew from a distance, and Yang Kai looked there as if telepathically. The next moment, the terrifying murderous aura all over his body disappeared, as if he had never appeared before, and he showed a gentle smile. He looked over there with gentle eyes like water. Bing Long and the others seemed unable to adapt to his transformation. They all frowned, not knowing why all this happened. Following his gaze, after seeing the situation over there, Bing Long showed a thoughtful expression. Ran Yunting also saw the face of the visitor, her expression turned violent, and when she was about to speak up to shout something, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze looking at her. Turning his head to look, he saw Yang Kai staring at him, with a posture of, "You dare to lie, I will kill you right now." Ran Yunting regurgitated what was on her lips, swallowed it back, and quietly swallowed her saliva. I don't know if she was thinking too much, but at that moment just now, she had the illusion that she was being targeted by an ancient beast, as if she annoyed Yongkai again this time, even the Supreme Elder would not be able to save her life. The thought made her hair stand on end. The beautiful figure galloping from a distance came to a foot in front of Yongkai after only a few ups and downs, standing in the void, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, and she bit her red lips lightly. The four eyes met, and the usual cold, jade-like face unexpectedly showed a rare smile. The beautiful scenery of the entire Ice Absolute Island was eclipsed at this moment. Countless disciples from the outer islands of Bingju Island lost their minds and stared blankly. Oh my god, Su Yan can actually laugh. She actually laughed, and she smiled at a man. I thought she would never laugh. Does she know this man? What's their relationship? Why do they seem to be very close? Su Yan actually has a man outside. This is really unimaginable. No wonder she was punished by the Great Elder. Inner island disciples are not allowed to have too close contact with men without permission. What is the origin of this guy? He can actually touch Su Yan's heart. ... Whispering voices sounded from all directions. Ran Yunting's face was ashen. Bing Long shook her head and sighed. The rest of the elders looked at each other. They didn't know that Su Yan and Yongkai knew each other a long time ago, and the sudden appearance of such a scene really shocked them very much. In the sky, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Yongkai stretched out a hand towards Su Yan. There was a hint of rosiness on Su Yan's snow-white cheeks, but the unforgettable longing overcame her natural shyness. She swayed and fell into Yongkai's embrace. The two hugged each other tightly. After more than 30 years, the two who were born in the Ling Xiao Pavilion walked together again. When I embrace you, I embrace the whole world. The cold wind howled, the snow was rolled up, and the entire Bingju Island was silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed in midair. It was fixed on the man and the woman. The picture is very beautiful, and the warm atmosphere is enough to dispel the coldness around, and everyone feels warm in their hearts. Ran Yunting's expression changed, and she looked towards Binglong, as if she wanted to say something. But seeing Binglong's helpless look, she never said anything. Su Yan, you lowly maidservant, hurry back. You dare to act like this, you will be punished. Two abrupt voices sounded, disturbing the beautiful artistic conception. Many female disciples of Bingxin Valley glared at the source of the sound, secretly blaming the recklessness of the visitor. Two rays of light flashed. Soon there were two women chasing after them, and the voice just now was exactly what they shouted out. After seeing the situation here clearly, both Zhou Yongxuan and the other woman who was in charge of guarding Su Yan were dumbfounded. Apparently they did not expect so many high-level sects to gather here. It can be said that all the elders of the sect are here. The two looked embarrassed, and looked at Ran Yunting timidly. Anyway, it is a fact that Ran Yunting and her values Su Yan. They insulted Su Yan. If Ran Yunting blamed it, there must be no good fruit to eat. But at a glance, the two women were overjoyed. Ran Yunting didn't seem to have heard what was said just now, and didn't care about the two of them at all, but instead looked in a certain direction with fiery eyes. The gaze in its hatred and anger. Following her line of sight, Zhou Yongxuan screamed and covered his mouth. She was shocked to find that Su Yan was hugging a strange man. This is simply too deviant. Not to mention ordinary inner island disciples who are not allowed to have intimate contact with outside men without the permission of the master. Su Yan is a personal disciple who is favored by the great elder in him. With her status, she is so close to a man openly. Slap the elder in the face. Does she still have the master elder in her eyes? No wonder the great elder's face is so ugly. Thinking of this, Zhou Yongxuan hurriedly said, Elder. Su Yan insisted on rushing out despite the dissuasion of me and my junior sister. I thought she had something important to do, but I didn't expect it to be like this. It's shameless to act like this in public. Please punish the elder. Ran Yunting's body trembled, with an angry look on her face. Why did Zhou Yongxuan say such a thing? If it was possible, she would have already torn Yongkai to pieces. But she asked herself that she didn't have that ability. If she wanted to kill Yongkai, she would have to do it herself unless the Supreme Elder personally. So she remained silent and did not respond to Zhou Yongxuan. Zhou Yongxuan was taken aback for a moment. A trace of suspicion flashed across his face. Just when he couldn't figure it out, a cold voice suddenly came from his ear. Are you scolding Su Yan just now? Looking up, Zhou Yongxuan suddenly found that the man who was holding Su Yan before was standing in midair, staring at him with a pair of indifferent eyes. Su Yan didn't care about shocking the world, and snuggled up to him like a bird, with a contented expression on her pretty face, as if she would be satisfied even if she died immediately. Being stared at by those eyes, Zhou Yongxuan was inexplicably chilled. He looked around quietly, and found that none of the elders had any intention of speaking, so he could only grit his teeth and reply, "I was the one who said what I said just now." Regardless of whether Su Yan was wrong or not, it was indeed wrong for her to insult her fellow sects like that. In front of many elders and valley owners, she did not dare to be too presumptuous and immediately admitted her mistake. "Apology," Yang Kai said concisely. A trace of anger flashed across Zhou Yongxuan's face, and he shouted coquettishly, "What are you dare to point fingers at me?" Admitting mistakes is admitting mistakes, apologizing is apologizing, these are two different things. Zhou Yongxuan is not willing to apologize to Su Yan in full view. If he really did that, it would be too embarrassing. As soon as the words fell, there was a crisp sound on his cheek. Zhou Yongxuan felt his cheeks go numb, and his whole body was carried by a strong force. He spun several times in the air, and fell heavily on the snow. The elders of Bingxin Valley suddenly changed their colors. They didn't see clearly how Yang Kai shot, they only saw this disciple named Zhou Yongxuan flying out. Chapter 1649 Apologize. Zhou Yongxuan climbed up from the snow, covered his cheeks with his hands, looked blankly at Yang Kai. She never thought that Yang Kai would dare to hit herself in front of Ji Yuzu and so many elders. Apologize. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Zhou Yongxuan's delicate body trembled. In front of so many seniors and sisters, being so insulted, as a void returning mirror, how could she bear it? His face twisted suddenly, and he screamed involuntarily, "You dare to hit me!" Snapped. There was another soft sound, and Zhou Yongxuan flew out again. The other cheek was also numb. Apologize. Yang Kai's voice was cold and mechanical, without the slightest emotion, making people shudder. Zhou Yongxuan got up from the ground for the second time, with a terrified look on his face. He turned his head and looked at Ran Yunting, as if begging her to uphold justice for him, but at a glance, Zhou Yongxuan only felt a chill from the soles of his feet to the sky. I was beyond shocked. The great elder's face was gloomy like water. Although he stared at Yang Kai, he didn't dare to say a word. The other elders also had this expression, and even Ji Yuzu frowned. No one is doing justice for himself. Zhou Yongxuanfeng was shocked. She knew that there was something wrong with what she did, and she shouldn't insult Su Yan like that, but there must be other reasons that she didn't know. This young man actually made everyone fearful. Apologize, or die. Yang Kai issued an ultimatum, his murderous intent reappeared, and he locked on Zhou Yongxuan. Not being able to kill Ran Yunting made him extremely annoyed. This Zhou Yongxuan just hit the muzzle of the gun. Bing Long finally spoke, frowning and said, "Yang Kai, it's almost enough. Although this disciple is rude, but you have punished him, stop." Zhou Yongxuan is also a disciple of Bingxin Valley, and being slapped twice by Yang Kai in front of him is already the limit of Bing Long's tolerance. If Yang Kai is aggressive again, Bing Long will not be able to stand idly by. If you really do that, it will only chill the hearts of the disciples. Junior brother, forget it. Su Yan also pleaded for Zhou Yongxuan. To her, Zhou Yongxuan's insult didn't hurt her at all, and now Yang Kai also slapped her twice. It also let her taste the bad results. But Yang Kai stood up for himself. Su Yan was still sweet in her heart. Since senior sister said so, then I don't want to kill them all. Yang Kai's expression eased, and he looked at Bing Long and said, "Let her apologize, I will let her go." Bing Long was speechless, thinking that there was still no concession, and she was a little annoyed in her heart. At this time, all the high-level officials in Bingxin Valley stared intently, and listened to it, as if they had heard something. Their expressions were focused, and their expressions were unpredictable. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely spying a wave of spiritual mind fluctuations in the void, which was obscure. I immediately understood in my heart. It should be the Supreme Elder of Bingxin Valley who was talking to Bing Long and the others. He didn't interrupt rashly, and waited quietly. The faces of Bing Long and the others were cloudy and uncertain, and after a while, they looked at each other. Everyone's expression became extremely dignified, and there was a vague feeling that a storm was about to come. It seems that something big has happened in Bingxin Valley. Apologize to Su Yan, let's let this matter go. Bing Long suddenly looked at Zhou Yongxuan, with a somewhat irritable expression. Zhou Yongxuan's expression was stunned. He didn't expect Ji Yuzu to also favor Yang Kai and Su Yan, although he didn't mind. But the last support is gone, so I can only say reluctantly, "Junior sister Su, it was my sister's fault just now, please don't take offense." She gritted her teeth, and there was hatred and madness flickering in her eyes. Like a dormant snake. She knew that she might become the laughingstock of the entire Bingxin Valley in the future, and become the talk of the teachers and sisters before meals and after tea. She has been disgraced. You go back. Bing Long waved Zhou Yongxuan and ordered lightly. Zhou Yongxuan bowed and walked away. Before leaving, he gave Yang Kai and Su Yan a vicious look, as if he wanted to imprint the appearance of the two of them in his heart and in his bones. The others are also gone. Bing Long shouted. Many Bingxin Valley disciples retreated one after another. Soon, only Bingxin Valley executives and Yang Kai Su Yan were left in the field, and Qingya stood far away, paying attention to this side with a worried face. Yang Kai, follow me. Bing Long looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Who wants to see me? Yang Kai vaguely guessed. Bing Long sighed. The Supreme Elder wants to see you. Not only that, but also Lord Luo Hai, the Star Master of Kuiwei Star, and Senior Chuo, the leader of Huo Yaozong. Has Luo Hai come? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Good. What if I don't go? Yang Kai grinned. I'm afraid this matter is up to you, you know the consequences yourself. Bing Long sighed. Although you are very strong, in front of Master Luo Hai, your strength is really nothing. Yang Kai stroked his chin, nodded and said, it seems that we have to go. Well, I will go with the senior, and it is time to finish that matter. Bing Long was stunned, but didn't ask any more questions. She glanced at Su Yan who was snuggling beside him, and sighed, I'll wait for you in front. The other elders followed closely, and Ran Yunting stared at Yang Kai with a vicious gaze, her face full of ruthlessness. Although she didn't know why Lord Luo Hai insisted on seeing Yang Kai, and even used the power of Huo Yaozong to find Yang Kai's trace, but now it seems that there is a lot of grievances between Lord Luo Hai and this kid. The kid doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth, but he dares to provoke Mr. Luo Hai. Let's see how you die now. Ran Yunting cursed viciously in her heart. The next moment, she saw Su Yan and Yang Kai holding hands, talking in a low voice. She couldn't help but burst into anger, wishing she could rush to separate them now. Thinking of Yang Kai's means, Ran Yunting endured it, snorted coldly, and chased after Bing Long and the others. Senior sister, wait for me here, I will come as soon as I go. No, I'll be with you. Su Yan shook her head, her beautiful eyes were full of determination. She was obviously worried that something might happen to Yang Kai, and she wanted to advance and retreat side by side with him. Then, all right. Yang Kai didn't continue to persuade her, and looked up at Qingya. Qingya immediately said, I'll wait for you here. She knew that she was not qualified to participate in this matter, so she stayed sensibly. Stone Puppet stood quietly beside her. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and left hand in hand with Su Yan. Bing Long was waiting not far in front, seeing the two of them as close as a couple of gods. Dai Mei couldn't help wrinkling her eyebrows, but she didn't bother with this matter, but looked at Yang Kai meaningfully and asked, now that things have come to an end, shouldn't you be honest with me, and talk about the grievances between you and Master Luo Hai? Senior wants to know. Yang Kai chuckled. Bing Long nodded. Ask Luo Hai, if he is willing to tell you, you will naturally know. You, Bing Long gasped, have you not figured out the situation yet? Master Luo Hai and Senior Chuo came to Bingju Island together, and they wanted to see you by name. They must have come for you. Now I can protect you well, only I, the Supreme Elder of Bingxin Valley, you are still hiding at this time, do you want to die? That senior of yours in Bingxin Valley seems to be only at the first level of King Shu, right? If Luo Hai really wants to do something to me, can she stop her? Yang Kai curled his lips. Bing Long was speechless. Above the Void King realm, every time one is promoted to a small level, one's strength will undergo an earth-shaking change. It is precisely because of this that no one can blame Luo Hai and Kai Huo for trespassing on Ice Absolute Island, and Luo Li couldn't refuse when they asked to see Yang Kai by name. If not, how could Luo Li allow them to trespass on the Ice Absolute Island? If Kai Huo was alone, Luo Li would have beaten him back long ago. What's more, I have no friendship with Bingxin Valley. Even if your Supreme Elder has this ability, why would you protect me? Yang Kai sneered, you want to know what Luo Hai wants from me, right? Or do you want to take a share from Luo Hai? Bing Long was stunned, and then smiled wryly. You can see clearly, since you understand so well, why are you still willing to see him? If I were you, I would just leave early now. Where can I go? Yang Kai snorted coldly, I was chased by him in the star field, and I finally hid in the Qilon star. Now that I am found by him again, I am afraid I can't escape. Having said that, it's time to settle this grievance with him, otherwise I will be worried about him all the time in the future, and I will be very upset. He wants to bully the small with the big, so let's see if he has the ability. While speaking, Yang Kai's face was full of ruthlessness, and the light in his eyes was as dazzling as lightning. Not only did not shrink back because of Luo Hai's strength, but instead showed a high fighting spirit. Bing Long stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded, and remained silent for a long time before shaking her head and saying, "Crazy." With the cultivation level of Void Return second layer, she dared to say such wild words. Bing Long felt that Yang Kai's head was definitely not normal. Yang Kai laughed out loud, not taking it seriously. From the beginning to the end, Su Yan didn't say a word, just leaned against Yang Kai's side, holding hands with him, as if she never wanted to part, with a peaceful and satisfied smile on her face. Bing Long sighed constantly. If it was normal, such a golden boy and jade girl must be a match made in heaven and earth, which is enviable. However, Yang Kai was being followed by Luo Hai, and no one can spy on his future fate. But Su Yan is the most core disciple of Bingxin Valley. If she has practiced Bingyu Kung Fu, if she can't break this bond, one day she will fall from Yundian to the muddy ground, and her life will be extremely miserable in the end. Bing Long is indifferent. The three of them were extremely fast, and soon arrived in front of a huge and magnificent ice palace on the inner island. This ice palace seems to be carved out of profound ice as a whole. It is as crystal clear as jade, as white as snow, elegant, making it daunting. In the ice palace, there is an extremely powerful breath flowing out. When Yang Kai arrived in front of the white jade ice palace, the three divine senses enveloped him almost instantly, one of which was extremely powerful, not comparable to the other two. Luo Hai, Chapter 1650 needs one person. In the white jade ice palace, Luo Hai was sitting on a chair, with a golden crown and hair tied up, with an unrivaled aura. A gleam of excitement flashed away in his eyes. Finally I find you. Luo Hai was secretly excited in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. Thinking that he is a top powerhouse at the Void King second layer, he is also a number one existence in the star field, but there is no way to take a mere Yang Kai, not only let him break through his own blockade on Kuiwei Star, even got rid of his own tracking. If it wasn't for my patience, I'm afraid I would really let him escape. Now let's see where you go. Luo Hai was excited. With his strength, there are not many things that can excite him, but the void thought crystal left by the Demon King in the blood prison can make Luo Hai covet, and the Emperor treasure on Yang Kai also makes Luo Hai covet extremely. The former can give him a chance to break through the third level of the Void King, and the latter can make his strength surge. Once the two treasures are obtained, Luo Hai is confident that he will become the number one person in the entire star field. When the time comes, no one in the star field can compete with him if he speaks the law. The key is all on Yang Kai. Although Luo Hai's expression was well concealed, Kai Huo and Luo Li were also strong in the Void King realm, so they could naturally sense his sudden change. Kai Huo's expression changed, and he thought to himself, did that kid named Yang Kai really have some big secret? Otherwise, why is Luo Hai so interested in him? More than a year ago, when Luo Hai came to Chilengxing suddenly, Kai Huo was very surprised. Then, he asked Huo Yaozong to look for Yang Kai's trace. Why looking for Yang Kai, but Luo Hai never said the reason, making Kai Huo helpless. Luo Li was also thoughtful, but the deep sadness between her brows made her not want to think about it. This time, Luo Hai and Kai Huo were not kind. Soon, Yang Kai stepped into the Ice Palace. In the Ice Palace, apart from the three Void King realm powerhouses, the other elders of Bingxin Valley stood behind Luo Li. There were quite a few of them, as many as a dozen. And behind Luo Hai and Kai Huo, stood a young man with sallow complexion and vein blood. The son of Hoa Yao sect's suzerain, Wei Feng. At this moment, he was looking out excitedly, as if he was waiting for someone to come. When he saw Su Yan, he couldn't help but his eyes lit up, revealing an extremely excited expression, as if a vicious dog saw the extremely delicious food. It's so delicious that my mouth is watering. But when he saw Su Yan holding hands with Yang Kai in an intimate gesture, he couldn't help but his face darkened, and he stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy gaze, with hatred and anger shining in his eyes. Where did the bastard pop out? He dared to hold his woman's hand, he didn't know what to do. Wei Feng was about to explode. For a moment, Wei Feng regarded Yang Kai as a dead person, thinking about how to torture Yang Kai well, so that he could live but not die, and let him know that some women can't be touched. Junior Bing Long, I have met Master Luo Hai and Senior Kai Huo. Bing Long saluted, then turned to look at Luo Li and said, the Supreme Elder, I have already brought you. Luo Li nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. A pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. Sensing her gaze, Yang Kai looked back. This is the first time he has seen the Supreme Elder of Bingxin Valley. Judging by the strength of her aura, she is almost the same as another red-haired old man in the Ice Palace. The majesty of the sea. But the Void King realm is the Void King realm, mastering the power of the domain. Any Void King realm is not comparable to the Void Return Mirror. At least Yang Kai felt great pressure from her. Brother Luo Hai, is this the kid you're looking for? Scarlet Fire Old Monster looked Yang Kai up and down, chuckling lightly. Luo Hai nodded. Yes, that's him. Sure enough, Luo Haihui is a talented person. Luo Haihui's eyes are like a torch. He has been found. I don't know what Brother Luo Hai plans to do next. Kai Huo asked casually. What should I do? Well, naturally I took him back to Kuiwei Star. Luo Hai smiled and scolded Yang Kai with a gentle face. Little bastard, this seat will not eat you. Why do you avoid this seat like snakes and scorpions? I just want to pass on your mantle because of your good aptitude and fate with me. He has a casual attitude, with a kind of helplessness that hates iron and steel, and what he said seems to be true. The faces of many elders in Bingxin Valley shook, and they all looked at Yang Kai with envious expressions. To be favored by a powerhouse like Luo Hai, this Yang Kai is simply a god-defying fortune, and from now on, he will definitely be famous in the star field and soar into the sky. Yang Kai just smiled lightly. Kai Huo's seemingly cloudy old eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a glimmer of light in them. Luo Ladai frowned slightly, but said nothing. In the entire Ice Palace, perhaps only Yang Kai himself and the other two Void King realm would not believe Luo Hai's words. Everyone knows that this is just a wording that Luo Hai wants to take Yang Kai away. As for accepting him as an apprentice and passing on his mantle, it is simply a fantasy. What kind of person is Luo Hai? How could he go to such great lengths to recruit an apprentice? If he accepts apprentices, he only needs to let the outside world know, and there will be a lot of geniuses flocking to Kuiwei Star, waiting in line to worship under him. Yang Kai didn't go to point it out, but said, Senior's kindness, the boy appreciates it, but this kind of great opportunity, the boy may not be lucky enough to accept it, the senior should find another good disciple. A ray of concealed anger flashed in Luo Hai's eyes, and he secretly thought that the boy was ignorant, but he still smiled gently. Don't rush to refuse, first go back to Kuiwei Star with me, stay by my side for a few years, then if you still have this attitude, then this seat will naturally not make things difficult for others. He seems to have made a huge concession. Kai Huo also chimed in and said, Boy, you have to think carefully. Brother Luo Hai wants to take you as an apprentice. This is a blessing that you can't cultivate in a few lifetimes. Ordinary people can't ask for it. Why do you bother? Reject. This senior thinks it is a blessing. Well, since senior thinks so, why not worship Luo Hai as a teacher? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The expressions of many elders in Bingxin Valley froze, looking at Yang Kai like a monster, everyone's heart raised their throats. This guy is really bold, dare to insult Kai Huo like this, isn't he afraid of some unbearable consequences? Kai Huo's face turned cold, and he shouted angrily, bold. While speaking, a ray of light burst out in his eyes, attacking Yang Kai like a substance. He intends to punish this shameless kid. Yang Kai's face remained unchanged. He stood there without moving. Su Yan also ignored the terrifying attack. Her pair of beautiful eyes never left Yang Kai's face from the beginning to the end. Looking at him from the side, her face was full of happiness. Luo Hai waved his hand, acting casually. Chuo's attack was neutralized silently. Before he got Yang Kai's hidden secret, Luo Hai couldn't rest assured that he was injured by scarlet fire. Brother Chuo, be safe and don't be impatient. It's just young people talking nonsense. Why should you care about it? Brother Chuo is also at the Void King realm. Even if I want to teach, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Kai Huo snorted, and looked at Yang Kai coldly. That sharp gaze seemed to cut him into pieces, so it was hard to say anything more. Luo Li, who had not opened his mouth for a while, said suddenly, he has already been brought here. If Lord Luo Hai wants to take him away, please do so. As for what Luo Hai wants to do after Yang Kai is taken away, it is not Luo Li's concern. She has no friendship with Yang Kai, so naturally she will not offend Luo Hai because of him. Right now, she just wants to send Luo Hai and Kai Huo out of Ice Absolute Island as soon as possible. She didn't even have the intention of chasing Yang Kai for hurting Ran Yunting and causing trouble on Bingju Island. She always has a feeling of uneasiness, an inexplicable palpitation lingering in her heart, as if something big is about to happen if she doesn't get rid of Yang Kai quickly. Luo Hai nodded when he heard the words, and smiled at Luo Li. This time, I came here uninvited. I hope junior sister Luo Li will forgive me for disturbing you. Well, if junior sister Luo Li has time in the future, you can go to Kuiwei Star as a guest. My seat, I will definitely sweep the couch to welcome you. Luo Li said indifferently. There must be a day when I go to pay a visit. Lord Luo Hai has already found such a good student, so he must be anxious to return to Kuiwei Star to teach him carefully, so Luo Li will not send him off. She bluntly issued an order to evict the guest. Unexpectedly, Luo Hai smiled slightly, and didn't mean to get up to say goodbye, but looked at Yang Kai, waved his hand and said, "No hurry, the matter of this seat is indeed over, but Brother Chuo is coming to Guadao this time. I will wait for him." As soon as these words came out, Luo Li's face changed slightly. Has the thing I was worried about finally come? Although Luo Hai didn't make it very clear, just the sentence, "wait for him," made Luo Li smell bad. This is equivalent to saying that at this moment Luo Hai is on the side of Chuo. Bing Blong, Ran Yunting and the others also had ugly faces, and looked towards Chuo vigilantly. Bing Xingyu and Hua Yaozong are two major powers competing for supremacy on the Qilin Star. There is no winner or loser for tens of thousands of years, and they are equal in strength. But now if Luo Hai intervenes, Bing Xingyu will definitely fall into a disadvantage. And it's an absolute disadvantage, even relying on Bingju Island's Bingju formation, I'm afraid they won't be able to turn the situation around. For a moment, Bing Long and many elders looked angry, but they dared not speak out. Yang Kai stood in the ice palace watching the show with a smile, not realizing that he had been reduced to a prisoner at all. I don't know Chuo, what's the important thing for you to come to my Bingju Island this time? Luo Li took a light breath, calmed down his tumbling, and asked cautiously. Kai Huo laughed loudly, his fiery red hair fluttering in the air. He shook his head and said, "It's a small matter, Luo Li, you don't have to be so nervous." He is very proud, he has fought with Luo Li for so many years, even during the days when she was injured during her practice, he could not gain the upper hand, but now, he has experienced the thrill of being the winner, even though there is a bit of pretense, but Kai Huo enjoyed this feeling very much. Speak. Luo Li looked at him indifferently. Kai Huo chuckled lightly. I came here this time just to ask for someone from your faction. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breakdawn Update group at Weizhou Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1651 Slap in the Face. An important person, who do you want? Luo Ladai frowned, I don't think there is anyone you need in Chuo in Bingxin Valley. That's right, your faction really doesn't have anyone I need, but... Kai Huo waved behind his back when he said this. Little bastard, you can stand up and say it yourself, after all, this is your business. Wei Feng was overjoyed, and hurriedly walked out from behind Kai Huo, first saluted Luo Hai, Luo Li and the others, made a full appearance, then straightened his back, and when he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly felt a cold eyes fixed on his own face. That gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing Wei Feng's mind, his face turned pale with fright, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I couldn't even utter a word. Following that gaze, Wei Feng only saw Luo Li staring at him unkindly. His gaze was cold, although he didn't exert any power, but this simple gaze made Wei Feng fall into an ice cellar, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He is good at being in the abyss, and the icy cold around him wants to drown him. Wei Feng's calves were swaying, his throat was gurgling, and his eyes were full of fear. Bing Long and many elders suddenly felt a sudden, and subconsciously glanced at Su Yan. When Wei Feng stood up, they realized what Kai Huo was up to, and they were deeply attached to each other for a while, feeling very uncomfortable. The son of Huo Yaozong's suzerain has not been arguing with Su Yan for a day or two. The fight that broke out a year ago was precisely because Huo Yaozong used Su Yan as an excuse to ask Bing Xinggu to hand over Su Yan. People in Bingxin Valley know what Wei Feng's character and virtue look like. You could put it that way. If Wei Feng wasn't from such a big sect as Huo Yaozong, if Wei Feng wasn't Wei Qing's son, then he might not even be able to break through to the Saint King realm in his life. Even though he has many unique advantages, relying on countless panacea and holy crystals, he can only push his cultivation to the level of the void return mirror. Even his own momentum can't be condensed. This may be the only void returning mirror warrior in the entire star field without his own potential field, which is enough to become the laughing stock of the world. Wei Feng's qualifications are terrible, which can be seen. Compared with him, Su Yan is simply a beautiful girl, such two people should never have any intersection. But one time when Su Yan went out to practice, she was accidentally bumped into by Wei Feng. Immediately amazed, willing to take it for himself. Huo Yaozong made a big fuss about this. Wei Feng's character and morality are indeed bad, but he is the son of Wei Qing, and his background is not low. Huo Yaozong thinks that Wei Feng's liking for Su Yan is Su Yan's blessing. Kai Huo brought Wei Feng to Bingxin Valley this time. And let him speak out. Its purpose is self-evident. But this ugly guy was so frightened by the elder's gaze that he almost fainted. I can't even speak. Kai Huo's face was also extremely ugly. Wei Feng's appearance was simply thrown into Huo Yaozong's face. Annoyed, he kicked Wei Feng almost to the ground. Useless stuff. There is an old man who decides for you what to be afraid of. Say what you have, and let the old man see if you are still a man. Kai Huo shouted loudly, as if he was scolded by Kai Huo, and as if he was guaranteed by Kai Huo. Wei Feng became more courageous, his face flushed, he gritted his teeth, pointed at Su Yan and said, I want this to be called Su Yan. Woman. All the elders in Bingxin Valley were furious. Ran Yunting's face sank like water. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually subsided, his eyes became cold, he stared at Wei Feng coldly, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly in a subtle arc. Ever since he entered this ice palace, Yang Kai noticed that this timid guy kept looking at Su Yan, but he didn't care too much. After all, Su Yan was naturally beautiful and attracted men's eyes, but when Wei Feng said that after speaking, he immediately understood that the other party was not just looking at it, but wanted to occupy it. Murderous intent surged in Yang Kai's heart, and he looked at Wei Feng faintly. The expression was the same as Wei Feng's eyes when he looked at him before. It was like looking at a dead man. At this time, Su Yan turned her beautiful eyes, her black eyebrows frowned, and looked suspiciously at Wei Feng. She didn't seem to come back to her senses until this time. Before that, all her thoughts were on Yang Kai, and nothing from the outside world could disturb her. It's you. Su Yan recognized Wei Feng, and said indifferently, why, isn't the lesson you received last time not enough? Do you still want to ask for a beating? The plain words made Wei Feng jump up like a frightened rabbit, and hurried back behind Kai Huo, looking for a sense of security. Wei Feng's behavior was terrible. Kai Huo also felt shameless, his old face was swarthy like the bottom of a pot. Even Luo Hai, who had been watching from the sidelines, slowly shook his head. Recognize him? Yang Kai asked. Su Yan shook her head. It's not considered acquaintance. Last time he made a rude speech and broke some of his ribs. It turns out that this guy belongs to the Fire Brilliant sect. No wonder he is so annoying. As he spoke, he sighed again. If I had known earlier, I should have killed him immediately. Don't be soft next time. Yang Kai patted the back of Su Yan's hand. Su Yan smiled and nodded slightly. You are so courageous. Although Wei Feng is timid and incompetent, he also feels a little angry at the moment. He can't forget Su Yan, almost dreaming, the other party doesn't even know his own background. From the looks of it, she certainly didn't know her own name. Wei Feng suddenly felt hurt, and she was so close to that bastard man, and she completely ignored her own existence before, which is simply a great shame. Remember, when you pass the door, I'll let you know how good I am. Wei Feng shouted loudly. Looking for death. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he waved towards Wei Fan violently. A clearly identifiable palm of the Holy Yuan appeared leisurely, approaching Wei Feng like a violent storm, and the palm of the Holy Yuan contained extremely terrifying destructive power. Wei Feng was so frightened, his whole body was trembling, his face was pale, and he called urgently, the Supreme Elder, save me. The boy is so brave, he dares to move his hands and feet in front of the old man. Kai Huo snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and grasped it in the air. The palm of Sheng Yuan split into pieces in an instant, and was directly crushed by Kai Huo. At this moment, among the bursting energy, a group of subtle energy twisted and squirmed, turned into a sharp sword, and suddenly shot out, caught off guard, from Wei Feng's left cheek, from the right cheek. Get used to it. Kai Huo's face changed drastically. Luo Hai also raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Luo Li's beautiful eyes glowed with splendor, and she nodded slightly. All three of them could see that it wasn't that Yang Kai was hiding any hidden energy in the palm of the Saint Yuan, but that his control over his own Saint Yuan had reached a superb level, and after being scattered by Kai Huo, he could quickly reorganize and form kill. This kind of damage is generally not very powerful. Even with Wei Feng's strength, it is very easy to defend. But Wei Feng's performance was so unbearable that he didn't realize it, and was injured by that vigor abruptly. Blood swarmed out from both sides of the cheeks. Wei Feng didn't feel the severe pain until this time. His cheeks were like burning, and a hidden force penetrated the wound and penetrated into the flesh and blood. He howled violently, covering his cheeks with his hands, tears and snot running down his nose, making it impossible to look directly at. Many elders of Bingxin Valley shook their heads slowly, with obvious contempt and disgust appearing on their faces. Such a person actually wants to get Su Yan. Compared with him, Yang Kai is simply immeasurable, and Su Yan is truly a match made in heaven. The face of old monster Scarlet Fire turned blue and white, staring at Yang Kai, his low voice squeezed out from his throat, like a mad beast, "Boy, you are dead." In front of him, Wei Feng's cheek was pierced. It wasn't just Wei Feng being slapped in the face. Kai Huo was also slapped in the face, and Huo Yaozong was even slapped in the face. The red fire old monster couldn't bear it anymore. Like a dormant lion, an unimaginably terrifying aura roared from Kai Huo's body, and everyone in Bingxin Valley turned pale. Yang Kai was still calm, looking at the red-haired old man indifferently. A sneering smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Red fire. Luo Hai wrinkled and snorted, "Do business." He naturally wouldn't let Kai Huo kill Yang Kai. Kai Huo used his power to force Bingxin Valley this time. He was willing to turn a blind eye, as long as Kai Huo didn't pursue Yang Kai's secrets. But if Kai Huo wanted to attack Yang Kai, he would not sit idly by. No one can do anything to Yang Kai until he has developed the secret that Yang Kai possesses. Hearing this, the aura in Kai Huo's body was like a flame that had been poured with cold water, and it was extinguished in an instant, and he seemed to have reacted, but looked at Yang Kai coldly, with a bad look on his face. "The Supreme Elder is the master for me. Kill him, I beg the Supreme Elder to be the master for me." Wei Feng, who had no eyesight at all, howled and yelled. Kai Huo took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. Why did the old man bring such a thing to Bingxin Valley? At this moment, he wished he could slap Wei Feng into a pulp. He made up his mind that after this trip back, he would definitely imprison Wei Feng in the Fire Brilliant sect and never let him go out, otherwise he would lose face to the Fire Brilliant sect wherever he went. Hua Yaozong produced such a thing, it is simply unfavorable to the gods. Shut up. Kai Huo snorted softly. Wei Feng's howling stopped abruptly, and he didn't dare to disobey the wishes of the Supreme Elder, but the piercing pain distorted his expression. Combined with the bright red blood, he looked as terrifying as a ghost. He covered his cheeks with his hands, his eyes flickered, no one dared to look at him, and in the end he could only stare at the ground under his feet without saying a word. "Boy, you are very kind. Since Brother Luo Hai intends to protect you, then I won't care about this matter like you. If you want to thank you Brother Luo Hai." Kai Huo said angrily. Looking up at Luo Li, he said, "You must be aware of the reason why this old man came this time. I, a worthless junior, have taken a fancy to this girl, and I hope she can return to Yaozong with me." To be continued. Chapter 1652 The Abandoned Disciple. It's Monday again, please recommend. ... When he said this, the corner of Kai Huo's mouth twitched. Even he thought in his heart that Wei Feng was really not good enough for Su Yan, not even qualified to carry shoes for others. But this is indeed a good opportunity to attack Bing Xinggu. As long as Bing Xinggu can be forced to compromise here, then the Huo Yaozong can gain the upper hand in future battles. The most important point is that this incident can be used to attack Luo Li's state of mind and make a hole in her state of mind. If this is done, he will definitely become Luo Li's demon in the future, and it is impossible for him to improve his cultivation. And he can go a step further in his own cultivation, and under the ebb and flow, the Qilin star in the future will definitely be the world of Hua Yaozong. As soon as Chuo's words fell, Ran Yunting took a step forward, and said with a cold expression, "Fantasy, Su Yan is my core disciple of Bingxin Valley, how could she marry someone else? She will only stay in Bingxin Valley for the rest of her life, nowhere else, go." Kai Huo smiled strangely, looked at Ran Yunting and said, "If the old man is not mistaken, she should practice the Bingxin Valley's secret, Bingyu art, right? So what?" Ran Yunting didn't know what he was trying to do. If it is, then it will be easy to handle. The old man sees that she has already moved her heart has been covered with dust, and she has been backlashed by the practice. It seems that it is not shallow. Well, in her situation, I am afraid that it will not take a year or two. Your cultivation base will be exhausted, and you will eventually become an ordinary person. What use is it to you, Bingxin Valley?" Ran Yunting's complexion changed slightly, secretly paying attention to the shrewd eyesight of old monster Chuo. Su Yan's situation is very hidden, and only her master can be aware of it. But Kai Huo didn't want to see Su Yan the first time he saw it. For a moment, Ran Yunting's face was extremely gloomy, and she glanced at Su Yan. The disappointment in her eyes was obvious. But Su Yan turned a blind eye, didn't even have any changes in expression, still just smiling happily, standing there, snuggled up beside Yang Kai. It seemed that to her, her cultivation base and strength were all floating clouds. As long as you can be with Yang Kai, even death is worth it. Ran Yunting was even more disappointed. Su Yan. Yang Kai was stunned, looking at the beautiful woman standing beside him with a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. He hastily released his divine sense and probed in Su Yan's body. Finally noticed something wrong. The aura in Su Yan's body was indeed a little ups and downs. It is obviously a sign of being backlashed by one's own cultivation skills. This situation is still mild for the time being, but if it goes on for a long time, it will definitely become more and more serious. It's okay. Su Yan smiled lightly, his expression was peaceful, and he didn't worry about his fate at all. I will find a way to resolve it for you. Yang Kai took a deep breath, looked at her solemnly, and promised. You can cut yourself off, and you can resolve the difficulty in front of her. Ran Yunting yelled at Yang Kai with anger rising. Master, please don't say such things. The smile on Su Yan's face faded away, her eyebrows were tightly frowned, and her expression was serious. If junior brother dies, I won't live alone. Ran Yunting opened her mouth, and looked at Su Yan in a daze, showing a shocked expression. It was the first time that Su Yan spoke to her in this manner, which greatly shocked Ran Yunting. Su Yan has always been obedient to her. No matter what he wants her to do, this disciple can do it 100 times and 1,000 times, which makes her extremely satisfied and highly valued. But today, she contradicted herself. From the looks of it, the master who taught her so hard and had great expectations for her, is not as important to her as a kid. Ran Yunting sneered, her face was cold. She took a deep look at Yang Kai, and said in a low tone, Boy, you have misunderstood Su Yan, even if you die, you will not be able to redeem your sins. After she finished speaking, she stepped back again, closing her eyes, as if she didn't want to get involved in the next thing. Did I miss senior sister? It's not up to you. Which onion are you? Yang Kai snorted coldly. Okay, the farce ends here. Kai Huo stood up, and stared at Luo Li with eyes burning like flames. The old man has explained the purpose of coming. Luo Li, it's your choice, hand over if someone comes. The old man can retreat, if you don't hand over. His words contained an extremely obvious threat. The complexions of many elders in Bingxin Valley changed drastically. Luo Li looked at Kai Huo indifferently, then turned his head to look at Luo Hai, lightly parted his lips and said, Is this what Master Luo Hai meant? She understood better than anyone else that Kai Huo dared to come to Bingju Island with such a high profile this time, and even more so arrogantly wanted to ask for the best disciple in the valley. The root cause was Luo Hai's backing. Without Luo Hai, Chuo wouldn't even dare to set foot on Bingju Island within 1,000 miles of Bingju Island. Luo Hai smiled when he heard the words, and said gently, Junior sister Luo Li's words are very unreasonable. This matter is between you Bingxin Valley and Chuo's Huayaozong. This seat is just a coincidence for the occasion to join in the fun. The subject changed, Luo Hai said again. However, I feel that what Kai Huo said is not wrong. The aptitude of this disciple named Su Yan is really good, but since he has been backlashed by the Bingyu Kung Fu, I am afraid that it will be difficult to become a master in the future. Qi, why not marry Wei Feng? The two of you can also become relatives by marriage, resolve the grievances between the two factions, and live in harmony in the future. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Hearing what he said, Luo Li's face darkened, knowing that Luo Hai was on the side of Huo Yaozong. As for getting married and resolving the grievances between the two factions, this is simply a fantasy. The two sects have been fighting on Qilin Star for tens of thousands of years, and the grievances between each other can be said to be bloody enmity, which is impossible to resolve. In this world, as long as there is Huo Yaozong, there will be no Bingxin Valley, and there will be Bingxin Valley one day there will be no Huo Yaozong, and the two sects will fight forever, endlessly. I understand. Luo Li nodded lightly, and closed those water-shearing eyes, obviously caught in a difficult decision. No one bothered her. The elders of Bingxin Valley all looked at Luo Li, wondering what answer she would give. Luo Hai looked calm, sipping the tea quietly. Kai Huo, on the other hand, looked complacent, and kept laughing strangely. He was not afraid that Luo Li would not agree. This time he pulled Luo Hai's tiger skin as a banner, just to overwhelm Bingxingu. As for that girl named Su Yan, she was just a pawn in the battle. Without Su Yan, there can be Zhang Yan, Wang Yan. There are so many female disciples in Bingxin Valley, are you afraid that you can't find a suitable candidate? Wei Feng stopped howling miserably. At this moment, he was like a cat smelling fish, his eyeballs were rolling around, and although his cheeks were painful, he still looked at Su Yan with a cruel smile on his face. Looking at his plaything, his eyes are obscene and evil. He was even more ruthless in his heart, how to torture this woman after Su Yan was acquired, so as to teach Yang Kai the price of provoking him. Yang Kai and Su Yan stood side by side in the center of the ice palace, as if they were outsiders. No one cared about their feelings and opinions. In such high-level dialogues and negotiations, the two of them had no right to speak at all. The happiness in Su Yanmei's eyes showed a trace of sadness, and the little hand holding Yang Kai became more and more forceful. She secretly decided that if the Supreme Elder really wanted to compromise, then she would use her own life to create a glimmer of hope for Yang Kai to escape. As for herself, even if she died, she would not be able to go to the Huo Yaozong. Yang Kai watched coldly, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, carefully observing the changes in Luo Li's expression. After a long while, he sighed, leaned into Su Yan's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, do you believe me?" Su Yan didn't even think about it, she nodded lightly. "That's good." Yang Kai grinned and smiled, "Junior brother assures you, no one will be able to take you away today, anyone who dares to attack you, I will let them all die. Then senior sister will wait and see." Su Yan blinked at Yang Kai. This playful appearance made Yang Kai stunned, he had never seen Su Yan with such a side, it seemed that because of the great crisis, she dared to do things that she would not do before. Although their voices were soft, they couldn't hide it from Luo Hai and Kai Huo. Hearing Yang's wild words, the two Void Kings stage sneered at Yang Kai with a look of disdain. "Luo Li, it's time to make a decision," Luo Hai urged impatiently. He was in a hurry to bring Yang Kai back to Kuiwei Star to study the secrets of Yang Kai, so he was not willing to waste time here. Luo Li opened her eyes, and in an instant, all eyes in the ice palace were cast on her. She was the first to look at Su Yan, there was a hint of guilt in her beautiful eyes, but it disappeared in a flash, unnoticed. "Man, you take her away, I hope you can treat her well in the future." After Luo Li said this, his aura suddenly became a little sluggish, like a balloon that was punctured, and even his face turned pale. Obviously making such a concession has violated her original intention and made her existing injuries worse. "The Supreme Elder," Ran Yunting let out a low voice. Although she already had a guess in her heart, she still couldn't accept the answer given by the Supreme Elder. After shouting out a reflex, she couldn't say anything, but looked at Su Yan with regret, and sighed. Shen Shen said, "This is the path you chose yourself, don't regret it in the future." At this moment, she finally decided to give up on Su Yan. Not to mention that she can't resolve the flaw in Su Yan's state of mind, even if Su Yan is kept, she won't do anything in the future, for such a disciple, it's not worth putting the entire sect of Bingxin Valley in danger. As for Luo Li's orders, she couldn't disobey them. If she really accompanied the entire sect for Su Yan, then she is the sinner of Bingxin Valley. She would not do such a thing. It is self-evident that the sect and the disciples are more important. She closed her eyes and did not look at Su Yan. Happy, Kai Huo laughed loudly. After many years, he finally completely suppressed Luo Li and made her subdue in front of him. Although he borrowed Luo Hai's prestige, such a result was what Kai Huo wanted to see the most. To be continued. Chapter 1653 Fly on a branch and become a phoenix. Kai Huo laughed heartily, her red hair danced without wind, and a great aura emanated from her body, high-spirited, pointed at Su Yan, and said to Wei Feng behind him, "Little beast, this girl will be yours from now on. Whether to kill or cut is up to you." He was not satisfied with the victory in front of him, and wanted to use this to irritate the senior management of Bingxin Valley and let them take the initiative. But those people in Bingxin Valley didn't make any mistakes, they just looked at him with a sad and indignant expression, and even Luo Li didn't care about it. This made Kai Huo very disappointed, but also somewhat contemptuous. The actions and attitudes of these people in Bingxingu seem to be for the righteousness of the sect, but in fact they have lost their duty to be human. He believes that after this incident, Bingxingu will not be afraid in the future. Wei Feng sneered, the injuries on both cheeks made his laughter a bit leaky. He said vaguely, "How can I be willing to kill and cut her again? It's too late for the disciple to hurt her. I thank the Supreme Elder, the Majesty is so majestic, the disciples are grateful." Although Wei Feng was timid, he was good at flattering horses. Kai Huo was elated with a few words, and suddenly felt that this incompetent boy looked a little pleasing to the eye. "Okay." Luo Hai patted his palms, with a faint smile on his face, "I would like to congratulate you all, I hope that the two factions can use this to ease the relationship and live in harmony in the future. It's not good for the big sect to fight and kill all the time. Brother Luo Hai, if there is nothing else, how about inviting Huo Yaozong to have a wedding wine? Kai Huo looked at him and extended the invitation. Luo Hai shook his head slowly. No, this seat has been out for a long time, it's time to return to Kuiwei Star. The faces of the people in Bingxin Valley were livid, looking at Chuo showing off like the biggest winner in life, flying domineeringly. But he didn't dare to make a sound, even Luo Li kept his eyes tightly closed, not knowing what to see. Yang Kai, follow me. Luo Hai looked towards Yang Kai. There is a taste that cannot be refuted in the tone. Yang Kai sneered lightly, he didn't even look at him, but his eyes swept over the faces of everyone in Bingxin Valley one by one. But anyone who was set on by him, all of them looked away guiltily, with guilt on their faces. Even Ran Yunting was the same, but soon, she seemed to react. With a firm attitude, he said, you guys asked for this, you can't blame anyone. Yang Kai sneered even worse. Gently patted the back of Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai said, Senior sister, go and bow to your so-called elders, from now on, you will have nothing to do with them. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Yan nodded obediently. Strolling to the front of everyone in Bingxin Valley, I bowed deeply, raised my head, looked at Ran Yunting and said, Disciple, I finally address you as master. Disciple, thank you for your generous teaching over the years, master, please take care of yourself in the future. Ran Yunting opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but she finally looked away. Su Yan seemed to break free from any shackles, and returned to Yang Kai's side lightly. Boy, don't be stubborn. You go obediently with Brother Luo Hai. As for the little girl next to you, from now on, she will be a member of my Fire Brilliance sect. Kai Huo snorted coldly. Yang Kai and Su Yan looked at each other, and suddenly smiled at the same time. Their smiles dispelled the gloomy and oppressive atmosphere in the ice palace like the scorching sun. If you want to take senior sister away, ask me first. Yang Kai suddenly shouted. At the same time, Su Yan's coquettish voice also came out, I will live and die with my junior brother. The momentum of the two suddenly skyrocketed, and Sheng Yuan exploded. One person's Saint Yuan is vigorous and masculine, while the other person's Saint Yuan is cold and cold. An unexpected change appeared. Yang Kai and Su Yan's Saint Yuan seemed to resonate, they all vibrated, and in the vibration, they merged with each other. More violent energy fluctuations came out leisurely. Everyone's complexion changed slightly, and they looked at a pair of young men and women standing side by side in shock. Luo Hai's eyes were even brighter, his face was filled with surprise, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Luo Li, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them at this moment, a thick brilliance appeared in his eyes, the depths flashed. Kai Huo let out a light snort, and the three Void King Realm powerhouses all showed surprise. Looking around, Yang Kai and Su Yan seemed to have become one person. The cultivation bases of the Void Return second layer and the Void Return first layer are superimposed strangely, without any conflict, directly breaking through to the peak of the Void Return third layer degree. It's kind of interesting, is this a dual cultivation method? Luo Hai frowned. With his profound knowledge, he could tell at a glance that Yang Kai and Su Yan had already reached the level of mutual understanding, otherwise the two would be completely different. It is absolutely impossible to superimpose such a perfect Saint Yuan attribute, and conflicts will definitely occur. Bastard! Kai Huo yelled loudly. After all, in his opinion, Su Yan is already Wei Feng's woman, but this woman has already double cultivated with Yang Kai. This is simply discrediting Huo Yaozong. Doesn't it mean that people who practice Bingyu art are all flawless? But how to explain this scene? As soon as Kai Huo's words fell, a deafening growl suddenly sounded in the ice palace. Wang Jing was all palpitating and restless. The elders of Bingxin Valley even changed their expressions. This is. Luo Hai stood up, looking at Yang Kai tremblingly, staring at the changes on his body. A streak of golden energy suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body, hovered over his head, and immediately turned into a huge golden phantom. The phantom was more than 30 feet long, its whole body was golden, and its hard scales were like the best protection in the world, which was strong enough to resist any attack. The two eyeballs, which are the size of a small house, are filled with endless majesty, indifferent and frightening, as if standing on the top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. Facing its eyeballs, everyone felt a sense of humble insignificance. Golden Dragon. Luo Hai's eyeballs trembled violently, and his voice changed a bit. He stared at the golden phantom with fiery eyes, as if he saw the most impossible thing in the world. Kai Huo stood there dumbfounded, his eyeballs jumped like flames, his mind was uncertain. He didn't seem to expect that such an astonishing wealth was hidden in Yang Kai's body. Luo Hai followed Yang Kai to Qilan Xing. Is it for this? No, looking at Luo Hai's expression, he seems to have just discovered it. Does this kid have other secrets? Before Kai Huo could finish his thoughts, another strange voice came out. This voice is not as shocking as Long Yin's just now, but very loud, straight to the sky, as if to shake the sky full of gods and Buddhas. Accompanied by the sound, another ray of light shot out from Yang Kai's body, flew to the top of Su Yan's head, and transformed into a white phantom. Wow! The phantom spread its wings, echoing the 30-foot-long golden dragon. A heart-piercing chill suddenly fell, and the purest icy air in the world was mobilized, and they all gathered towards Su Yan. Luo Li's expression finally changed. Looking at the huge phantom above Su Yan's head, he exclaimed, "Bingfeng." What? Luo Hai was shocked. This time he could no longer maintain his composure. Sudden loss of composure. The Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix are all legendary ancient holy spirits, which have long been extinct, but today he actually saw it on Yang Kai. Although it is not a real Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix, the faint original power emanating from those two phantoms cannot be faked. In other words, these two groups of phantoms are the real origin left behind after the death of the real Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix. How much unknown wealth does this kid have? Luo Hai looked at Yang Kai with fiery eyes. The artistic conception of scorching heat and severe cold permeated, and Yang Kai and Su Yan stood side by side, with overwhelming momentum. The golden light and the white light shot up into the sky, like two huge swords running side by side, cutting the sky and the earth, and the clouds in the sky were suddenly divided into two halves. Everyone in Bingxin Valley saw this spectacle, and they all froze in place, not knowing what happened in the valley. The ice palace has already turned into ruins. When the two completely different but complementary energies erupted, the ice palace belonging to Bingxin Valley collapsed, and the nearby restrictions and formations were instantly destroyed. More than a dozen elders in Bingxin Valley practiced exercises one after another, struggling to resist the pervasive scorching heat and freezing cold mood. Wei Feng was protected by Kai Huo. Of all the people present, only the three Void Kings could face such a terrifying aura. Ran Yunting was stunned, looking at Su Yan with absent-minded eyes. A kind of deep remorse welled up in her heart. She told Yang Kai that Su Yan was going to fly on a branch and become a phoenix after all. A person like Yang Kai was not good enough for her. But now, Su Yan has indeed done it. With the original power of the Ice Phoenix added to her body, she can mobilize the innate supernatural power of the Ice Phoenix, and she really becomes a phoenix. But all of this was given by Yang Kai. The original power of the Ice Phoenix clearly flowed from Yang Kai's body, and it was perfectly transferred to Su Yan. But in this world, there is probably only Shenlong who can keep pace with the phoenix. Ran Yunting stared blankly at the huge golden dragon phantom on top of Yang Kai, and smiled wryly. The taste in her mouth was even bitterer than eating Coptis chinensis. With the same expression as her, there are many elders in Bingxin Valley, as well as Luo Li. Luo Li didn't expect that the situation would develop like this. If she had known it earlier, even if she was fighting to lose Bingxingu's strength, she would never agree to the rude request of Chuo Boss. What a heaven-defying opportunity to add the original power of the Ice Phoenix. With this original power, the backlash of Bing Yugong is not a problem at all. In the future, Su Yan will definitely lead Bingxingu to the glorious road, and her achievements will definitely be much higher than her own. This is a talent who is enough to make the entire sect pay their blood and lives to maintain. It's a pity that I pushed it out with one hand like throwing a useless chess piece, just in exchange for the sect's last breath. The light in Luo Li's eyes suddenly dimmed, and when he opened his mouth, bright red blood spurted out. She suddenly realized that she had just done the biggest mistake in her life. Chapter 1654 Unseal of Star Emperor Order. Is this mine? Su Yan looked up at the huge Ice Phoenix phantom, as if sensing her gaze. The Ice Phoenix, which should have been unconscious, lowered her head and looked at it with those noble eyes. Su Yan glanced at it, her eyes were full of kindness and approval. Everyone was stunned. With the power of the Ice Phoenix added to her body, Su Yan felt relaxed all over her body. The situation of being backlashed by the Ice Jade skill in recent days was instantly resolved, and her whole body and mind were at ease. The white phantom floating above her head, like the blood flowing out of her body, is a part of her. The skin became fairer and more translucent, and the slender neck was shining with a delicate light like porcelain. At this moment, Su Yan's charm suddenly increased several levels, enough to turn all living beings in the world upside down. Even strong men like Kai Huo and Luo Hai couldn't help being temporarily distracted by Su Yan's dazzling light. Yes, I brought it from Tongzhong continent. Yang Kai nodded. The senior sister and the younger brother communicated as if no one was present, and no one was worried about the current situation. Well, I feel something. Su Yan took a deep breath, closed her beautiful eyes, and her mind resonated strangely with the phantom of the ice phoenix. With boundless power, the icy air of the entire Bingju Island was mobilized by this cry, like thousands of streams flowing into the sea, gathered in Su Yan's body, and was absorbed by her without hindrance. Su Yan's breath became stronger at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. She was originally at the peak of the Void Return First Layer realm, and if Yongkai hadn't appeared, she would be preparing to break through the Second Layer realm in the near future. But because of the backlash from the Bingyu art, her cultivation base fell instead of rising. Now, the cultivation base has improved again. The peak of the first level, the peak of the second level, the peak of the 2 levels. The whole journey was like a broken bamboo, breaking through to the peak of the second level realm in a very short period of time, and it seemed to be stagnant due to some interference. This interference comes from Yongkai. The two formed a strange two-body concentric state at this moment, and Yongkai's cultivation realm was only at the peak of the second-order realm, so Su Yan couldn't improve anymore, otherwise the balance between the saints would definitely be broken. But anyone can see that she still has more strength. She has the ability to promote her own strength to the level of the 3rd level. Everyone was shocked. No one has ever been able to break through the cultivation base so quickly and without hidden dangers. This is simply not something that can be done by chance. This is simply a miracle. Yongkai smiled softly, as if all this was expected. The sound of the dragon chant and the phoenix cry sounded again. The phantoms of the golden dragon and the pure white ice phoenix suddenly distorted. They jumped down from the sky, poured into the bodies of Yongkai and Su Yan and disappeared. Outside the body of the senior, sister and younger brother, a strange aura formed leisurely. The aura is visible to the naked eye, half golden, half snow white, clearly two completely different attribute energies, but they can perfectly blend with each other, forming an aura far surpassing the Void Return Mirror. No one who is strong in the Void Return Mirror will be able to develop a heart of resistance when faced with such an aura. This is your whole card. Luo Hai's eyes were a little scary, shining brightly. He stared at Yongkai for a moment, and walked down from the first place step by step. Every time he took a step, Bingju Island seemed to shake. The shaking from the depths of the earth shocked people's hearts. Every time he took a step, his aura also increased. The golden and white yin and yang auras of Yongkai, Su Yan and the others were unable to suppress Luo Hai. Yongkai still didn't change his face, smiling and looking at the enemies who were getting closer. If this is your whole card, then this seat advises you to give up. Your strength is indeed remarkable, enough to be invincible under the Void King realm, and even the general Void King realm can't do anything about you. As soon as these words came out, Kai Huo and Luo Li frowned. Regardless of whether he wants to admit it or not, Luo Hai is telling the truth. No matter who the two of them are facing, Yongkai and Su Yan here, they have a very tricky feeling. It seems that if they fight with them, even if they can win in the end, there is a huge price to pay for winning. This is extremely incredible. The Void King realm has already stood at the pinnacle of this world. Any Void King realm is enough to sweep all the Void Return mirrors. Even if there are hundreds or thousands, it is impossible to touch the corner of the Void King realm. It is the limit of human imagination that Yongkai's senior sister and younger brother can fight against the general Void King realm with only the strength of 2 people. Of all the people here, probably only Luo Hai has the right to ignore the current Yongkai and Su Yan. Boy, follow me obediently, I promise not to kill you. Luo Hai looked at Yongkai sternly, almost tearing his face apart, and he would never maintain his former loving teacher appearance. Don't shed tears when you see the coffin, Luo Hai. I have no grievances or enmity with you, but you have been pushing me hard all the way. That's okay, I will kill you today, so as to avoid trouble in the future. Yongkai shouted loudly. Kill me. Luo Hai seemed to have heard some funny joke, and laughed loudly. It seems that your self-confidence is a little bursting. Do you think you can kill me like this? This seat will let you see what it is called the real Void King realm. After the words fell, a bizarre force leisurely swayed, wrapping towards Yongkai and Su Yan. Field. Star Master level field. The ground suddenly crackled, and the place where the Ice Palace was originally located was cracked one after another, and the power of the field almost collapsed the world. Brother Luo Hai, this old man is here to help you. Kai Huo yelled, and at the same time released his domain, putting pressure on Yongkai and Su Yan. Luo Hai glanced at him, but didn't say much. He naturally knew what Kai Huo was planning. It's just that I don't want the benefits to be monopolized by myself, so I help out, trying to get a share of the pie. Luo Hai was so happy, all he wanted was Yang Kai's secret. As for that girl named Su Yan. Although the origin of the ice phoenix is incredible, it doesn't match his way of cultivation, it's useless to take it. As soon as the field of the two Void King realm powerhouses came out, the complexions of many elders in Bingxin Valley changed. Luo Li hastily released his domain to offset the pressure on everyone, and at the same time shouted, "Go! If you don't leave, these elders will be injured." Binglong, Ran Yunting and the others did not say a word, quickly used their movements to leave the place, leapt up to 1,000 feet in the air, looked down, their faces were shocked, leaving only Luo Li in place with a complicated expression, but he didn't intend to intervene. A soft sigh came out of her mouth, and the eyes looking at Yang Kai and Su Yan were full of regret. "Senior sister, are you ready?" With the addition of two Void King realm powerhouses, Yang Kai is still calm. Having practiced in the blood prison, he is already used to this kind of field disturbance. This kind of field cannot overwhelm him. If he doesn't fall, Su Yan will be fine. "Ready." Su Yan nodded. The two have a good understanding, there is no need for Yang Kai to explain anything, just a thought, and Su Yan understands what he is going to do. "Ready, let's fight." Yang Kai grinned, turned his head, stared at Luo Hai coldly, and said sharply, "Luo Hai, today is your death day." After the words fell, a strange token suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand. The whole body of the token is pitch black, and I don't know what material it is made of, so it looks inconspicuous. But the moment the token appeared, Luo Hai frowned, and a feeling of dread rose from his heart. This is... Luo Hai looked at the token in amazement, and finally realized, Emperor Wei. Star Emperor token. There was a faint, almost imperceptible aura exuding from the token, but it was this aura that made Luo Hai's face change. And a clearly identifiable, Emperor, character on the token finally made Luo Hai understand what Yang Kai's final hole card was. It turned out to be the Order of the Star Emperor. And it's an unsealed Star Emperor token. Rumor has it that the Starry Sky Great Emperor has been through the ages, leaving unbreakable myths in the star field, and the miracles have disappeared since then. However, the Star Emperor token made by him has been handed down. The Star Emperor token has 9 pieces in total, and each piece is sealed with the supernatural power of the Great Emperor. It is a supernatural power that can instantly kill the Void King realm, and it is impossible for the strong in the star field to touch it, to the level. To ordinary warriors, the Star Emperor token is just a legend, and it is not even possible to determine whether it exists or not. But a strong person at Luo Hai's level knows that the Star Emperor order does exist, and there is such a piece in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, which is famous in the star field, but it is just the Star Emperor order that has been unsealed. A little bit of imperial power remained. A Void King realm expert wears the Star Emperor token on his body, and if he comprehends the Emperor's prestige for many years, he can assist in his cultivation and increase his chances of comprehending the Tao of Heaven and martial Tao. So he recognized the token in Yang Kai's hand at a glance, and felt uneasy in an instant. Not good. Luo Hai turned pale with shock, and exclaimed, "Brother Kai Huo, kill them quickly, and absolutely cannot let them unseal the Star Emperor order." Kai Huo trembled, a flash of determination and cruelty flashed in his eyes, he opened his mouth and bit the tip of his tongue, spit out a jet of blood that was like a burning flame, turned into a raging flame, enveloping Yang Kai and Su Yan. He is also a ruthless person, knowing that he will continue to be disturbed by it, he overdraws his own blood when he makes a move, he only wants to kill Yang Kai and Su Yan in the shortest time, otherwise once the Star Emperor token is released, he is definitely not opponent. The legend of the Great Emperor is really terrifying, it is a myth that no one can break. At the same time as Zhenwu made a move, Luo Hai also made a move, a long sword-like secret treasure was sacrificed by him, the surface of the long sword was as bright as moonlight, exuding the aura of a virtual king-level secret treasure. Luo Hai poured it into its Sheng Yuan, the long sword buzzed and trembled slightly in the void, and then suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already killed Yang Kai, stabbing straight at his heart. Yang Kai just stood where he was, sneered softly, ignoring the deadly threat, pouring his Saint Chi into the Star Emperor token crazily. The world was shaken, as if the end of the world was coming, a desolate and terrifying atmosphere descended leisurely. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1655 Instant Killing the Void King Realm. At this moment, on the entire Qilin star, the birds fell from the sky, and the beasts crawled on the spot, trembling. Cities big and small, heads of Zongman families, and trillions of people all felt a kind of horror from the depths of their hearts. It was a kind of desperate horror, as if he would die the next moment. Regardless of their level of cultivation, regardless of their age, trillions of people are all wet in cold sweat. What's more, they fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time, and all the strength in their bodies was drained at that moment. Fortunately, this breath came and went quickly, and disappeared in an instant. Otherwise, today's Qilin star will definitely suffer tens of thousands of casualties. Absolute Ice Island, where the Ice Palace is located, above Yongkai and Su Yan, suddenly appeared a pair of tightly closed eyes. At the same time, outside Yongkai and Su Yan, there was a layer of energy that could not be detected by the naked eye or spiritual sense, wrapping them. Kai Huo's blood was burning, and Luo Hai's secret treasure long sword attack was completely blocked by that energy, without a single ripple. Impossible, Luo Hai shouted in horror. With his Void King 2-layer cultivation level, he couldn't hurt Yongkai in the slightest even with a terrifying blow from secret treasures, and all of this was just because of the appearance of a pair of tightly closed eyes. It was almost unacceptable to him. The existence of the Great Emperor is only in legends, and ordinary people regard him as a god, but among the strong like Luo Hai, there are many people who have been working hard to find the trace of the Great Emperor, wanting to break the myth left by him, and even replace him. In their minds, the Great Emperor was just a little more tyrannical, not invincible. Luo Hai also had this kind of thought. He thought that the Great Emperor was just a strong man at the peak of the Void King's third-layer realm. He felt that one day he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Great Emperor, and even step on him. But today, he finally understands that the Great Emperor is still so unattainable for him. It has definitely surpassed the level of the Void King realm. It is an unknown and terrifying realm. He suddenly felt arrogant. Those closed eyes tend to open. Luo Li's complexion finally changed, and he no longer dared to stay in the same place, and like a frightened rabbit, he galloped out quickly, leaving the Ice Palace in an instant. The eyes in the void opened, the pupils were clear and flawless, without much majesty, and what surprised Luo Hai and Kai Huo was that these eyes clearly belonged to a woman. Could it be that the legendary Starry Sky Emperor is actually a woman? This funny thought came out of the hearts of the two Void King realm powerhouses, and they couldn't believe it. Those beautiful eyes just stared at Luo Hai and Kai Huo coldly without any emotion, as if they were just looking at the two ants. The scarlet fire monster let out a cry, and flew out on its back, spitting blood in midair as if hit hard. A body field suddenly fragmented. And Wei Feng, who had been guarding behind him all this time, suddenly turned into a pile of minced meat at this moment, without a whole body. There was even a crackling sound from the depths of Luo Hai's heart, which was a sign of the collapse of his own field. It seems that the indifferent glance of those beautiful eyes contains unimaginable supreme power, which makes it impossible for people to compete. His face turned pale, a little blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his body staggered slightly. After all, his cultivation base was much higher than that of Kai Huo, and he still stood in place. The beautiful eyes just took a glimpse, and then disappeared, as if they had never appeared before. At the same time, the strong power of Emperor Prestige surged out from Yongkai and Su Yan. It was a power that did not belong to this world at all, it was an existence that cannot be looked up to, it was the aura that made hundreds of millions of living beings bow their heads and bow their heads. That is the might of the Great Emperor. Yongkai laughed loudly, and the laughter seemed to contain some bizarre artistic conception, which shocked Luo Hai's mind and made his sea of consciousness tumbling non-stop, unable to stabilize. After Kai Huo stood firm, his face became even paler. The golden and white qi were wrapped around Yongkai and Su Yan's body, and the sound of dragons singing and phoenix crowing resounded continuously, but the yin and yang two qi were completely different from just now. Although the yin and yang qi just now were powerful enough to threaten the general Void King realm, they were not taken seriously by Luo Hai. But the strength of the golden and white qi has risen to the point where even Luo Hai is dismayed by it. It was as if a force from the unsealed Star Emperor token poured into Yongkai and Su Yan's bodies. Yudi, the yin and yang qi are completely integrated, regardless of each other. In everyone's field of vision, Yongkai and Su Yan were lost in an instant, and all they could see was a hazy group of light. Kai Huo, you die first. Yongkai's cold shout came from the light group, and the next moment, the light group flew in front of Kai Huo. Kai Huo's face changed drastically, and he shouted in horror, "Brother Luo Hai, save me." At the same time, he pinched the Fa Ju with both hands, and his whole body was desperately urged by the Saint Yuan, and he put up a defense like a copper wall and an iron wall in front of him. Layers of Saint Yuan shrouded him like substance, and there was also a Void King level defensive secret treasure, which turned into a ball of flames and wrapped it. But all in vain. When the ball of light approached, the first thing to shatter was the Void King-level protective treasure that turned into flames. This existence, which can be called the best in the entire star field, could not resist the terrifying power of the ball of light at all. As soon as you touched it, then it collapsed. Among the light clusters, the phantoms of the Golden Dragon and the Ice Phoenix emerged, and their majestic and noble figures seemed to be dancing above the 9 heavens, dancing in a thrilling gesture. The light group passed by the red fire. Kai Huo stood on the spot, motionless, staring blankly at the void, with a terrified look on his face. Old man, regret it. Before Kai Huo finished speaking, a dazzling light appeared in his body, as if a balloon had been poked with countless holes, and the light shot out from his pores, making him look like a glowing bird hedgehog. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Kai Huo's body burst open, turning into a blood mist, and scattered on the ground. In the sky, there was a sound of gasping for cold air, and the dozen or so elders in Bingxin Valley only felt the lung pain from the air conditioning, and 1 or 2 of them all showed expressions of fear. Kai Huo, a Void King First Order Realm powerhouse, couldn't resist Yang Kai and Su Yan's blow with the Star Emperor token, and was instantly killed in an instant. This kind of combat power, I am afraid that even the Void King Third Layer might not have it. Luo Li's delicate body was trembling, there was a hint of shock in the depths of her beautiful eyes, but more regret. She could understand Kai Huo's mood before he died, and she also knew what Kai Huo said before he died. Kai Huo repented, why didn't she? If she had known that the situation would develop like this, how could she ignore what happened today and take care of herself alone? If she knew this would happen, she would have to protect Yang Kai and Su Yan's safety even if she died. Luo Li let out a long sigh. Bingxin Valley is doomed to fail to rise. The heaven-sent opportunity was in front of him, but he turned a blind eye and pushed it away. What's the point of regret now? I just hope that the young man Nian is Su Yan's teacher in Bingxin Valley. After solving the troubles in front of him, he will not fight against Bingxin Valley, otherwise, Bingxin Valley will undoubtedly be destroyed today. Ha, ha 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 ha. A maniacal laughter suddenly came from the side. Luo Li frowned and saw Ran Yunting laughing up to the sky. But that laughter and the expression on his face were filled with endless bitterness and regret. From the moment she decided to give up Su Yan, from Su Yan called her master for the last time, she was doomed to spend the rest of her life in regret. Luo Hai, it's your turn. Yang Kai's voice came out from the light group again, and Ling Lai's killing intent wrapped Luo Hai. Luo Hai's complexion changed drastically. He realized that he still underestimated the terrifying power of the Star Emperor token. Kai Huo was instantly killed in one blow in front of him. Even he could not do such a method. In other words, he is no match. Xingli come. Luo Hai's complexion changed several times, he gave up making compromises, and suddenly gave a low shout. He knew that even negotiating with Yang Kai was useless, he knew too many of his secrets, it was impossible to talk about it, not to mention that Yang Kai used something like the Star Emperor token, how could he let it go if he didn't kill him? It is better to fight desperately than to humiliate yourself. Somewhere in the distant star field, the Kuiwei star flickered for a moment, and the huge and incomparable power of the star crossed the barrier of space, shot at the Qilin star, and poured into Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's aura surged. He was originally at the 2nd level of the Void King, and he was promoted to the peak level in a very short period of time, which was almost the same as the 3rd level. Immediately, he fled to the distance without looking back. Using the power of the stars to escape, he didn't even have the guts to confront Yang Kai and Su Yan head-on. You can run away. Yang Kai laughed, the light group flickered on the spot, the power of space fluctuated, and it caught up to Luo Hai in an instant, and from the light group, a terrifying force shot out, head-on attack towards Luo Hai. Luo Hai was shocked, and with a flick of the king-level secret treasure long sword in his hand, the sword light that could almost cut through the world was shot violently. The soundless collision caused the space to collapse, and the sword light was swallowed, but the power shot out from the light group made Luo Hai retreat several hundred feet, and his face turned slightly pale. As soon as you fought, he suffered a small loss. Stabilizing his figure, with the help of the strength of the counter-shock, Luo Hai continued to flee, towards the star field. The light group that Yang Kai and Su Yan were in refused to let go, flickered again in place, and appeared in front of Luo Hai strangely. Boy, don't bully people too much. Luo Hai vomited blood angrily. Although he knew that Yang Kai had cultivated the power of space, he never thought that he would be tossed by this power without temper. Warriors who have cultivated the power of space have unique advantages in chasing and escaping. If not, he had captured Yang Kai a year ago, how could he have had the chance to escape into Chalangsing? Now you know that you are too much to deceive people. Why didn't you think of this when you were chasing me all over the star field? It's useless to talk about it, today is your death day. A huge spatial crack suddenly formed, like an open animal mouth, biting towards Luo Hai, as if to swallow the eclipse of the sun. Luo Hai didn't dare to take it lightly, and could only dodge desperately, waiting for an opportunity to escape. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1656 The Fall of the Star Lord. On Bingju Island, countless disciples trembled. The island's prohibition and magic circle had already been completely destroyed by the terrifying energy riot. Today's Ice Absolute Island can be said to be completely undefended. Luo Li's face changed, and suddenly he shouted, "Quickly, let all the disciples enter the underground secret room to take refuge." Binglong was stunned for a moment, and quickly realized that she quickly took out the communication compass and poured her spiritual thoughts into it. In a short time, all the disciples of Bingxin Valley received the order and rushed into the underground secret room one after another. Only Binglong and a dozen or so elders were still standing beside Luo Li, looking at the illusory light and energy riot in the sky in horror. With Luo Li guarding them, at least they have the courage to stand here. Above the clouds, out of reach of the naked eye, there are two groups of extremely terrifying auras fighting, that is Yongkai Suyan and Luo Hai. Although the dozen or so elders couldn't see the situation clearly, from Luo Hai's frightened shouts from time to time, it could still be deduced that Luo Hai was completely at a disadvantage. From time to time, in the clouds, blood that contains huge energy is sprinkled down. Every drop of blood contains extremely terrifying power. It is as round as a jewel, and when it falls to the ground, it will smash the ground into a huge hole. That is the blood of the Void King Realm powerhouse. The Supreme Elder, Binglong called out tremblingly, "How is the situation now?" Luo Li's beautiful eyes were deep, staring at the void. He heard the words and said softly, "I'm afraid Luo Hai will die." Everyone was so terrified that they could hardly believe their ears. Luo Hai is a strong man at the second level of Void King. Even if he is personally at the third level, he may not be able to kill him. With his level of strength, even if he loses to his opponent, he will be able to escape in order to make a comeback. But Luo Li gave an evaluation that Luo Hai was dying. That means, it is very likely that Luo Hai will die here today. Could it be that Yongkai and Su Yan are two people with two bodies and one mind, and the combat power they can display is even more terrifying than the Third Order Void King? Is this the power of the Star Emperor Order? Everyone was a little lost for a while. At this moment, Yongkai's loud laughter came from the sky again, and Luo Hai's furious cursing was mixed in the laughter. The whole sky was in chaos. The ups and downs of the space force caused the space on the battlefield to collapse. A series of huge space cracks swim around, as if the mouth of an animal can swallow everything. Bright red blood was constantly pouring down. It landed on the icy peak of Ice Absolute Island. The destructive energy caused many ice peaks to collapse, and the entire Ice Absolute Island was in a mess. Binglong and the others were deeply shocked. This level of battle was beyond their reach, even if they wanted to watch it. I can't see clearly, let alone feel the aftertaste and fluctuation of the battle, and gain something from it. Only Luo Li could barely see something. But as time went by, with the chaos in the sky, even she couldn't see the situation there. Luo Hai's cursing has long subsided, and it seems that he has no energy left to do these things anymore. I can only support it with all my strength. But his aura is visibly weakening. Death. Suddenly, Yongkai's angry shout came from the void, and at the same time, Luo Hai's panic screamed. A group of halo burst out suddenly, radiating all around. The rippling ripples spread ferociously towards an extremely distant position. Large swaths of blood fell from the sky like rain, as well as some severed limbs and minced meat. The breath belonging to Luo Hai suddenly disappeared. Luo Li's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead, and her delicate body couldn't help trembling slightly. She was aware of what had just happened. The earth-shattering battle subsided at this moment, and the dozen or so elders in Bingxin Valley didn't dare to take a breath. Everyone stared at the void in horror. The chaotic sky tended to recover, and the huge cracks began to heal. Gradually, a ball of light mixed with gold and white came into everyone's field of vision, and Luo Hai had long since disappeared. It seems that there is a gaze projected from the light group, overlooking the four directions. Those eyes were cold and ruthless, with a faint trace of scarlet. Everyone who met this gaze couldn't help but tremble. Luo Li couldn't help but took a deep breath, swallowed his saliva, and lifted his heart into his throat. But what made her feel at ease was that the scarlet eyes in the light group quickly retracted, the high-pitched dragon chant and the resonant phoenix cry sounded, the light group flickered in place and suddenly disappeared. No one knows where it went. The dozen or so elders of Bingxin Valley couldn't calm down the ups and downs of their emotions for a long time, and no one dared to speak for a long time. Everyone urged their own spiritual thoughts and carefully checked their surroundings. It wasn't until half a day later that the light cluster still didn't appear that they gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai didn't mean to kill them all, otherwise, today's Bingju Island would definitely be bloody. Kuiwei Star, the Star Lord Shrine. At the very center of the Star Lord Shrine, there is a huge square. In the square, stands a humanoid statue about 30 feet high. The statue looks like it was made by everyone. The carving is lifelike and full of charm. And the original form of this statue is Luo Hai himself. As a Star Master, Luo Hai naturally has such an honor. The statue in the Star Lord Shrine is a symbol of him being the Star Master of Kuiwei. Below the statue, many warriors were sitting cross-legged, as if they were comprehending something from the statue. Each of them was fascinated and absorbed. Slowly, there was a cracking sound, and the movement was immediately noticed. The few warriors sitting in the front frowned, opened their eyes, and looked around. They wanted to know where the sound came from, but they could look for it. Nothing suspicious was found. Just as they were about to close their eyes and continue to meditate, there was another crackling sound, and this time it was even clearer than before. They finally noticed something and looked up at the huge humanoid statue. After looking at it, I couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Lord Luo Hai's statue has cracks. What? Impossible, how could there be cracks in Lord Luo Hai's statue? This statue is closely connected with the origin of the stars, and closely connected with Lord Luo Hai's own aura. Now that there are cracks, is it possible that Lord Luo Hai is in danger? Fart. Lord Luo Hai is the Star Master of Kuiwei, he has good fortune, and his cultivation is as high as the sky, so how could he be in danger? Hey, there is a crack. The news came like a gust of wind. In an instant, all the warriors who were comprehending here were swept away, and the thousands of warriors all looked up. Looking at the cracks that gradually increased and became larger, everyone was dumbfounded and panicked. Don't worry, Lord Luo Hai has the luck of the Kuiwei Star. Even if he encounters danger, he will definitely turn the calamity into a blessing and come back safely. You don't need to be so panicked. That's right, how could a person like Master Luo Hai fall so easily? Don't make a fuss about it. Immediately, someone echoed his words, obviously adoring Luo Hai extremely. But the man had just finished speaking. Suddenly, there was a clattering sound from the huge humanoid statue, and then, the towering statue was torn apart and shattered in an instant. Boulders fell from the sky and smashed mercilessly to the ground. The warriors who were closer were dumbfounded, their eyes trembling, and they quickly used their movements to escape into the distance. Rumbling, the statue collapsed, and the square shook for a while, splashing a cloud of dust. At the same time, the entire Kuiwei Star seemed to be shaking, and its strength was slightly stronger. It was obvious that Kuiwei Star's heaven and earth aura seemed to have weakened compared to before. Master Luo Hai has fallen. In the square, thousands of warriors with different cultivation levels experienced a short period of silence and astonishment, and immediately realized what had happened. This statue is closely connected with Luo Hai himself, and the star origin of Kuiwei Star. The statue has no chance of being destroyed, so the only explanation can be said. Luo Hai is dead. Everyone can hardly believe it. How could a powerful fighter like Luo Hai die? Who did it? Which bastard did it? If I find out, he will be torn to pieces. Someone roared angrily, his face twisted. The person who killed Lord Luo Hai is the public enemy of Kuiwei Star, everyone who sees him will punish him. Everyone kills it. In the square, countless warriors roared out of righteous indignation. Maybe Luo Hai has nothing to do with them, maybe they haven't even seen Luo Hai's face, but Luo Hai is the Star Master of Kuiwei Star. If the Star Master falls, Kuiwei Star will also be affected, and the lost vitality will be lost in a short period of time. It cannot be recovered unless someone else from Void King Realm comes to Kuiwei Star to refine the origin of the stars. In other words, the fall of Luo Hai caused a certain degree of loss to the entire Kuiwei planet. The person who killed Luo Hai naturally became their enemy. While those warriors were yelling, many people's expressions changed. They took out the communication compass, poured their spiritual thoughts into it, and spread this shocking news to their relatives, friends, and elders of the sect. One day later, everyone on Kuiwei planet knew that Star Lord Luo Hai had fallen. A month later, the news spread throughout the entire star field. The star field shakes. There are different opinions about Luo Hai's death. Some people say that those few old monsters who were not born out of the world shot and killed Luo Hai, and some people say that Luo Hai broke into some dangerous place and failed to escape. As for what happened to him, the one who died, and who killed him, is still unknown for the time being. But this is undoubtedly explosive news. There are not many Void King realm powerhouses in the entire star field, and the death of any one of them may cause quite a stir. What's more, the one who died this time was Kuiwei Star's Star Master, Luo Hai, who was a Void King two-layer existence. The news quickly spread to Chalangsing. Luo Li, the elder of Bingxin Valley, ordered that all disciples on the island must not disclose what happened that day, otherwise she would personally clean up the house, and all disciples obeyed. To be honest, only a dozen or so elders in Bingxin Valley knew what happened that day. Those ordinary disciples didn't know what happened. They couldn't tell who won and who lost. Chapter 1657 Returning to Void Level 3. Absolute Ice Island, in the Ice Palace, where the island's high-level officials gather. Luo Lijuan sat at the top, Binglong Ranyunting and other elders sat on both sides, and some elders were reporting the island's prohibition and formation restoration. The last shocking battle nearly destroyed the entire Ice Extinction Island's prohibition circle. During this period of time, the disciples have been repairing it, and it was not finally completed until today. However, the collapsed ice peaks could not regain their former glory. Fortunately, the disciples evacuated early and there were no casualties. This is rare good news. Luo Li kept his eyes closed until the elder finished his report, then nodded slightly, but he didn't intend to speak. Bing Long glanced at her, then turned to look at the other person, and asked, "The 13th elder, is there any news about that person?" Hearing this, the 13th elder Yu Xueqing shook her head sadly. "No, we have been looking for him for a year before, but we have not heard from him. If he hadn't shown himself at that time, we might still not be able to find him. If he wants to, if we deliberately hide our whereabouts, there is nothing we can do." Quote, "Hey," Binglong sighed, "there's no need to look for him." Luo Li suddenly opened his eyes and said calmly, "The Supreme Elder, he doesn't want you to find him, so what can you do? Moreover, after going through such a battle, he must heal his wounds." Healing, Bing Long and the others raised their brows, looking a little surprised, but quickly realized, "You mean he used the power of taboo, so he must pay some price." Luo Li said lightly, "He was injured." Ran Yunting's eyes lit up, and a look of eagerness appeared on her face. "If this is the case, then shall we?" Before she finished speaking, Luo Li suddenly gave her a cold look, and Ran Yunting fell silent immediately, unable to utter a word. "My Bingxin Valley has stretched so far, it is really not easy. My lifelong wish is not to let Bingxin Valley go further, but to preserve the foundation of my ancestors. Do you understand?" Luo Li's beautiful eyes swept around, containing endless majesty. Everyone was startled, tasted the meaning of Luo Li's words, quickly got up and respectfully said, "Disciple understands." "It's good to understand. If you understand, don't cause trouble for Bingxin Valley." Ran Yunting turned pale, and tremblingly said, "The disciple is wrong." Luo Li nodded slightly, satisfied with her attitude, and suddenly smiled again. "Let those who are looking for him withdraw, he will come back again." "He will come back." The faces of some unknown elders changed greatly. The battle where Yang Kai killed Luo Hai that day really terrified them. When they thought that this person might return to Bingju Island, suddenly a little uneasy. Binglong seemed to know something, and said with a smile, "There is still one person left on Bingju Island, so he should come back naturally." Ran Yunting thought for a while, then said thoughtfully, "Master Ji Yu, you mean that disciple named Qingya?" Qingya and Su Yan entered Ice Heart Valley together. They have a very close relationship with each other. Even if Yang Kai doesn't come back, Su Yan will definitely come back. "Then do you want to talk to Qingya?" Ran Yunting frowned. "I have already gone to look for her a few days ago." Bing Long smiled wryly. "Oh, what's the result? Does she know the whereabouts of Yang Kai and Su Yan? Can she know Yang Kai's attitude towards me, Bingxin Valley?" Ran Yunting asked. "Although I have gone to look for her, I have not been able to meet her." A look of embarrassment appeared on Binglong's face. "What's going on here?" All the elders were astonished. "Yang Kai left a stone puppet to guard her, and when I passed by, I was beaten back by that stone puppet." Bing Long explained with a wry smile, with a look of lingering fear on her face. "If Qingya didn't stop it in time, this palace could get hurt." "The stone puppet is so amazing." Ran Yunting's face changed drastically. She has seen the stone puppet before. When she ordered Bingdi to kill Qingya, it was the stone puppet that protected Qingya, but all her attention was on Yongkai and Su Yan that day, not too much care about that weird creature. Now that I heard Binglong mention it, I realized how extraordinary the stone puppet is. Facing head-on, I'm definitely no match. Binglong looked serious. There was a sound of gasping for air. Binglong is the #1 expert in the void return mirror of Bingxin Valley, and one of the best existences in the entire Qilin star, but even she is not an opponent. Doesn't this mean that the stone puppet has the strength close to the Void King realm? What kind of existence is that? Everyone turned their attention to Luo Li, hoping that she could explain something. Don't look at me, I don't know the origin of that stone puppet. It may be a puppet that survived from ancient times, or it may be a strange creature. Even the Supreme Elder doesn't know. Everyone was shocked. In their cognition, the Supreme Elder was almost omnipotent, but today, this cognition was broken. And the root of everything is still in Yongkai. The disciple named Qingya is still grateful to Bingxin Valley, otherwise, she will not stop the stone puppet from attacking Binglong, and you don't want to bother her. Order someone to take good care of her. Yongkai He and Su Yan will come here again and take her away. Yes. Binglong nodded respectfully. If he comes again next time, don't be rude. Luo Li left a sentence, and he suddenly disappeared. All the elders looked at each other in blank dismay, and dispersed one after another. Only Ran Yunting stayed behind, with endless remorse seemingly on his face. In the mysterious boundary pearl, in the attic where Shanning Shang lived before, Yongkai and Su Yan sat cross-legged opposite each other, their palms pressed together tightly. The holy essence water in the two people's bodies blended together, and an inexplicable artistic conception permeated around the two of them. Both of them were slightly pale. The battle with Luo Hai seemed simple and easy, but Yongkai and Su Yan both paid a huge price for using such terrifying power. So after the first battle, Yongkai immediately left Bingxin Valley. Even Qingya didn't care about it, looking for a place to heal his injuries. To some extent, Luo Li's vision is still very vicious. But fortunately, this time it was the Star Emperor token that was used after the double body concentricity with Su Yan, so even if the price was huge, it was not unbearable to share it between the two. Yongkai felt fortunate. If Su Yan didn't share the burden for him at that time, if he used the Star Emperor token by himself, the consequences would be unimaginable. The divine power of the great emperor was simply not something he could bear. Surrounding the bodies of the two of them were filled with holy crystal sources, and there were several empty jade bottles beside them, and the elixir inside had already been taken. Pure energy poured into the two people's bodies to resolve injuries and hidden dangers. Their faces gradually returned to rosy as time went by, and their breath fluctuations gradually stabilized. One day, Yongkai let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Facing Su Yan's beautiful eyes, the two looked at each other and smiled. After more than 3 months of healing, the injury finally recovered. Junior brother, have you made a breakthrough? Su Yanmei's eyes flashed a hint of surprise. It seems to be. Yongkai realized the change in himself. Before the battle with Luo Hai, he was at the peak of the second-level void returning realm, but after the first battle, he has now reached the third-level realm. Even he didn't realize when he broke through. It may be that the energy poured into his body by the great Emperor Shenwei was too huge, causing his own bottleneck to break through silently. Moreover, the current realm is extremely stable, and there is no need for Yongkai to worry about it. You too. Yongkai glanced at Su Yan, and suddenly found that her cultivation realm was the same as his own, both of which were at the third-layer realm. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled. The light from the whole world seemed to gather on Su Yan, making her look extremely glamorous. Yongkai couldn't help being stunned, stretched out his hand to hold Su Yan's little hand, his mind fluttered. Su Yan. Su Yan blushed a little, and naturally sensed what he was thinking, twitched a bit, and whispered, "Master, they are all waiting outside." Yongkai used his spiritual thoughts to investigate outside, and suddenly found that his acquaintances and friends had heard the news and rushed over, and had been guarding outside. The powerhouses of the 3 tribes of human, monster and demon almost gathered in front of the attic. No one spoke, they all stood there and waited quietly. Yongkai scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks, gritted his teeth and said, "Anyway, I've been waiting for so long, so don't rush for a while." While speaking, he turned into a wolf and threw Su Yan to the ground. The attic door opened, and Yongkai and Su Yan appeared in front of Ling Taishu and the others. Everyone hurried forward to ask about the situation. Shanning Shang's beautiful eyes could not hide the anxiety and concern. On that day, Yongkai and Su Yan suddenly appeared in the mysterious boundary bead, both of them looked vain, as if they had been seriously injured. Shang was naturally shocked, and quickly arranged for them to heal their injuries and at the same time spread the news. It wasn't until today, 3 months later, that the two of them showed up. Yang Kai, are you all right? Ling Taishu was the first to ask. Master Lao is worried, the disciple is fine now. Stinky boy, worry about me to death, you mother. Fourth Master Yang also heaved a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to say that he was worried about me, but he seemed to feel a little heroic, so he quickly pushed Dong Suzu to take the blame. Dong Suzu stood beside Fourth Master, biting her red lips tightly, her nostrils fluttered slightly, and there were big drops of tears swirling in her eyes. She wanted to cry, but she tried her best not to make a sound. Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Yang Kai grinned, patted his chest, and looked very strong. This moment was terrible. Dong Suzu's suppressed emotions finally broke out, and he burst into tears, tears falling down like broken pearls. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many powerful people from the demon clan, she would have rushed up to hold her precious son in her arms and love her dearly. Brat, Fourth Master Yang was about to die of anger, and glared at Yang Kai. What are you yelling at? What are you yelling at? Dong Suzu beat Yang Kai's iron body with a pair of pink fists. Why are you yelling at my son? Fourth Master Yang's face darkened, thinking that your son is my son, and he won't lose a piece of meat with a roar. It's a mess. I was extremely depressed in my heart, but I could only stand obediently where I was, and let Dong Suzu thump, and I stood still. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1658 Returning to Ice Absolute Island. Meet a group of relatives and friends and feel their care and concern. Yang Kai's body and mind are warm. He suddenly realized that it was an extremely wise decision for him to go back to Tongshuan continent and bring these people out. Cyan trees have roots, flowing water has sources, and these people in Tongzhan continent are Yang Kai's roots and sources. A tree without roots and water without a source are destined not to last long. In Xuanjiaju, in order to celebrate Su Yan's return, the 3 tribes of humans, monsters and demons held a feast, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. During the banquet, cups were exchanged, no matter how high or low the level of cultivation was, no matter how old or young they were, they all blended into it. Yang Kai was directly forced to climb down by the powerhouses of the 3 races, and when he woke up, he had a splitting headache. Afterwards, Yang Kai stayed with his parents for 2 more days to show his filial piety, and then hurriedly left the mysterious boundary pearl. Before leaving, Yang Kai taught Su Yan the monster transformation art. Now that Su Yan has the original power of the Ice Phoenix, she can also cultivate the demon transformation art, develop the original power in her body, and strengthen herself. The Wanzai Ice Jade Terrace also remained. This treasure was originally used to hold the true essence of the sun, and now it is useless in Yang Kai's hands, but to Su Yan, it is an extremely powerful treasure to assist cultivation. With the 10,000 Zai Ice Jade Terrace, Su Yan's cultivation speed should at least be increased by about 30%. After arranging everything, Yang Kai drove towards Bingxin Valley again. Absolute Ice Island is peaceful. The disciples seem to have recovered from the aftermath of the shocking war a few days ago. The practice that should be practiced, the retreat that should be closed, the days are calm. On the outer island, under an ice peak, a woman in a white long dress was cleaning the ice path, when suddenly a gust of wind passed by her. The female disciple couldn't help shivering, and an inexplicable feeling of panic rose from her heart. She raised her head suspiciously and looked around, but found nothing. I couldn't help being a little puzzled, thought for a while, shook my head and continued to clean the ice path. In front of an ice peak not far from the woman, a figure appeared strangely. He walked delicately towards an ice room without stopping. After a short while, he came to the front of the ice room, looked at the forbidden magic circle in front of him, smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand to touch the void in front of him. A layer of ripples swayed, the restriction was broken, and he walked in directly. In the ice room, Qingya was sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding her fragrant cheeks in her hand, and eye to eye with the stone puppet. She seems to be very interested in stone puppet. Yang Kai and Su Yan used shocking means to kill 2 Void King realms in a row, and retreated immediately after the battle, and did not pay attention to her. Qingya had no complaints about this, and she also vaguely guessed that Yang Kai and Su Yan it may be injured, so I didn't stay in the slightest. What's more, even though Yang Kai left, he left behind this strange stone puppet to protect him, so Qingya certainly wouldn't have any complaints. She also knew that Yang Kai and Su Yan would definitely return to Bingshin Valley again and take herself away. These days, Qingya stayed behind closed doors, looking forward to it in the ice room. When she was idle and bored, she looked at each other with the stone puppet as she does now. She found that although the stone puppet had spiritual intelligence, it was a pity that no matter what she said, it would not respond to her, but just followed her side every step of the way. Little guy, when do you think Yang Kai and Su Yan will come? Qingya sighed leisurely. She used to be proud of Bingshin Valley, but after what happened last time, she couldn't wait to leave this place. It was time to leave this sect that made her sad and even nearly died. Hey, you look dumb, why don't you know how to say a word? Qingya stretched out her hand and flicked the stone puppet's forehead. The index finger hurt, but the stone puppet blinked his eyes with a dazed look on his face. Qingya was amused by its appearance, and couldn't help giggling coquettishly. I'm in a good mood. Suddenly, a voice came over. Qingya's complexion changed suddenly, and her whole body was reflexively activated, but when she realized who the voice came from, she immediately looked aside in surprise. A young man stood there with a smile. His smile was bright and bright, as if there was sunshine, dispelling the cold and darkness in the ice room. The two small black bean-like eyeballs of the stone puppet also burst out with astonishing light, and crawled up to the side of the young man on all fours, stretched out his thick 5 fingers to point at himself, and pointed at Qingya, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't say no. The way it came out. Understood, you have done a good job in protecting, you have to praise and praise. The young man patted the stone puppet on the head. Stone puppet's small eyes narrowed, obviously very useful. Yang Kai, Qingya whispered, her face turned red immediately. It seems that he must have seen the scene where he was talking to himself just now, which made Qingya a little embarrassed. But soon, Qingya adjusted her expression, and asked with concern, are you all right? Yang Kai shook his head. If something happened, I wouldn't appear here. That's good, huh, where's Su Yan? Qingya's face changed. She didn't see Su Yan's figure, subconsciously thought that something bad happened. Su Yan is in a very safe place. Yang Kai signaled her not to be nervous. I am here this time to take you away, are you ready? Qingya took a deep breath and nodded seriously. It's already been prepared. Then let's go. Yang Kai tilted his head, frowned suddenly, touched his chin with his hand, and said with a half smile, well, I was discovered. At this moment, a cold voice echoed in the ice room. Since Yang Xiaosha is here, why is he in such a hurry to leave? If you have time, why don't you come to Bingju Peak and sit down? The Supreme Elder. Qingya's face turned pale, and she exclaimed in surprise. She recognized that this voice was from the Supreme Elder Luo Li of Bingshin Valley. Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at her, looked at somewhere in the void. A subtle arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said loudly, Senior is so kind, but this kid will be disrespectful. Then the palace is at Bingju Peak, waiting for you. Luo Li's voice fell, and the divine sense in the void disappeared. Let's go. Yang Kai waved at Qingya. Yang Kai. Qingya's face was full of worry. Don't worry, she didn't mean anything malicious. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hearing what he said, Qingya was completely relieved, followed Yang Kai, and headed towards the layman. When she came to the ice room, Qingya couldn't help letting out a low cry. She suddenly found that there were more than a dozen people standing in front of the ice room, from the valley master down to the elders. They all gathered here at some point, as if they were waiting for Yang Kai's appearance. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, everyone's expressions couldn't help being straightened, and they were respectful. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, and he went straight to meet him. Young Master Yang. Bing Long nodded slightly at Yang Kai, as a greeting, but her address to Yang Kai changed, which shows that the shocking battle that day also had a huge impact on her heart. Senior Bing Long. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Don't dare. Bing Long quickly waved her hand. If Mr. Yang doesn't give up, just call me Bing Long. It can be seen that Bing Long was obviously relieved. Before she came here, she was really afraid that Yang Kai would not show any good looks, or that she would say something rude. She had already prepared herself to endure humiliation, but she didn't want Yang Kai to be warm. Rufeng's attitude is easygoing, but he has a little bit of a villain's heart to treat a gentleman's belly. I couldn't help being ashamed for a while. It seems that he really has no hostility towards Bingshin Valley, and a big stone fell to the ground in Bing Long's heart. Then please ask Ice Valley Master to lead the way. Yang Kai nodded. This way, please. Bing Long turned sideways to get out of the way. Yang Kai stepped forward. In the crowd, Ran Yunting's expression changed several times, and finally she couldn't hold back and asked, where's Su Yan? Where is she? How's the situation? Yang Kai stopped in his footsteps, turned his head, and glanced at Ran Yunting indifferently. The hearts of more than a dozen elders immediately raised their throats, and even Binglong was nervous and kept winking at Ran Yunting. Ran Yunting turned a deaf ear, met Yang Kai's gaze, smiled bitterly and said, I am not qualified as a master, but now I just want to know if Su Yan is safe. It's very safe, don't worry about it. Yang Kai responded lightly. Just be safe. Ran Yunting breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, Su Yan has nothing to do with Bingxin Valley. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he continued to walk forward. Ran Yunting's body trembled, and the bitterness on her face became even stronger, and most of the dozen or so elders also sighed, shaking their heads slowly, with dejected expressions. Bingju Peak is an ice peak in the center of Bingju Island. It is not the tallest and most majestic ice peak, but it is the most aura in the world. Luo Li, the supreme elder of Bingxin Valley, is on Bingju Peak potential training. It is rumored that there is an eternal cold pool on Bingju Peak, and the icy energy overflowing from the cold pool can greatly improve warriors who have practiced ice-type kung fu. The group of people waited at the foot of Bingju Peak. Binglong and the others stopped in their tracks. This is Bingju Peak, the supreme elder is waiting at the peak. Mr. Yang, please. No one is allowed to trespass on Bingju Peak without being summoned by the supreme elder, and Binglong and the others can only wait below. Yang Kai nodded, turned to Qingya and said, you wait for me here for a while. Okay, Qingya nodded. Only then did Yang Kai go up along the steps made of white jade. Along the way, the cold wind is bitter, and the icy mood that fills the world is enough to freeze the space. Yang Kai was not affected in the slightest, he was still in the mood to look at the surrounding scenery while taking steps. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the peak. Looking around, the peak is unobstructed, extremely simple, and there is no such thing as an imaginary Chonglo Yuyu, only at a certain position on the peak. There is a thatched shed covered with snow, and there are air leaks from all sides. Bing Long, the elder of Bingxin Valley, sat cross-legged in this thatched hut. There was a stone table in front of her, and a teapot was simmering on the table. Energy, isolated from the intrusion of cold wind. When Yang Kai came here, the tea was just right. Luo Li opened his eyes, looked towards Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand to signal, Yang Sha Yang, please sit down. Yang Kai cupped his fists. The younger generation is worse than obeying orders. While speaking, he walked directly into the thatched hut, and sat cross-legged opposite Luo Li. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1659 Talk about business. Seeing his calm appearance, Luo Li nodded secretly, stretched out his hand to pour tea into the teacup in front of Yang Kai, and said, taste my palace's snow tip with pistol. The clear tea trickled out, a fragrant breath rushed towards him. Yang Kai's expression changed, he picked up the teacup and put it under his nose for a few sniffs, his face showed a look of intoxication, he immediately raised his head, and drank a cup of tea upside down, even biting a piece of tea in his mouth, chewing constantly. Luo Li was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, Yang Xiaosha doesn't seem to have dabbled deeply in the tea ceremony. I haven't studied it before. Yang Kai chuckled, I've been busy running around all these years, and I don't have the time and thought to study it. It's human nature, young heroes already have astounding cultivation at such a young age, so they are naturally hard-working people. Senior congratulates me, but although I don't know much about the tea ceremony, I have also tasted that this tea has the effect of purifying one's heart and asceticism, exorcising evil spirits and reducing fire. Senior gave me this tea as soon as I came up, what are you worried about? Yang Kai seemed to smile non-smile. Luo Li sighed quietly, why does young Master Yang need to ask questions knowingly? Yang Kai looked serious, and said seriously, that kid will not speak secretly, the attitude and practice of Bingxin Valley before, really made me very angry, for a moment, I even wanted to destroy the entire Bingxin Valley. Luo Li's expression remained unchanged, he just quietly looked at Yang Kai, waiting for the next article. But thinking about it now, it was just a passionate impulse at the time, and there was no need for it. Moreover, even if I really wanted to do this, Su Yan would not agree. Hearing Yang Kai mention Su Yan, Luo Li's face flashed with sadness, Su Yan is a good child. I have taught her a few times, and her understanding, aptitude, and disposition are all excellent. Su Yan will definitely become the pillar of my Bingxin Valley and lead Bingxin Valley to a new glory. It's a pity that there are no ifs. Yang Kai smiled coldly. This time it's Bingxingu's fault, it's Luo Li's fault, Yang Xiaosha can be a large number of adults. Regardless of the past, thank you Luo Li. While speaking, Luo Li got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, but his expression softened. After thinking for a while, he said, "Senior, it's serious. Senior is a Void King realm expert. This kid is only at the 3rd level of the Void Return realm. Senior is so unreasonable." Luo Li shook his head seriously. "It's better to bully the old than to be young. I am old, but the young man still has a bright future. Although I am a little short-sighted, I also know that the future of the young man is bound to be bright." Yang Kai laughed loudly, inherit the auspicious words of the predecessors. After a pause of laughter, Yang Kai said solemnly, "Since Senior is so open and honest, that kid will tell Senior. From now on, Su Yan and Qingya are no longer disciples of Bingxin Valley, and all the previous actions of Bingxin Valley, I will don't count anymore." A faint gloomy flashed across Luo Li's face, and he nodded lightly. "That's good, it's because I have no luck and opportunities in Bingxin Valley, no wonder others. Senior can think so, it would be great." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Luo Li is still very talkative. This trip, although Yang Kai is mainly to take Qingya away, he also intends to meet with the Supreme Elder, Bingxin Jiyu, to draw a clear line between Su Yan and Bingxin Jiyu. After all, Bingxin Valley has taught Su Yan and Qingya for more than 30 years, a great contribution, although what he did at the last moment made Yang Kai extremely angry and disappointed, but there are still some things that need to be said clearly. "Okay, the private matter is over, let's talk about the business." Yang Kai turned his expression and looked at Luo Li with a smile. It looked like a profiteer, as if he wanted to speculate on something. Luo Li was stunned. "Business? What business?" Because she is ice and snow smart, she can't keep up with the rhythm of Yang Kai's thinking change. Huo Yaozong and Bing Xinggu have fought on Qilin Star for tens of thousands of years, and they have an indelible blood feud between them. The number of Bingxin Valley disciples who died at the hands of Huo Yaozong warriors is countless. Now Huo Yaozong's Tai Senior Elder Kai Huo has been killed by me, don't you have any idea, Senior? Yang Kai looked at Luo Li with a smile, and said slowly, "For example, weeding out the roots, so as to avoid future troubles or something." Luo Li's face changed, and he looked at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Sha is a ruthless person. HMPH, people are not ruthless, they can't stand still. Yang Kai sneered. Luo Li's beautiful eyes bloomed with brilliance. This sentence is both refined and popular, and I have underestimated the young hero. What does the senior mean? To tell you the truth, I have had this idea for a long time. Once Kai Huo died, the Huo Yaozong would have no leader. Now is indeed a good time to understand the 10,000 years of grievances between the two factions, but I am powerless. Yang Kai thoughtfully nodded lightly and said, "Senior is referring to your own hidden wounds and hidden dangers in your mind." Young hero has vicious eyes. Luo Li did not deny it. The hidden wounds in her body were caused by a mistake in the last exercise. As for the hidden dangers in her mind, they were left when she decided to give up on Su Yan. The latter made the former's situation worse. Otherwise, according to the grievances between the two factions, Luo Li had already gone to the Huoyao mountain range as early as the day Kai Huo was beheaded to uproot the Huoyao sect. Even so, with Senior's means, is there no way to take Huo Yaozong? Yang Kai was suspicious. Young man is just joking. Luo Li laughed and shook his head. If this palace was in its heyday, there might be a 70% chance of breaking through the Huo Yaozong's mountain protection formation, but with the current situation, it's difficult, although Huo Yaozong has no Void King realm powerhouses are in charge, but there are also many masters at the top of the Void Return Mirror in the sect, and with the help of the mountain guard formation, it is possible to keep this palace behind. I underestimated Huo Yaozong. Yang Kai rubbed his chin with a serious look on his face. After all, it is a huge sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, so it has some background. However, what if I can restore Senior to his heyday, get rid of hidden injuries and hidden dangers, and let me cooperate? Yang Kai suddenly laughed strangely. What? Luo Li was taken aback, his eyebrows frowned. You said you can restore me to my prime. Good, but for my injury, general panaceas are useless, only Void King level panacea will be effective, and it must be a specific type of Void King level panacea. Luo Li seemed to be realizing something, his complexion changed drastically, and he exclaimed, could it be that Xiaosha is still a Void King level alchemist? Yang Kai smiled without saying a word, appearing to be inscrutable. Is it true, seniors? Please wait and see. Well, I need these materials. With the background of Bingxin Valley, I should be able to get them out. Seniors, listen carefully. Yang Kai reported the reputation of a string of medicinal materials, all of which are Void King grade medicinal materials. Luo Li was completely sluggish, and while writing down carefully, he looked at Yang Kai with an unbelievable gaze, and his delicate body couldn't help trembling slightly. There are various indications that this young man may really be a Zhuang-level alchemist, and the worst thing is that he is backed by a Zhuang-level alchemist. Otherwise, why does he need so many medicinal materials? Luo Li's heart turned into a turbulent sea, which could not be calmed down for a long time. Zhuang-level alchemists are rare in the entire star field, and they can be counted with a single slap. These people are all famous existences. Even the Void King's third-level top-level powerhouses have to respect them when they see them, be polite and dare not neglect in the slightest. They are the real noble people of the entire star field. If the young man in front of him is really a virtual king-level alchemist, then Bing Xinggu will suffer a great loss this time. Thinking of this, Luo Li's eyes darkened faintly, and he almost fainted. Anyway, he has a good temperament, so he suppressed the shock in his heart and stayed awake. These materials shouldn't be hard to find, right? Yang Kai looked at Luo Li. I will send someone to go to the warehouse to check. The material that the young man said should be in stock in the warehouse. That's good. Well, I still need a secret room. I will let someone arrange it myself. Luo Li nodded immediately. Okay, after 3 days, I will come here again, seniors will wait and see. Yang Kai stood up. Yang Xiaosha. Luo Li also got up and shouted. Senior, what else? I would like to ask, why do you plan to destroy Huo Yaozong? Although Wei Feng insulted Su Yan that day, he is dead after all. Besides, Huo Yaozong doesn't seem to have provoked young heroes, right? You will never do these things to help us in Bingxin Valley. Who said they haven't provoked me? Yang Kai snorted, they have provoked me several times. Of course, this is not the main reason. I want to deal with Fire Brilliance sect because I want their Qianshan Leiyan. Quote. Luo Li's complexion changed, and he whispered, young hero has a big appetite. That Qianshan Leiyan is the foundation of Huo Yaozong's establishment. It is rumored that it has been psychic, and its power is unpredictable. The reason why I dare not go for trespassing on the Fire Brilliance sect, the biggest concern is this mass of heavenly thunder flames. That's right, that's great, it can make seniors so fearful. This Qianshan Leiyan seems to be no small matter. I am determined to win it. Yang Kai laughed happily. You. Luo Li stared at Yang Kai in astonishment, thinking that this person is indeed a lunatic. Even he is extremely afraid of that Qianshan Leiyan. He is not afraid at all, and he doesn't know what to rely on. I hope he is not a person with high eyesight and low hands. Luo Li secretly prayed in his heart. After several changes in expression, Luo Li seemed to have made some important decision, and said again, Yang Xiaosha, if there is a chance, can Su Yan come to see Bengong again? I have something I want to tell her. Yang Kai looked at her seriously, and after a while, he nodded and said, okay, I will let Su Yan come to see you tonight, and I will take my leave first. Thank you, young man. Luo Li nodded slightly. Yang Kai went all the way down Bingju Peak. Qingya, who was waiting at the foot of the peak, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief seeing him come back safely. But Binglong obviously got the message from Luo Li, and immediately came up to greet her, and said, young Master Yang, please follow me. It's time to work. After a short time, Yang Kai was placed in a certain attic on the inner island, and the medicinal materials he reported before were all collected in just half an hour, and Binglong personally delivered them. To be continued. Chapter 1660 Good Fortune Cold Pool. Su Yan was released from the mysterious boundary bead by Yang Kai, and went to Bingju Peak alone. Although Yang Kai didn't know why Luo Li wanted to see Su Yan, but he could feel that this woman had no malice towards Su Yan. He even faintly felt that this was a chance for Su Yan. Su Yan's strange appearance shocked the elder Bingxinggu who had been guarding outside the attic. She didn't see Su Yan enter the attic at all, but the other party came out from inside. For a while, I couldn't figure out what was going on. Yang Kai stayed in the attic and started alchemy. Void King Grade Spirit Pill does not mean that it can be refined by refining. According to Yang Kai's comprehension of alchemy true art, if you want to refine Void King Grade Spirit Pill, you must have an excellent pill yin. Pills have a spirit, and only the refined pills can be called panacea. Yang Kai positioned Dan Yin as a high-quality monster inner alchemy. The spirit of the monster is contained in the inner alchemy of the monster, so it is naturally very spiritual and meets the requirements. Yang Kai did not have the inner alchemy of 10th order monsters, nor did Bingxin Valley, but Bingxin Valley had a lot of inner alchemy for 9th order peak monsters. Among the materials provided before, there was only one. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai kept retreating. From time to time, there were some strange sounds and movements in the attic, and then, with the attic as the center, there was a strong fragrance. Bing Long and the others, who had already heard some news from Luo Li, were stunned, guarding outside the attic, their jaws almost dropped from shock. Yang Kai turned out to be an excellent alchemist, although he didn't know whether he could refine the Void King level spirit pill, but this kind of movement alone was enough to show that he had a lot of attainments in alchemy. But how is this possible? Yang Kai doesn't seem to be very old, it's unbelievable enough that he can reach the level of Void Return 3 layer, how can he have extra energy to study alchemy? Even walked so far on this avenue. Until now, Bing Long and the others realized what kind of terrifying existence Yang Kai was. The eyes looking at the attic gradually became awe. As time goes by, the abnormal movements coming from the attic became more and more obvious, and thousands of rays of light flowed from it faintly, and the fragrance of the elixir floating in the air became more and more intense, and the fragrance entered the nostrils. Let everyone be enlightened. Feel comfortable all over. 3 days passed in a flash, and no one opened the door of the attic. Yang Kai's voice came from inside. "Senior Bing Long, please come in and talk." Bing Long's expression straightened, hastily moved forward. After entering the attic, he walked out again not long after, with a tense and excited expression. "Master Gu, how is the situation?" Grand Elder Ran Yunting and the others watched eagerly. They also got the news that Yang Kai was refining the spirit pills for the Supreme Elder these days, so naturally they couldn't wait to know the result at this moment. Bing Long didn't speak, but showed a pure white jade bottle in her hand, then retracted the space ring without saying a word, and rushed towards Bingju Peak at an extremely fast speed. Could it be true? Ran Yunting muttered to herself with a pale face. The other elders watched Bing Long's disappearing figure. Looking at Ran Yunting again, a few people sighed slightly, and there was a hint of blame in the depths of their eyes. Although they all knew that if they put themselves in Ran Yunting's place. When Kai Huo and Luo Hai came to Bingxin Valley that day, they might have made the same choice, giving up Su Yan and preserving the sect. But Yang Kai's bizarre performance and huge potential still made them regret it. If he didn't do that at that time, but desperately protected Su Yan, that would be great. In that case, he could have a relationship with Yang Kai. What a noble status to be an alchemist at the King Shu level. In the attic, Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. This time refining the Void King grade spiritual pill gave him a lot of insight. It happened that Luo Li also needed some time to refine the medicinal effect of the pill, recover from his injuries, and make up for the hidden dangers of his mind. So he began to comprehend with confidence and boldly. When Luo Li recovered from his injuries, it was time to attack Huo Yaozong. Yang Kai wants to extinguish the fire Yaozong, partly because of the Qianshan Leiyan. The Hoa Yaozong powerhouses he met before have all practiced the secret technique of Qianshan Leihuo, and Qianshan Leihuo has a special effect on Qiling Huo Bird Great Boost. Another part of the reason is naturally that they have provoked people who should not be provoked. Yang Kai himself had several conflicts and grievances with this sect, and he had a very bad impression of them. A day later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. The improvement in the way of alchemy really should be more hands-on. Once refining the Void King grade spirit pill, he has accumulated a lot of experience. If he has enough materials to practice frequently, Yang Kai feels that his alchemy should be able to achieve a straight line. Promote. There was a look from the side. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and saw Qingya's appearance of hesitating to speak. "Senior sister Qingya, just say what you have to say." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Do you want me to refine some panacea for you?" "No, no, no." Qingya quickly waved her hands, hesitated for a while, and finally said, "It's about Qian Hao." Qian Hao. Yang Kai nodded. One of the elders of the former ice sect was Qian Yu's elder brother. Back then, he also came to Qilin Star with Qingya and Suyan, but because of his gender, he couldn't enter Bingxin Valley. Fortunately, Ran Yunting arranged him in a sect under Bingxin Valley. Had a good time. You want him to leave that sect? Yang Kai immediately understood what Qingya meant. Well, Su Yan and I are no longer disciples of Bingxin Valley. If Qian Hao still stays in that sect, he will be despised by others, and since we are all reunited now, there is no reason for Qian Hao to be alone. Alone, I want him back. It's easy to handle. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his spiritual mind went out to check, and sent a few words to someone. After a while, he looked at Qingya with a smile and said, "Qin Hao will come over tomorrow, and then you ice sect members can be reunited." Thank you. Qingya was filled with emotion. The ice sect in the past was the most powerful force in the Tongshuan continent. Although there were not many disciples in the sect, and the statement was not obvious, but the strong ones with a little weight knew the existence of the ice sect, and they were safe. The days were uneventful. But now, there are only 4 people left in the entire ice sect. Looking back on the past, Qingya cherishes the present even more. Su Yan found a good man. Qingya looked at Yang Kai with a gratified smile on her face. The efficiency of Bingxin Valley is still extremely high. The second day. Sure enough, Qian Hao came to Bingju Island, after meeting Qingya. Feeling very cordial, he asked for warmth for a while, but after seeing Yang Kai, he was dumbfounded. It's like seeing a ghost in the daytime. After rubbing his eyes a few times, he confirmed that Yang Kai really appeared in front of him, and it was not his hallucination. Okay, you two reunited after a long absence, you should have a lot to say. Relax, I will send you to a place where someone is waiting for you. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and told Qingya and Qian Hao. The two didn't ask too many questions, and immediately relaxed their minds. Yang Kai opened his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the two of them. The next moment, Qingya and Qian Hao disappeared and appeared in the mysterious boundary bead. When siblings meet, Qin Hao Qianyu weeps with joy. Another 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly heard Luo Li's message, and immediately left the attic to head to Bingju Peak. Luo Li's voice was much better than before. It should be that the Void King Grade Spirit Pill had played a role. Yang Kai didn't know what she was doing to go to Bingju Peak this time, but he vaguely guessed that it should be related to Su Yan. Since that day when Su Yan entered Bingju Peak, she never appeared again. Yang Kai is not worried, because in his induction, Su Yan is very safe. In a short time, Yang Kai arrived at the top of Bingju Peak. The peak was as simple as ever, except for the thatched hut with air leakage from all sides. There was nothing else. Luo Li was sitting cross-legged in the thatched hut, breathing steadily. Even his complexion was extremely rosy. Her injuries have apparently healed. Are you here? Luo Li signaled Yang Kai to sit down and talk. Yang Kai turned his head to look around, and frowned. Where's Su Yan? He didn't see any trace of Su Yan here. Yang Sha and Su Yan seem to have a magical telepathy. Can't you tell where she is? Luo Li smiled and didn't answer. Is this testing me? The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes immediately turned to a cold pool not far away. The cold pool is only about 5 feet square, and the water in the pool is so clear that you don't know how deep it is. Above the cold pool, white air curls upwards, and the white air contains the purest ice-cold energy. Yang Kai subconsciously released his divine sense, but soon he let out a sigh. His expression became dignified, and he didn't dare to do it again. When he came here last time, he noticed this cold pool, but he didn't observe it too carefully at that time. This time, under the investigation of his spiritual sense, he was suddenly a little surprised. There is actually a little power of the domain contained in that cold pool, and my own divine sense can't extend too far when it penetrates. It is directly blocked back, and there is a tendency to freeze. Because of the warming god Lotus, Yang Kai's spiritual power is comparable to the real Void King realm. What is the origin of this cold pool, that it can have such power? And Yang Kai could clearly feel that Su Yan was in a deep place in the cold pool. This is my Bingxin Valley's creation cold pool. Seeing Yang Kai's puzzled expression, Luo Li took the initiative to explain. It is listed as the burial of the 2 great gods of Qilin Star with the group of dry sky thunder flames from the Huo Yaozong. Tan, the good fortune is against the sky. It is this place that we are talking about. What's the miraculous effect? Yang Kai stared at the cold pool with scorching eyes, and also found that this thing was weird. For those who practice the ice-type kung fu, the cold pool of good fortune is a blessing from heaven. The reason why I, Bingxin Valley, established a sect here is precisely because of this cold pool. It can transform the physique of warriors innately, so that warriors are more adaptable to the icy energy of the world. The high-level members of my Bingxin Valley have all benefited from the cold pool. Yang Kai nodded gently, keeping his composure. Luo Li continued. And I, the Void King realm powerhouses of all dynasties in Bingxin Valley, will dissipate all the field before sitting down, and pour the power of the field into the cold pool. Anyone who enters the cold pool will from it, one can comprehend the mysteries of the artistic conception of ice and the mysteries of the icy field of the field. Chapter 1661 Mysterious Frost Excalibur. The Fortune Cold Pool is the top secret place of my Bingxin Valley. Non-important people are not allowed to enter. The cold pool is divided into 12 sections. The further you go down, the higher the difficulty and the greater the danger, but the more benefits you can get. Luo Li looked at Yang Kai and continued to explain. Oh, then dare to ask how many paragraphs can senior go deep into? Yang Kai asked with interest. The best time in this palace is to go deep into the 8th stage, and there is nothing you can do if you go down. Luo Li had a look of shame on his face. Su Yan is inside. That's right, she's extremely talented and has an ice crystal jade body. Originally, I wanted to wait a few more years for her to go deep into the cold pool to find opportunities, but I didn't expect her to be able to advance to the 3rd level of void return in such a short period of time. Now she is qualified to enter the cold pool, although she is no longer my disciple of Bingxin Valley, but let this be a farewell gift from my palace. So thank you, senior. He naturally knew that Luo Li did this mainly to ease the relationship between Bingxin Valley and himself. Anyway, the cold pond of good fortune is here, and it doesn't matter much whether Su Yan goes or not. Let Su Yan go in once, which can maximize to the greatest extent, I can win my favor for Bingxin Valley. Luo Li smiled slightly. It is I, Bingxingu, who owes her. Yang Xiaoxia, you don't have to be polite. She should come out, I don't know how many paragraphs she has penetrated this time. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's expression changed, and in telepathy, he really noticed that Su Yan's aura was slowly rising from the bottomless cold pool. After a while, a small vortex suddenly appeared on the cold pool. The vortex swirled, forming a hollow area in the center of the cold pool, and a sharper chill began to pervade. After a while, a beautiful figure flew out of the vortex. A little cold light appeared with the flying shot of the beautiful shadow. Yang Kai shrank his eyes. His strength has reached his current level, and the moment he saw this cold light, he couldn't help some skin chills, and the pores all over his body seemed to be covered by billions of dollars. Thousands of needles pricked the general pain. Yang Kai's expression was stunned, and he stared straight at the cold light. This is. Luo Li also looked shocked, and looked up to the sky. In the sky, Su Yan's figure stood quietly in the void, motionless. The icy aura in her body was several times stronger than that of more than 10 days ago. In her right hand, she held a 3-foot-long, cold-lighted long-handle sword. The piercing cold light was shining from the long sword. Yang Kai and Luo Li's eyes instantly fixed on the long sword. The former showed a cheerful smile after being stunned for a moment, while the latter's face was horrified, and his delicate body trembled slightly. The long sword held in Su Yan's hand looks a bit weird. Although it is 3 feet long, it is extremely slender, not as wide and thick as ordinary long swords, giving people a feeling of extreme sharpness. Bursts of cold light circulated endlessly on the sword. Su Yan raised the sword with one hand, and touched the sword lightly with her finger. The sword body hummed, and a cold light suddenly appeared, and the terrifying ice-cold mood permeated with Su Yan as the center. The already incomparably cold Bingju Peak had the tendency to be completely frozen. The barrier outside the thatched shed with air leakage on all sides made a crackling sound, as if it could not bear the weight and was about to collapse. Zan Shuang, Luo Li could no longer maintain his composure, stood up suddenly, and exclaimed, his beautiful eyes fixed on the long and thin sword in Su Yan's hand, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Yang Kai observed his words, knew that Su Yan must have picked up a big bargain this time, and it was a bargain that Luo Li didn't expect at all, so he couldn't help laughing. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to have finally regained her senses, turned her head and looked down. The icy atmosphere all over her body suddenly dissipated. She showed a heart-warming smile, and with a sway of her delicate body, she came to the thatched hut. Junior brother, why are you here? Quote. Senior asked me to come here. Yang Kai explained with a smile, his eyes flickering. He suddenly found that Su Yan's aura was extremely calm and solid, and it became stronger than when they separated more than 10 days ago. He thought that she had benefited a lot from this cold pool of good fortune. His eyes fell on the narrow long sword again, observing the long sword at a close distance. Even though Yang Kai was used to Void King-grade artifacts, he couldn't help being a little startled. There was an icy coldness in the long and narrow sword, forming an invisible sharp blade, which pierced into his mind independently, as if he was resisting his observation of it. Su Yan, this sword, can I show it to you? Luo Li regained his expression and said solemnly. Look, Grand Elder. Su Yan held the narrow long sword in both hands respectfully and handed it over. Luo Li stretched out his hand to hold the sword. A flash of brilliance flashed across the sword, and then, an unimaginable coldness was born from the sword, spreading and invading into Luo Li's body. Luo Li's small hand was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the skin. But she seemed to have expected this kind of thing to happen, but with a flick of her wrist, the ice layer shattered. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of surprise. This long and thin sword looks really special, no one is driving it, it can bring some small troubles to a strong man like Luo Li, if someone is driving it, then it's okay. With this long sword alone, Su Yan's combat power will soar several levels. This is probably the Void King's top-level secret treasure, right? Yang Kai secretly guessed. Sure enough, it's Xuanxuang. Luo Li carefully observed the sword body, and after a long time he nodded his head slightly, and said with some emotion, I didn't expect to see Xuanxuang's sword again in my lifetime. Yang Kai asked, what is the origin of this sword? A trace of respect appeared on Luo Li's face, and he said in a deep voice, it is the saber of my Bingxin Valley founding patriarch, Patriarch Bingyan. Yang Kai and Su Yan looked at each other, and they couldn't help showing shock. It has been 20,000 to 30,000 years since the Bingxin Valley sect was established. It is rumored that the founder of the sect has a top-notch cultivation of the Void King's third-layer realm, and is the real overlord in the star field. The development of tens of thousands of years has not been satisfactory, and there has never been a supreme powerhouse like her in the sect, and the highest strength is only at the second level of the Void King. In this generation, Luo Li is only at the first level of the Void King. It's actually the Patriarch's saber. Su Yan was also in a daze, thought for a while, and said seriously, since it is the Patriarch's saber, let it be kept by the elder Taishang. This disciple doesn't know how valuable this sword is. That's why I brought it out. Luo Li shook his head slowly. I am already very pleased that you can call me Grand Elder again. As for keeping this sword, there is nothing I can do. When she was speaking, her entire arm holding the sword was covered with a layer of frost, and one layer after another was shattered. The situation intensified and spread to her chest. To be covered with frost. Luo Li didn't dare to hold the sword any longer, so he stretched out his hand and handed Xuanxuang to Su Yan. Since you can get it, it is your chance. I have no reason to take it back. The Patriarch left a legacy. Xuanxuang's sword will know itself if I choose the master. If I keep it, it will be against the precepts of the ancestors, and I cannot afford this crime. But, Su Yan seemed to want to say something else. Time and luck, this is Xuanxuang's choice, and also the choice of the Patriarch. Luo Li sighed. If Su Yan was still a disciple of Bingxin Valley and got the Xuanxuang sword, then Luo Li would be extremely happy, but Su Yan is no longer a disciple of Bingxin Valley, but she has been recognized by the Xuanxuang sword. It is a huge loss. The Patriarch's legacy was placed there again, Luo Li did not dare to disobey it. She really wanted to ask Su Yan to return to Bingxin Valley, but when she thought about the attitude of herself and Binglong and others before, she couldn't open her mouth no matter what. Since the senior said so, Su Yan, you can take it, as long as you have Bingxin Valley in your heart, does it matter if you are a Bingxin Valley disciple? Yang Kai said lightly from the side. Luo Li glanced at him thoughtfully, with a grateful look on his face. Although Yang Kai's words were not very clear, Luo Li could hear the implication of his words. Although the flooding is unstoppable, but with the fetters of the Xuanxuang sword, if Bingxin Valley really encounters an irresolvable crisis in the future, Su Yan will not sit idly by. This is the best ending for Bingxin Valley. By the way, Su Yan, since you got the Xuanxuang sword, it means that you have reached the 12th stage. Luo Li suddenly remembered something, and asked a little nervously. The disciples don't know how many stages they have penetrated, but that is already the bottom of the cold pool. Su Yan replied softly. The lowest level, that's right, that's indeed the 12th stage. Luo Li sighed endlessly. It seems that with the power of the ice and phoenix on your body, your future are indeed much brighter than this palace. She has been working hard for so many years, but she can only go deep into the 8th stage. On the contrary, Su Yan, who entered the cold pool for the first time, directly rushed to the 12th stage, powerful. Without the origin of the ice and phoenix, it would be impossible for Su Yan to accomplish this feat. Since you have reached the bottom level, have you ever seen the Patriarch's Void Mind Crystal? When Luo Li asked this question, his expression became more nervous. Void Mind Crystal, Su Yan frowned, I haven't seen this before. In addition to the extremely powerful domain in the bottom layer, there is the Xuanxuang sword inserted there. The disciple did not find the Void Mind Crystal. I didn't find it. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed brightly, as if he had thought of something. His expression kept changing, and after a long time, he smiled and said to himself, it seems that the rumors are actually true, haha, the rumors are indeed true. At the end, she couldn't help laughing out loud, as if she was extremely excited. Yang Kai frowned, suspiciously asked, what is the senior referring to? My patriarch of Bingxin Valley may not be dead. Luo Liu was not surprised and died endlessly. Yang Kai's face changed, and Su Yan couldn't help covering her mouth with her little hand. Of course, this is only a possibility. Luo Li smiled slightly. After all, a person with hands and eyes like the patriarch can't fall easily. According to the records in my Bingxin Valley classics, in the cold pool of good fortune, there is a mysterious person left by the patriarch. Frost God Sword, but there is no detailed record of whether the patriarch sat down or not. Since there is no void mind crystal of the patriarch in the cold pool, it means that she may still be alive. To be continued. If you like this works, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.